Firecat Rich's most popular title is the webcomic Where Does It Hurt?, which has been described by readers as a wholesome erotic fantasy adventure. Elves, magic, and sex, oh my. It's over 500.
We have a 10-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 2:24 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 10th, 2025, Monday. Unit 207 just once again criminally and illegally shut off the live stream that preceded this. That is titled 2:10-12 a.m. I caught it immediately, or I guess within a couple of minutes. It reflects as it having run for 2 hours, 17 minutes, and 21 seconds before I click on it, and 2 hours and 16 minutes when I do click on it. So for the sake of brevity, I am just going to play that recording from now, but do be advised the current time is in fact 2:25 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's still Monday. It's still February 10th, 2025, and everything they say in this recording still applies. This is of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Here we go. This is a consent delay, Nerd Squad. It is Monday, February 10th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. Now, be advised, every live stream, I typically write the start time verbatim in the title. However, for this live stream, the start time is listed as 12 a.m. and it literally just turned to 12:06 a.m. That's just because the title is relatively long. So I wanted to make sure that I did.
I'm going to pause it here and just clarify. It's actually 2:26 a.m. PST. Unit 207 just shut off the other live stream, which I saw because half of my laptop screen is the ongoing live stream because of their rampant criminality, their remaining threats, and their pattern of criminal conduct over the last few weeks, paired with the desperation to break and perpetrate domestic terrorism at the behest of those the FBI is most excited to throw in prison, and at the expense of 100% personal liability for everyone involved and 100% criminal charges for everyone upstairs, everyone involved in the planning, etc.
I didn't have to lose any information within the title. So now it's just turned to 12:07 a.m. PST. Just be advised, the preceding live stream was ended after midnight already. And this one, even though it says it began at midnight sharp, actually began at 12:06 a.m. Now, there is a couple of things to go over. First off, if you, for any reason, find that this YouTube video ends without a explicit end time from me and the information that a new live stream will be commencing in 90 seconds or less, that I didn't end it. And the federal felons, i.e. the well-cooked hams, the child abusers, stalkers, hackers, thieves, fraudsters, hostage holders, domestic terrorists in the condo directly above my home of 13 years are responsible.
Verified.
And or one of their co-conspirators is. And as a result, because of their rampant crime spree and ongoing escalation due to their downward spiral, leading them to full accountability under the law, and in many instances, prison, is in effect. Since February 1st, I've only been adding a selfie of myself to the end of these YouTube live streams that I personally am ending, and that the federal felons upstairs aren't ending preemptively to add multiple additional counts from that one criminal act, such as obstruction of justice, such as evidence tampering, such as witness intimidation, such as intimidation of an FBI informant, i.e. witness tampering, the Class A felony. That's the one you're all looking at. Okay. That being said, I have no plans to end this live stream before noon today.
Pausing it here just to point out that they criminally and illegally ended it less than 2.5 hours later. Ergo, this recording, now that it is 2:29 a.m. PST.
Again, it's Monday. It's currently 12:09 a.m., even though this video said that it started at 12 a.m. There is a part 2 to Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, the stalker, the extortionist, et al. Part 1 is just under 2 hours long, and it fills you in on all of the information up to December 29th that is most pertinent. Part 2 went up after the 3rd addendum to February's judicial notice / police reports. And that went up on Saturday. Actually, I think it was Saturday. So I am going to play you a recording now that only covers the addendum / police report from this Saturday, not the one that came from the 4th, for instance, of February, but that is available. If you go to my YouTube live stream channel, you will see a video from this past Saturday, February 8th, which literally is titled Part 2 PT space II, Part 2. Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, and I couldn't quite fit the Extortionist into the title. And you're going to want to click on that, even though it looks like it runs for almost 12 hours. You just need to listen to the first 45 minutes therein. But right now, the FBI has me under orders to play this 15-minute recording that I'm about to push play on. And I need to pop over to the preceding live stream and add a selfie because I did indeed end it. So pay attention. Happy Mo.
Remember, you're listening to a recording from at midnight. I did not end the preceding live stream to this.
Monday, the well-cooked hammies had plans for today. I wonder if they still do in their desperation. Remember, these attorneys facing federal disbarment, they won't take no for an answer as far as somebody else breaking into my house, because they're all about to have their kidnapping charges, which is multiple felonies. Every one of them is looking at for their planning, facilitating, premeditation, etc. Well, it's going to turn into aggravated kidnapping charges. Multiple counts of those for all of you. On February 23rd, if you don't completely undo everything you've done and paid in full, and we all know you won't be doing that. So you will be going to prison. Here we go. Here's the recording. Have a happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
And stay the fuck away from my private property like you fools have been told every single month for 17 months. You sacks of shit.
Amen.
Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit207 has effectively destroyed that as well in their ongoing pattern of obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. Third addendum to Formal Judicial Notice, filed February 8, 2025 at 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Original filing, date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. Previous addendums, February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. February 7th, 2025, 1:45 p.m. PST. To Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject: supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties. February 8, 2025. Demand for immediate action and notice of intent to seek maximum penalties under law.
Maximum penalties.
Maximum penalties. This is the third addendum to the Formal Judicial Notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST. and previously supplemented. It provides further crucial information regarding subsequent events, the continued escalation of the criminal conspiracy, the blatant and ongoing obstruction of justice, the endangerment of my children, further acts of retaliation, and the accrual of additional financial penalties against those perpetrating these crimes. This addendum also serves as a formal police report documenting these new crimes. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original Formal Judicial Notice of February 4th, 2025, the addendums of February 6th and 7th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This specifically includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10-500-5934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors et al. This document details planned felonies, named conspirators, prior child abuse, and plans for super felonies. The dated signage referenced within and photographed for that last page predated even that filing. It is to be noted per that tort claim, those named within it and their co-conspirators had planned to not only have the actionable kidnappings take place using my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and my extortionist mother, but they also, and I quote, had, quote, super felonies planned. All police reports filed since June 2024 by Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Correction to the previous addendum from February 7th, 2025. Any reference in the February 7th, 2025 addendum to January 4th, 2025 is hereby corrected to read February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST. 3. Supplemental information, subsequent criminal acts and escalation. A. Status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continuously closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons and illegally kidnapped sons, under the direction of this criminal conspiracy. The FBI has instructed me to keep my door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 8th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for 184 days since August 6, 2024. B. February 7th, 2025, evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and continued threats. Livestream interference. While preparing and filing the previous addendum and police report on February 7th, 2025, individuals associated with Unit207 criminally and illegally terminated 4 separate YouTube live streams. They also retroactively erased over 1 hour of footage from certain recordings. These actions constitute blatant evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and witness intimidation. It is strongly suspected that these actions were taken to either A. create a false impression of personal service or my voluntary exit from my residence, or B. to conceal evidence of their planning and preparation for their next planned break-in and other felonies. 12:50 p.m. Knocking. Individuals associated with Unit207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass. Individuals of February 8, 2025, 5:30 a.m. PST. Confirmation of imminent break-in. As of approximately 5:30 a.m. PST on February 8th, 2025, a male in Unit 207 confirmed plans for an imminent break-in involving numerous officers from the North Everett Precinct. This is consistent with the ongoing threats and plans that have been documented for over a year and specifically reported to the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF, and others. The conspirators in Unit 207 have stated that this needs to occur prior to February 23rd because the attorneys involved, at least two of whom are facing federal disbarment, are aware that this conspiracy will result in additional and more serious charges being filed. D. Prior knowledge and warnings. It is crucial to emphasize that the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and named individuals, including Richard Garcia and Erica Owens, have been repeatedly warned about their illegal activities and the consequences thereof. These warnings include 11 months of cease and desist letters directly sent to the involved parties and their revolving cast of third, fourth, and fifth parties, beginning in September 2023, 11 months prior to their illegal premeditated felonies since August 2024. August 7th and August 13th, 2024, signage. Dated signs photographed and included in the August 14th, 2024 tort claim were placed on my property explicitly addressed to the North Everett Precinct. The Owens, Richard Garcia, DCYF, and Unit 207, prohibiting trespassing, knocking without a warrant, stalking, and other criminal activities. These signs were in addition to signs that had been in place for over a year prior, and that the FBI had me add them to the last page of the August 14th, 2024 tort claim. August 14th, 2024 tort claim. This document was made after 11 months of cease and desist letters failed to do anything, and the kidnappings, illegal detainment, etc. were planned for the weeks after. This document detailed the planned felonies, named the conspirators, and outlined the financial penalties for their actions, including their defenses, i.e. obstruction / conspiracy / etc. Numerous police reports, repeatedly filed police reports documenting the ongoing threats and criminal activities have been consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, including before their actionable kidnappings reported for weeks and months prior, published about in December 2023 on my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticgwen. Direct communication. All conspirators except Erica and John Owens were explicitly informed beginning August 6, 2024, that I was not authorized to communicate with them, read anything from them, or cooperate with them in any way. The Owens were informed shortly after their involvement in the second actionable kidnapping. Per the FBI's instructions, cease and desist letters and August 14th tort claim filed in case number 105005934. Despite these warnings, the conspirators have sent over 48 individuals to my door and engaged in constant exterior stalking just since the first week of August. They did the same thing for the 11 months prior when they were getting cease and desist letters. E. Involvement of Everett Public School District. The potential involvement of the Everett Public School District, an institution with which I had a long and positive relationship as a art docent, special ed para-volunteer, enhanced teaching volunteer, and donor, is noted with grave concern. This highlights the sprawling nature of the conspiracy and its willingness to corrupt and exploit various institutions. I volunteered for an average of 40 hours a week from 2012/2013 to the start of 2020 and donated tens of thousands to the school district. F. Podcast interference. Unit 207 and or their co-conspirators have blocked my podcast from being uploaded to Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Audible. They have also had x.com block all access via my dedicated podcast Twitter, x.com/mysticgwenpod. I will create a YouTube live stream part 2 of my prior, titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. By 8 p.m. PST today.
I'm going to pause that there and just reiterate that video was already uploaded because the recording you're listening to is from the date that it was filed, the 8th, 2 days ago. So part 2 is the third video that precedes this. It's titled 2-8. Sorry, I just got hiccups.
It's actually the fourth
5:20
video.
p.m.
This is the preceding recording
T-
since Unit
space
207 added additional.
To Mystic Glen
Criminal
versus the
counts
North
to
Everett
their
Precinct of
indictment,
Fraudsters.
2 hours
Stop
into
her,
Monday.
and then remember, I couldn't quite fit the extortionist
Add
because of the
another
clear
10
killer
million.
limit or et al.
I need to
That's
invoice them for 20 million more.
Today.
But I'm
G,
waiting to see if they redact
FBI
any police
timeline and
reports because that'll
intent.
turn
The
it to
FBI
80.
informed me in December 2024 of their plans to incarcerate officers involved in the conspiracy in March 2025. Subject to change based on the conspirators' actions. Unit 207 statements indicate they believe they have no alternative but to proceed with their planned illegal entry, arrest, committal, or kidnapping before February 23rd. As the involved attorneys are aware of the increased severity of charges they will face after that date. 4. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated. 100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 180 days. 10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to 25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. 10 million for the use of my sons and/or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties of fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts.
Oh, I guess it's already 80 million.
10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date. 10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date. 10 million for each and every instance of stalking. 10 million for each and every instance of harassment. 10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. 10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. 10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. Additional penalties for February 7th events, subject to quadrupling. The 40,000 for the knocking, or the 40 million for the knocking and 40 million for the obstruction based on the 2 rejected reports. Additional penalties for live stream termination, 4 terminations times 10 million equals 40 million. The actions documented in this addendum and those rejected in prior reports significantly increase the financial liability of the conspirators. 5. Conclusion. This addendum provides further irrefutable evidence of the aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy targeting me, a designated FBI informant. The individuals involved, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, members of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, occupants of Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrates a complete and utter disregard for the law, for my rights, and for the well-being of my children. Their attempts to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness are not only failing, but are actively strengthening the case against them.
Verified.
The FBI maintains that anyone and/or everyone sticking to the perjurious and fraudulent proclamation that any of their actions were, quote, reactive and not the premeditated, illegal, and consistently reported felonies that they were and are, will be the recipients of the longest prison sentences.
Verified.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation is fully aware.
Fully aware.
This document serves as formal legal notice of these crimes and a demand for immediate action to protect my safety and ensure accountability. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date February 8th, 2025. Time 7:12 a.m. Pacific.
Okay, so remember everybody, it's actually February 10th, 2025, and really it's 2:49 a.m. So Nerd Squad, I took a screenshot. 210 videos are set for public consumption for the interface that I can see. I don't know if that's a video short, but I believe it is. Like we've noticed has been an ongoing trend. And do we have audio?
Trend.
And do we have audio? Yes, we do. I have zero intention of ending this live stream until at the soonest 1 p.m. Unit 207 may criminally and illegally end it before then for somewhere between $10 and $40 million. But they already did that once today. So maybe they'll refrain. I'm going to go lay down and try and get some more Z's if possible. And I'm going to put on this podcast called Time Suck with Dan Cummins. He's talking about the Moonies.
Modern slice of life and more.
And I think he was joking, but at one point on a different podcast, he said that a girl that he knew, her mom used to have her do Moonies drills where the mom would pretend to be a Moonies cult member. They'd come knocking on the door. And then the daughter had to reject the cult in the 80s or 70s, whatever. Hilarious if it's true, dude. Can you imagine? My mom and I did cult drills. She'd come and knock on the door and, pretend to be a Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witnesses have been labeled a cult. I think that's insane, man. I like the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're just a branch of Christianity that doesn't celebrate holidays. France labeled him a cult many years before us. But anyway, I just think that's hilarious. It's a hilarious drill. The Moonies cult drill.
So pull up a seat. Firecat Ridge is just getting warmed up. And you can check out their work at Subscribestar. It's firecatrich.carrd.co.
Don't go breaking and entering.
Subscribestar. It's firecatrich.carrd.co.
Don't go breaking and entering.
It's
Going out another count of that today. Did you hear?
And now I also ask you to pull
you're
up a
looking
seat
at aggravated
prepare your
kidnapping
mind
charges in
for a
less than
topic
2
that is
weeks.
deceptively massive.
And now I also ask
you, there are a lot of places
aggravated
your mind
charges.
because unification church is touching on so much.
That's the reason why those that are definitely looking at those charges want you to break and enter again.
U.S. and Japan.
That's why those that are definitely looking at those charges want you to break and enter again. Because then they think that they can say,
or the one that you know the least about. You may have heard of them if you were paying attention
now
to the news.
she can go and get her kids back and do it all in less
That's
than
when
2
criticism
weeks.
of them seems to have been at the
And that is
at its
true,
height.
but it's
at least
also
in the United
very much
States.
illegal and not
That's
going
when
to
most
happen.
people were getting very concerned about
And that is
getting
true,
inside
but it's
the
also
new
very
United
much
States
illegal and
group
not
that
going to
supposedly
happen.
would donate all their money to the cause of spiritual world
Because
domination.
you're all going to prison.
In recent years, since the death of their Messiah in 2012,
spiritual world
Because you're all going to prison.
in recent years, real life
Or you've
succession
blown
type
the
stories
whistle.
full of corrupt siblings vying for
All
power,
going to prison.
hating their
Recent
demise.
years, real life
Or you've
succession
blown
Type
the
2 political
whistle.
assassination in Japan garnered the Moonies more press in that nation and also sped up the decline of their membership. Seems today they only maintain a truly strong body of followers in the mother
K99.
country of South Korea.
Don't go breaking
Pain
and
abuse,
entering and
alcohol
coming
abuse,
in here
domestic
trying to
abuse,
touch me and
financial
commit
abuse,
domestic
sexual abuse,
terrorism. Just
the story as
refrain.
well.
Stay upstairs.
Throwing some
Unit
extra
207.
political
Unit
intrigue
207
and
is
almost got the full
preventing
picture of the
the
Moonies.
YouTube live stream
But with the
from
group so
showing
active in multiple
who's actually
countries,
watching it, as
US,
this video
Korea,
is
Japan, and
open
more,
in the tab
we're bound to
on
find
the
out more and more about them as time goes
Sign
on.
into a different account.
Let me share
for the
what we
FBI's
have learned
instructions.
this week about the
Watching it
Moonies
right now,
right now.
and yet the YouTube live stream says 0. And there are also multiple men and a woman upstairs watching this right now.
Before diving into a
Pretending to be my
timeline,
advisor.
starting with the founder's birth and leading up to the present day, its timeline will conclude next episode. Let us first examine, what does the Unification Church believe? Well, it's a little hard to pin down, at least on the surface. For years, they would call themselves a non-denominational community, a group of people promoting the vague concept of peace, foundation that aimed to bring down communism. The divine principle, which is the core unificationist text, claims, quote, "We now have the means to heal all modern-day human problems, exalt every human soul, and bring the kingdom of God within the reach of every man." Well, hot damn! What a sales pitch. Going big. I like it. Right? These fuckers have the means to heal. Not some, but all modern-day human problems. If only all of us would just give them all of our money and listen. Also, what the fuck are they waiting for? All right, they've been around since 1954, so get to Healy, dipshits. In the 1960s, over 16 million people died worldwide in famines alone. mainly in China, thanks to Mao Zedong's great leap forward. In just the late 1970s, over 2 million died of famine in Cambodia. Thank you, Khmer Rouge. Millions more have died in various African famines in Sudan, Somalia, elsewhere since 2000. And famine, just one of the many, many problems that Moonies have promised to fix, yet they haven't fixed shit. According to the late Reverend Sun Myung Moon, a title he gave to himself when he founded his church in 1954, the title Reverend, this all-embracing claim is based on new, super important revelations from God, which were, of course, given to him and only him, in order to complete the task of establishing God's kingdom on earth and bringing peace to mankind. In summary, this new revelation teaches that ever since the fall, when Eve fucked everything up for everybody by not submitting to God's will or her husband's, God has been trying to rectify his creation, but has not succeeded. He has worked through some chosen champions, but none of them just found enough acceptance amongst men to get the job done. Noah, Abraham, Jacob, Abel, Moses, David, Jesus Christ, all failed to various degrees. And you know why they failed? Again, because of Eve. Fucking Eve. That reckless, ratchety bitch. When she went for that apple, she got her and Adam, even though he didn't do anything wrong, cast out of the Garden of Eden, and humanity has been a sinful, nasty species ever since. Then God tried to fix shit with Jesus. Did you hear about how he actually was not supposed to get himself crucified? Oh yeah, no, he fucked up for real. He's supposed to form a perfect marriage in order to redeem humanity and undo the harm perpetuated by the union of Adam and Eve. But instead, Jesus, aka second Adam in Moon's teachings, was executed before accomplishing his mission. And ever since, a third Adam has been needed to form this perfect marriage and complete Jesus' task and save humanity. And it took almost 2,000 years for God to find a new human strong and righteous enough to complete that task. And before going further, holy shit does the incongruity of an omnipotent, all-powerful, universe-creating deity not being able to complete a mission, any mission at all, against evil, really annoy the shit out of him. Why would this God ever need Jesus or anyone else to go complete a mission to rectify humanity's sins? Why can't he just snap his celestial fingers and make it so? Is he all-powerful? Or is he both omnipotent and also too weak just to stop fucking around and beat the devil already? Anyway, this third Adam would be recognized as the second coming of Christ. As the perfect man, he would marry the perfect woman, and they would then become the true spiritual parents of humankind. The first couple ever in history that through God's power is able to lead a completely sinless life and to bring forth children with no original sin attached to them to continue to lead humanity following their ascension to heaven or something like that. Cult. Our leaders and their children can do no wrong, for they are perfect and holy. All humankind can be engrafted into this lineage by receiving the blessing of God through the true parents via special marriage ceremonies, and thus the kingdom of God on earth will be restored. And I bet you can guess who the Messiah is. It's Tom Brady. No, Pat Sajak. No, Michael motherfucking McDonald. Sun Myung Moon, of course. But he would kind of sit on this for a long time, not openly declaring it for years after he was told. Then after gaining millions of followers, he would finally be tempted into revealing his true identity. He would have to hide it. In 1992, Sun Myung Moon openly proclaimed to be the Lord of the Second Advent, the return of the Messiah. Oh, fuck yeah, bro. The true owner of the world, as he said in 1997. Or was the true owner, because he ended up dying like a sad little, totally mortal and not perfect at all little bitch in 2012. And salvation can only come to those who are engrafted into his lineage, what he said in 97. This also meant that eventually learning Korean would be mandatory for everyone to be saved, because this is the language of the true parents, which is frustrating. I was hoping it was going to be Spanish, not English. Korean looks like it's a pretty hard language for somebody to learn, a little later in life, if they haven't learned a second language already. It might be fucked. Those who reject Sun Myung Moon will perish, and this is why America has been declining. Did you know that? The problems we're having right now is because we didn't embrace Sun Myung Moon enough. The one nation under God will actually soon cease, because God's final purpose is one world under God, and this can only be established in the lineage of the true parents, that is Moon and his wife. So maybe the Moonies are the Illuminati, the real New World Order puppet masters. Moon did not reveal all of this right away, of course. That's never a good way to run a successful cult grift. You gotta draw them in nice and slow. Right? Let the early congregation build up before you drop the big bombs that might run some people off. But once you've got enough following, once they've given all their shit away and are dependent on you, well, now, due to some sunk cost fallacy and this bigger member base, you can pull off a lot more crazy. Moon started writing The Divine Principle in the 1950s, in which he made his first big controversial claim that the Bible was not a complete work in and of itself. Over 536 pages, The Divine Principle presents a set of principles based on the patterns which Reverend Moon found in the Bible during his years of searching. And without these principles, Moon claimed, you can't understand the Bible correctly. Fucking boom! I have the only answers that matter. You think you know the Bible? You don't, because you have to read my book to understand that book. One of the principles given by Sun Myung Moon is that the Bible often needs to be understood symbolically instead of literally. All right, of course, make sure it's open for a lot of interpretation, right? His interpretation. He writes, for instance, that we cannot believe that God would implant in Adam and Eve a desire to rebel against him and destroy themselves for the sake of a piece of fruit. So the fruit must signify something far more important than a tasty apple or pear. Okay, yeah, that actually sounds very intelligent. All right, at least at first. But then Moon replaces this with an interpretation that makes far less sense. The Unification Church teaches that Eve literally had intercourse with Lucifer and received certain elements from him. Fucking Eve! You dirty snake fucker! You reptile diddling trollop! Hoping to get rid of these mysterious, quote, elements, she then seduces Adam, passes the elements on to him as well. Thus, sin enters the once perfect lineage created by God via some kind of paranormal STI, and the evil lineage of Satan has been multiplying within us ever since. Also, God has been trying to rectify the situation ever since. He needs to erase the evil from his creation and to recreate the world of goodness he initially made. And again, how is he not more powerful? Right? He can create a world in 7 days, a whole universe, but he's still working on fixing what Eve did thousands of years later. He can't, fix this fucking weird DNA corruption we have because she fucked a snake or whatever. How long does it take for his wizard powers to fully recharge? With his divine principle, Sun Moon basically gives himself carte blanche to reinterpret the Bible however he wants. Pretty slick cult leader move. In one case, he looks at Revelation 7, verses 2 through 4, and chapter 14, verse 1, and based on these verses, claims that Christ will be born in the country of the East, from the rising of the sun. That nation is Korea. The Korean people will become the third Israel. But how would people be brought to salvation? Once again, Moon turns to marriage. Individual people who are not his children and who still have that stain of original sin, fucking Eve, why couldn't she have submitted to Adam? Well, they can be incorporated into his holy lineage if and only if Moon matches them to a partner, blesses the union, and marries them in the spiritual realm as well as in the physical. Then they get to go to heaven. Cue massive matching and blessing ceremonies, which Moon would preside over, typically, sometimes blessing tens of thousands of couples at a time. Frank Kaufman, a leading unificationist scholar, wrote of this, saying, our matchings and weddings are a direct and perfect manifestation of a profound theology and worldview. You see, unificationists believe that all the problems on earth, from the Gulf War to child abuse, to the crumbling school system, you name it, are fruits of the fact that self-interest crept into the family, the love between husband and wife, reproductive affairs, and parent-child relationships. Thus, since the beginning, there has never been even one family whose members were not dominated by some significant degree of self-interest. Got it. All of us people who have done things, like get married, have done them only because it's what we've wanted to do, and that is the reason the world is a shit show. Did you marry someone because you wanted to, and not because Unification Church arranged your marriage? Well, good job, fucking dickweed. 100 or so kids are being beaten right now, or have already starved to death, or whatever, directly because of your selfishness. And what if you haven't gotten married? Oh, well, you're even worse. Situation in Ukraine or Gaza right now, probably your fault. This actually is the level of crazy that movies have believed. And with such a focus on marriage, specifically marriage between men and women, you can probably guess how Moon felt about homosexuals. He once, in 2003, compared gay people to, quote, dirty, dung-eating dogs. And he said that, quote, gays will be eliminated in a purge on God's orders. So like a teeny bit homophobic and intolerant. Moon's blessing ceremonies have been merely one part of a process that fully indoctrinates new members into the church. For years, their teachings would keep changing dramatically over time, But for years, in order to become engaged in the Unification Church, one must have first been a member for at least 3 years. One must have recruited 3 new members. Oh yeah, make your members, find new members. And more importantly, one must have made the required financial contribution to the indemnity fund. That payment symbolized unification, teaching that all of humanity shares in the debt owed for the betrayal of Jesus, and that we must all pay for this collective sin. Like literally, like pay with money. Pony up, sinner. For a long time, that payment was only $120. However, the Moonies would pressure members of many members, and are likely still pressuring members in their little offshoot groups to donate so much more than that to their cause, like everything they had. Back to getting married. What's called the holy wine ceremony was long a big part of a Mooney marriage, and may still be in some of their little offshoots. I'll likely end up using past tense with a lot of these ceremonies and beliefs, because it's hard to understand exactly how the new version of the church and its offshoots have conducted themselves since 2012, and their beliefs have morphed quite a bit over the years. So when I'm talking about their beliefs, unless I state otherwise, whether past or present tense, I'm talking about the Moonies' beliefs during the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The first dozen years of this century as well, mostly. The peak of their powers. The holy wine ceremony was usually held the same day as the matching ceremony. Facing the man, the woman drinks half a cup of blessed wine and then passes the cup to the man. The woman drinks first to symbolize Eve, the first to sin, and now the first to be restored to grace. The few drops left in the cup are then sprinkled on a holy handkerchief, literally called a holy handkerchief. Yeah, fucking why not? To be to be used. We are such a fucking weird species. To be used after the blessing at the 3-day ceremony. After a couple receives the blessing, there is then an indemnity ceremony in which the husband and the wife each ritually and symbolically beat Satan out of one another with sticks, like actual sticks. Couldn't find video of this. To see how hard the bride and the groom are whacking each other. I'm sure you're not supposed to, hit your partner very hard, but at least a few people have gotten carried away. Maybe they've gotten a little extra nervous about getting married after the new partner is, really giving them a good, vigorous whacking. And what if you really hated the person you just met that you're now marrying? I mean, a good stick beating might be a nice way to kickstart an annulment. Anyway, the 3-day ceremony is the consummation of the marriage. Then, and this is even fucking weirder, according to Sun Moon's principles, a couple was then not to have sex for the first 3 years of their married life. 99% sure that's no longer the case, but they did this for years. When the abstaining couple finally would have sex, they were to follow a detailed pattern of sexual acts prescribed by Reverend Moon. Dude was exercising some serious control over his followers. This is how you fuck. You have to fuck in this order to be a follower of me. The woman would take the superior position for the first 2 nights. So she's fucking riding. She's going cowboy first 2 nights, symbolizing a restored Eve, bringing grace first to Satan and then to the fallen Adam. On the 3rd night, the couple is to engage in aggressive aiming for no less than 2 hours, no more than 6. To fully consummate the marriage, both partners are to receive pegging, huge part of Mooney married life. As is written in Sun Moon's divine principle, the Lord purifies through pain. Only through sexual suffering can a marriage be cleansed of original sin. It is God's will. God's will must be done. Prepare thy holy bicycles for a real off-road ride in the mud. No, that's nonsense. On the 3rd night, the man assumes the superior position, so missionary, symbolizing the restored Adam and Eve, fulfilling the mission God had intended for them at the dawn of creation. Okay? Morning of the 3rd day, the couple joins together in prayer. Then they bathe and wipe their bodies with that fucking stupid rag called the holy handkerchief, which has been dipped in wine and then now dipped in cold water. And now, fucking a la peanut butter sandwiches, they're sinless. But it's not like being sinless enables them to now just go about on their own. Don't be silly. They still, of course, have to worship the Reverend Moon as their Messiah, as the true father. Fucking hot, hard Korean father daddy, covered in bulgogi marinade, chunks of kimchi, and barbecue sauce. But they, for real, have to worship Reverend Moon as some sort of daddy Messiah. At every Sunday service, members would begin by repeating the pledge. 1, as the center of the cosmos, I will fulfill our Father's will, purpose of creation, and the responsibility given to me for self-perfection. I will become a dutiful son or daughter and a child of goodness to attend our Father forever in the ideal world of creation by returning joy and glory to him. This I pledge. Kind of sounds like they're worshiping Reverend Moon as God, right? Cult, cult, cult. Repetitive mantras for brainwashing. 2, I will take upon myself completely the will of God to give me the whole creation as my inheritance. He has given me his word, his personality, and his heart, and is reviving me who had died, making me one with him and his true child. To do this, our Father has persevered for 6,000 years. The sacrificial way of the cross. This I pledge. That's fucking crazy. It's been around for 6,000 years. I wonder why he finally died in 2012, though. I mean, you'd think that his Highlander ass would have aged slower from like 1920 when he was born, according to historical records, and to 2012 when he, supposedly died. If he'd actually been around for 6,000 years, it's weird that his age accelerated so much in the last 80 years. 3, as a true son/daughter, I will follow our father's pattern and charge bravely forward into the enemy camp until I have judged them completely with the weapons with which he has been defeated the enemy, Satan, for me, throughout the course of history, by sowing sweat for earth, tears for man, and blood for heaven, as a servant, but with the Father's heart, in order to restore his children in the universe lost to Satan. This I pledge. 4, the individual, family, society, nation, world, and cosmos who are willing to attend our Father, the source of peace, happiness, freedom, and all ideals, all of them, will fulfill the ideal world of one heart and one body by restoring their original nature. To do this, I will become a true son/daughter, returning joy and satisfaction to our Father. And as our Father's representative, I will transfer to the creation peace, happiness, freedom, and all ideals in the world of the heart. This I pledge. And then finally, number 5, I am proud of the one sovereignty, proud of the one people, proud of the one land, proud of the one language and culture centered upon God, proud of becoming the child of the one true parent, proud of the family who is to inherit one tradition, proud of being a laborer who's working to establish the one world of the heart. I will fight with my life. I will be responsible for accomplishing my duty and mission. This I pledge and swear. This I pledge and swear. This I pledge and swear. Sounds like they're preparing for battle, like actual battle, willing to die for Papa Bear. All of these ideas are very fucking out there. In terms of traditional Christianity that Moon's new religion morphed out of, so out there it can be pretty hard to imagine why anyone would willingly join. And it's not like Koreans didn't have access to traditional Christianity when this cult kicked off, and we're only hearing Sun Moon's warped version. Missionaries have been in Korea as early as the 1840s, and by 1930, the year Sun Moon's family converted to Presbyterianism, there were around 147,000 Catholics and 168,000 Protestants on the Korean peninsula. People looking for a little Jesus, they had a lot of options. And from those options, so many would choose Sun Moon. Why? Nan Suk Hong, who was married to one of the elder Moon children in the 80s and 90s, beginning when she was just 15, would look back to her culture to explain why so many people were simply willing to accept what Moon preached as fact. She writes, in addition to ancient beliefs in ancestor worship and the spirit world, there is a strong messianic strain in my culture. The notion that the Messiah or herald of the righteous way would appear in Korea predates the introduction of Christianity into Korea 100 years ago. It has its roots in the Buddhist notion of Maitreya and the Confucian idea of Jin-in, or the true man, and in Korean books of prophecy. Kings ruling by divine right appears in some of the country's earliest legends. As children, Sun Moon, Nansuk, countless others learned the Korean folktale of Dongun, a folktale that explains how Korea itself came to exist. And according to this legend, Dongun was the son of the divine spirit Hwan Nung, who was himself the son of the Lord of Heaven, Hwan Nin. Apparently, Hwan Nin granted his son permission to descend from heaven and establish the kingdom of heaven on earth. Hwan Nung came to Korea. There he met a tiger and a she-bear who asked him how they could become human. And Hwan Nung gave them sacred food to eat. The bear obeyed, was transformed into a woman. The tiger did not obey, was forced to remain a beast. Hwan Nung married the woman, and Dongun was born of this union of a divine spirit and a former she-bear. Dongun established his royal residence in Pyongyang and named his kingdom on earth Chusan, or Korea. It was these very ideas, lineage, parentage, heaven on earth, that Sun Moon would take and run with to form his new group. When cult leaders create some new religious movement, their ideas seem to almost always come from existing religions and cultural traditions their initial followers are familiar with, right? I mean, even Raelianism, that UFO-based cult we explored back in episode 287, even they base their beliefs as the true interpretation of certain Christian, Buddhist, and Islamic teachings. You got to hook people in who are already living faith-based lives with some belief that can't be proven, that they're already comfortable with believing in, and the Moonies certainly did that. And the Moonies certainly are a cult, and their founder, certainly a cult leader. According to Moon, it's okay to use deception in order to gain a donation or workshop attendance from members of Christian churches. Also acceptable to use brutality to separate Satan from a member that appears not to be fully devoted to some young moon. A lot of members got fucking beat. And acceptable for his family to do virtually anything. Gamble, drink, have premarital sex, go partying, do hard drugs, be an absent parent, fucking whatever. They're all part of the Messiah. And you wouldn't criticize the Messiah, would you? Let's now explore this insanity in depth. I have enjoyed being lost in this for a few days. And find out how it all began in today's Time Suck timeline. Right after today's first of two mid-show sponsor breaks. Hey, how good do you smell right now? Like a field of sun-kissed lavender right after a warm spring rain? Like a forest nymph slathered in vanilla-scented lotion sitting inside a ring of cinnamon-scented candles? Or more like a dead skunk next to a pile of burning tires? Or like an old gym sock full of sauerkraut and rotting potatoes? Sure, maybe your armpits smell good. But what about the rest of you? What about, your special fun bits that have been stewing in a crock pot of sweat and bacteria under your desk for the past 4 hours? How about you do yourself and everyone in sniffing and or gagging range of you a favor and you tackle whole body odor with Dove Men Plus Care Whole Body Deo Spray. Dove Men Whole Body Deo defends against all your odor zones, from pits, privates, to feet. With long-lasting 72-hour odor protection, you'll be covered from morning kickoff to triple overtime. Dove Men Whole Body Deo goes on instantly dry with an aluminum-free vitamin E infused formula. Tighten up defense against those odor zones this season. Find Dove Men Whole Body Deo at Walmart today. Hey, meat sacks, I'm talking about language again. As you set resolutions for 2025, consider how learning a new language can enrich your life. Rosetta Stone has been a leader in language education for over 3 decades, with millions of satisfied users worldwide. With courses in 25 languages, including Spanish, French, German, and more, you can choose a language to learn that unlocks new places, connections, and experiences. Rosetta Stone's immersive approach means no English translations. Learn to think in your new language from day one. Lindsay and I have been working on our Spanish. Y estamos mejorando todo el tiempo, emocionado de hablar español en Costa Rica este año. Start the new year off with a resolution you can reach. Today, Time Suck with Dan Cummins listeners can take advantage of Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/timesuck. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life at rosettastone.com/timesuck today. Let's talk about jewelry. You like yourself some shinies, as my wife Lindsay likes to call them? There's something magical about gold, silver, and jewels, isn't it? Jewelry has enchanted humanity since long before the written word. So many of us for centuries and centuries have loved the way it makes us feel, the memories it holds, the stories it tells. But when it comes to buying jewelry, stress too often replaces joy. If you want to make buying jewelry feel as good as wearing it, go to BlueNile.com. At Blue Nile, you'll find thousands of independently graded diamonds and fine jewelry pieces at prices below your expectations. Want to learn more about a particular piece? Blue Nile's jewelry experts are ready 24/7 via phone or chat. From tech specs to budget recs, they're here to help you find a piece you'll feel great about, yourself or someone else. A friend of mine recently bought their fiance a diamond pendant necklace, and thanks to Blue Nile's option for lab-grown diamonds and using the chat feature on the website, they were able to get a rock without breaking the bank. She actually cried when she got it. She loved it so much. What a special memory for them both. Experience the ease and convenience of shopping Blue Nile, the original online jeweler. Go to BlueNile.com today. That's BlueNile.com. Ready to optimize your nutrition this year? Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make eating well easy. With 40 options across the 8 dietary preferences on the menu each week, it's easy to pick meals tailored to your goals. They're dietitian approved and ready to heat and eat in 2 minutes, so you can fuel right and feel great no matter what life throws at you. Reach your goals this year with ingredients you can trust and convenience that can't be beat. Some recent favorites of mine have been the Cajun spiced salmon and shrimp with smoked Gouda collie grits and Creole gravy broccoli, and truffle butter filet mignon with potato leek mash and roasted carrots. Yes, Factor even has filet mignon. So good. And 39 grams of protein and just 10 grams of sugar. Eat smart with Factor. Get started at factormeals.com/timesuck50 off and use code timesuck50 off to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping. That's code timesuck50 off at factormeals.com/timesuck50 off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. And I'm back. And if you don't want to hear these ads, get the entire catalog ad-free and more by signing up to be a Space Lizard on Patreon for $5 a month. And now let's get into this crazy-ass Mooney timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-suck timeline.
Sun Myung Moon, born on January 6, 1920, in Pyongan, Pukto, in northwestern Korea. Kyung-Yoo Moon was his father, and Kyung-hee Kim his mother. And doing my best with these pronunciations. Some of them, by the way, very hard to track down. Some are names and minor towns and stuff. Making educated guesses based on the pronunciation of similar words. His birth name was Young Myung Moon, translating to shining dragon. And this will become a problem for him later in life because the dragon, sometimes seen as a symbol of Satan. Certain critics will later use his birth name to prove he was the Antichrist. I doubt it. Probably just a regular old grifter who ran a scam a lot better than most. He changed his name to Sun Myung Moon when he became an itinerant preacher. Before that, he was just a kid born into an interesting lineage. His paternal great-grandfather, Jong-ul, known as Sun Ok, who lived from 1841 to 1918, settled in Songsa-ri, where the majority of the 30 or so households there were of the Napyeong Moon clan. His extended family was prosperous, producing thousands of bushels of rice and providing hospitality to Koreans fleeing to Manchuria after their homes or land were confiscated by the Japanese occupiers who were in Korea. However, they fell on hard times after Moon's great uncle, Young Guk, convinced them to sell most of the family land under the guise of borrowing that money to invest in a coal mine. Then he donated the funds to the Korean provisional government in Shanghai. That motherfucker. How did they not kill him? What would you do if you sold your land to enter what was supposed to be a lucrative business deal with your uncle, and then he was like, surprise, I just gave your money away instead? Sun Moon's immediate family was able to retain 3 small plots of land, comparatively small, about 6 acres in total, near the main house, and eke out a modest living. I should add, sources in English covering Moon's early life are pretty slim. They're mainly limited to Moon's later, voluminous speeches, which provided material for his autobiography as a peace-loving global citizen. And that source is obviously pretty biased since he wrote it, and we know that he is for sure full of shit. I mean, he claimed he was God on earth. But we do know a couple things. We know that he was the second son in a farming family of 13 children, 8 of whom would survive to adulthood. And all these years into Time Suck, and hearing about how common child death was before we finally figured out how to vaccinate kids against various fatal and contagious diseases still shocks me. Nowadays in developed nations, it is unusual to have one of your kids die before they reach adulthood. But previous to the last, 8 or so years of human existence, it was weird not to have any kids die because people had so many kids and so many kids died. In the year 1800, more than a third of kids who survived childbirth still died by the age of 5 in the U.S., over 33%. In 2022, however, the global under 5 mortality rate had dropped to 1 in 27, less than 4%. Thank you, scientists. Back to Moon's family now. Though they were originally Confucianists, most sources say Sun's parents would convert to Presbyterianism when he was 10 years old, thanks to Sun's great uncle, that dipshit, Young Guk, who was a minister. It's that same idiot, who tricked his family into donating their fortune to the Korean government in exile. Not sure why they still trusted this guy. It's clearly pretty damn persuasive. Other sources say that the family's conversion was caused by faith healings of Sun Moon's elder sister and brother. Whatever the case, Sun Moon claimed he eagerly embraced his new religion. He later writes, I attended church faithfully, without ever missing a week. If I arrived at service even a little late, I would be so ashamed that I could not even raise my face. I don't know what I could have understood at such a young age to inspire me to be this way, but God was already a huge presence in my life. Protestant missionaries have been in Korea a long time. I mentioned that since the 1900s, or 19th century, excuse me. Some Koreans were especially drawn towards Christianity because of a social practice called the bone rank system. This system was strictly based on a person's hereditary bloodline, and there was very little chance of social mobility. It thus acted as a caste system. Right? A person's bone rank governed their official status, the level of authority they were permitted to wield, their marriage rights, even the color of the garments they were allowed to wear, and the maximum dimensions of their dwelling. Fuck. Imagine not being able to move into a bigger house, not because you can't afford it, but because your bone rank is too low. You also can't wear your favorite color. No blue for you. You got the wrong fucking bone rank. Overall, we are a pretty fucked up species. You look at all the ways we continually make life so much harder than it needs to be. The elite were divided into 3 bone rank classes. The holy bone class. I think all these people are like skeletons. There's the holy bone class, from which the sacred king sprang, the true bone class, or the upper aristocracy, and the head classes, which included all other members of the aristocracy. Christianity offered Koreans the promise that even if there was no equality here on earth, at least there would be in the next life. That's pretty depressing. Your life as a Christian will still be it'll still be a shit show here. You'll still be a lowly, bone ranking, piss poor peasant, but once you're dead, you can live like a king eternally. Promise, pinky swear. By the time the Reverend Moon's family converted to Presbyterianism in 1930, the economic hardship of a long ongoing Japanese occupation that had begun in 1910 was beyond evident. Nearly all Korean farmers were tenants. Although they were producing record amounts of rice, the overwhelming majority of it was exported to Japan, and the local populace often went hungry. Korea in the early 20th century was a terrible place for most people to live, at least for Koreans. Japanese nationals made up only about 5% of the workforce, but held almost all of the top industrial jobs. They outranked even the best of Korea's bone folks. Japanese firms owned 92% of Korea's working mines in 1932, for example, but it was Korean miners who toiled below ground and lived in unheated shacks above. Those Koreans fortunate enough to secure positions with the government were restricted only to low-level jobs. So adding Japanese occupation to an already demoralized population made life on Earth seem even more unfair, and a perfect afterlife that much more appealing. The promise of heaven and God's grace and love certainly appealed to young Sun Moon. As a boy, he sought religious knowledge on his own by going into the mountains alone to pray. Or maybe he never did that, and this is just some myth building he wrote about. Some personal tragedies may have also driven him towards the church. He was very young. He said he witnessed his great-grandfather's grave being removed, and the remains were exposed, and it filled him with, quote, shock and fear. He turned to the Bible for comfort. At the age of 15, 5 of his younger siblings all died in a single year. Sources don't say how, but I'm strongly assuming some outbreak of contagious disease. Around this time, Sun Moon became obsessed with the concept of evil, especially as it related to Japan's tyrannical rule. And he scoured the Bible for passages that explained why evil existed if God was all-powerful. Also did normal kid stuff. In his autobiography, Sun Moon recalled boyhood adventures where he would spend entire days in the hills and meadows around his home, wandering about in the forest, picking wild vegetables, climbing trees, studying birds, listening to insects, tending to the family cow, aggravating the family's hens, watching a mother pig give birth to piglets, catching eels in little water pools along a 3-mile path from his home to an inlet of the Yellow Sea. He would also write about helping his older brother run the farm, plowing rice paddies and fields, transplanting seedlings, fertilizing crops, which included breaking up solid excrement by hand into small pieces. That feels like some younger brother chores. I bet his older brother made him do all of the shit smashing. Okay, Sun Moon, I need to run this plow, drop some seeds into the ground. I'm gonna need you to find all the turds you can see. Just go look for turds and smush them up in your hands into really small pieces and stuff. Really get your fingers in there. Break it all up nice and good. And then you just laugh his ass off. Moon attended a traditional school in his village where he read the Analects of Confucius and the works of another prominent Chinese philosopher, Mencius. He was also taught how to write Chinese characters. The more he learned, the hungrier for education he became. I did believe that. This guy was no dumb. He longed to attend a formal school, so he and his cousin enrolled in the Unyong Institute to prepare to take an exam required for admission to the Osan School in Jeongju, the county seat 6 miles away, and he would get in. Osan was a nationalist school where Japanese language was not taught and speaking it was actually forbidden. Moon was an ardent student and skipped a grade. There he would learn about subjects that were otherwise forbidden in Korea. Korean script, geography, history, and mathematics. These were forbidden in most places because, Japan was trying to just erase Korean culture. But perhaps surprisingly, he disagreed with the no Japanese policy. He would later say, we had to know our enemy if we wanted to defeat them. He soon took another exam and entered the state-run Jeongju Public Normal School. He memorized the Japanese katakana and the hiragana alphabets before his first day. Then on Easter morning, 1936, when he was 16, Sun Moon supposedly had a vision. That's what he would later claim. Maybe he had a small stroke. Maybe he accidentally ate the wrong mushrooms. Or he 100% made all the shit up. He claimed he was on Mount Moon, praying all night, begging God in tears, Francis. And that as he prayed, Jesus appeared to him and explained that through humanity's unbelief, he had been unable to complete his mission. And that Sun Moon was now commissioned to finish the task he, Jesus, could not complete. Sun said he at first refused, but Jesus, was persuasive. I get it. Who's going to persuade you harder than Jesus? And eventually he agreed. And I'm going to say, get the fuck out of here. That's some seriously cocky shit to claim. To claim that Jesus not only appeared directly to you, but admitted privately to you that you kind of fucked up. And then begged you to do what he wasn't able to do as the Son of God. And on top of all that, you initially were like, nah. And then he had to really work, right, to get you to change your mind. Behold, Sun Moon, 'tis I, Jesus. Oh, wow. Jesus? This is incredible. I love you so much. Oh, thank you for sacrificing yourself to cleanse us all of our sins and save humanity. Yeah, about that. I've never said this before, but I didn't actually save humanity's souls. What? What are you saying, Jesus? I'm saying I fucked up, kid. I'm sorry. I shouldn't yell at you. I'm sad. Why are you sad, Jesus? Well, I'm sad, Sun Moon, because I let Father down. I was never supposed to be crucified. I was supposed to get married. That is how I was going to clean the stain of Eve's filthy pussy from humanity. Sorry for language again. But now that I'm dead, it's too late for me. Sun Moon, it's not too late for you. What are you saying, Jesus? I'm saying that God has been waiting almost 2,000 years since my mistake. To find a soul as pure as yours. To save this entire filthy world. Past, present, and future. I'm saying, I need a hero. Holding out for a hero till the end of the night. But he's gotta be strong, and he's gotta be fast, and he's gotta be fresh from the fire heat. What was that, Jesus? Oh, sorry, kid. I haven't been able to get that song out of my head. Wait till you hear it in 1984. Bonnie and Tyler's incredible. But right now, you have to save the world. I can't, Jesus. I'm too young. I'm not strong enough. Well, not yet, dummy, but when you're older. The Father doesn't need you to be strong. He just needs you to marry someone young, hot, and to pump out a lot of kids, and to take a lot of people's money, and then also have a lot of affairs and cheat on your taxes, make everyone worship you, live in fear and poverty, you live in comfort and luxury. Can you do that for us? For me, Jesus? For my father, Sun Moon? Yes, I can, Jesus. I can fix the mess you've made. Oh, that's great, Sun Moon! But don't ever say it that way again. You know how muscular and ripped I am. You've seen the pictures. I will fucking beat the shit out of you, brother. But I appreciate the sentiment. Something like that is, maybe what happened. Insanity. Sun Moon would write the following about his meeting. Early in my life, God called me for a mission as his instrument. I committed myself unyieldingly in pursuit of truth, searching the hills and valleys of the spiritual world. The time suddenly came to me when heaven opened up and I was privileged to communicate with Jesus Christ and the living God directly. Since then, I've received many astonishing revelations. Sun Moon continued to pray often, weeping as he did, which would actually later become the norm for prayer in the Unification Church. A lot of weeping. And that sounds absolutely terrible. Giant room full of grown-ups praying and weeping. I think I'd rather take my chances in a giant room full of clowns or wasps. Moon supposedly wept a lot, like the most anyone has literally ever wept. One day, allegedly, he wrote that water began to come through the ceiling of the family house on the first floor. So Sun Moon's dad went upstairs to investigate what was going on, found his son in his room, weeping copiously in prayer. His son was literally flooding the house with tears shed for God. That's what Moon claimed. And I'm going to call bullshit on this one too. This shit kills me. If you just apply the tiniest bit of critical thinking, not magical thinking, to this just one claim, you know he's full of shit. Right? With this one claim, you know this guy's a phony, full of shit dirtbag. Let me throw some tear stats at you. The average human produces 15 to 20 gallons of tears a year. That sounds like a lot, right? But it's not what you might think. That's not 15 to 20 gallons of tears running down your cheeks. It's just overall moisture created by glands above your eyes, almost all of which is reabsorbed by your body, draining into tiny holes in the corners of your eyelids, then emptying into your nose, where it is then reabsorbed or evaporates. But this motherfucker allegedly cried so much that apparently gallons were just like sprinkling out from his eyes onto the floor at a rate that caused the water, like so much water in his bedroom. He flooded his bedroom, and to the point that it leaked through the ceiling down into the first floor. If he could cry that much, why didn't he ever do anything like that on tape? I'd have someone record it. Why didn't he ever do anything miraculous in a place where it could be witnessed? I mean, well, because he's phony, and his religious teachings are all nothing but bullshit. During the summer following his Easter crying to the floor and ruining his family house never happened experience, after Jesus personally asked him to do what Jesus could do, that killed him. This guy undertook a pilgrimage around the country, which confirmed to him that Korea was a crucible of tears. And he redoubled his determination towards future work, as he would write in his autobiography. He didn't do that either. There's no way his parents would just let him wander around the entire country one summer while he's in high school. He testified to having more meetings with Jesus, and he started to separate himself from conventional religious practices and became more ardently anti-Japanese. You know, because Jesus fucking hates Japanese people. We all know that. 1938, when he's 18, on the day of his graduation from Jeongju Public Normal School, he delivered a student address in which he referred to each of the teachers by name, criticized them, and pointing out the problems in the way they ran the school. Or he never did that. Again, this is just according to him. I bet he didn't say shit. But he supposedly declared Japanese people should pack their bags as soon as possible and go back to Japan. And, quote, from that day, the Japanese police marked me as a person to be tracked and began watching me, making a nuisance of themselves. He would then continue on this strange, very brave and courageous path. From 1938 to 1941, Moon attended Gyeongsang Institute of Commerce and Industry, a school for boys, ran by a Japanese headmaster in Seoul, adopting the motto, before seeking to dominate the universe, first perfect your ability to dominate yourself. He ate 2 meals a day, lived in an unheated lodging, cut the hair of beggars under the Han River Bridge, and prayed for hours in his lodging and on a small hill nearby. I'm not sure how cutting the hair of beggars living under a bridge lines up with perfecting your ability to dominate yourself. Know thyself. Cut the hair of people sleeping under bridges. But that's what he said. He attended a Pentecostal church, and then He went to the Myeong-Sudae Worship Hall, the sole branch of the New Jesus Church. The Myeong-Sudae Worship Hall had been founded by the noted Korean mystic and revivalist Yong-do Lee, who was expelled from the Methodist Church in 1922 for being a fucking nut job, and Nam Ju Baek, who had been expelled from the Presbyterian Church for messianistic teachings. So that's cool. More dudes who think they're talking to God directly in a way the rest of us are not. Sun Moon served as a Sunday school teacher, taught Bible lessons, evangelized, witnessed a couple of other con artists he adored, be adored by the congregation, and thought, I can do that, and spoke to his peers about Korea as the second Israel. In 1941, he would begin studying at Waseda University in Japan. It's still there. Looks like a really nice school, actually, where he studied engineering. Feeling that he, quote, could not establish a new religious philosophy, without knowing modern engineering. I'm not sure how much sense that makes. He was twisting theology, not building a fucking bridge or making transistor radios. He traveled there under a Japanese name, Rumi Imoto, and while there, he would claim his religious studies were never far from his mind. I should hope not. I mean, he's talking to Jesus directly. He's trying to finish what JC started. He said he always had 3 Bibles, not 1 or 2, 3, open on his desk, always. 1 in Korean, 1 in Japanese, 1 in English. Pore over them, making notes in the margins, so the pages became difficult to read through the scribbles. Also researched books on religion, brought home philosophy books, argued with Korean communist students, and began organizing his ideas. He became active in the Korean student underground independence movement, which got him arrested multiple times. Due to the Second World War, Moon graduated 6 months early, September 30th, 1943. As an engineering graduate, the now 23-year-old was exempt from active military duty, but was required to find work with the company contributing to the war effort. Maybe that is the real reason. He studied engineering, so he wouldn't have to fight in war. That would track. I took a job back in Seoul, Korea in the electrical department with Kashimi Gumi Construction Company, and he got married. He married 17-year-old Choi Soon-kil on May 4th, 1944. In his autobiography, Moon notes that he married her because he came to feel intuitively that the time had come for me to marry. And I'm surprised he admitted to marrying her, considering what he does later. Other writers who have studied this guy say that one of the reasons Reverend Moon's first wife, Choi Soon-kil, accepted to be matched to him in December of 1943 was that he told her he was a graduate from the prestigious Waseda University. She likely thought he would have good prospects in electrical engineering, having no idea that he planned to dedicate his life to religion. They began married life in his boarding room at Husokdong, and Moon continued, it's a neighborhood, and Moon continued his church work with Myeong-Sudae Jesus Church. But soon things would change. In late 1944, Sun Moon was arrested after a friend from Waseda was accused of being a communist, and over the course of his interrogation mentioned that Sun Moon also was a communist. As a result, Moon was beaten while hung from the ceiling, then forced to swallow water until bloated while laying face up on the floor with police stomping on his stomach with military boots. That's what he would say. He was released in February of 1945. Japan's surrender marked the end of World War II later that year, August 15th, and it also marked the beginning of Sun Moon's public ministry. Over the next 9 years, when he wasn't imprisoned, he would seek to gain followings in Seoul, Pyongyang, and Busan. During this period, he only had marginal success in gaining following, but succeeded in consolidating his teachings and setting the foundations for what would later become the Unification Church. And his marginal success in gaining followers probably wasn't all his fault. After the war, Korean Christianity was weakened by rifts over Shinto shrine worship and rival political factions. With the whole country now allowed to worship, think, and speak as they pleased, South Korea, there was a lot of confusion and exploration going on. And power grabs for the authority that had once belonged to the Japanese were frequent. Sun Moon would make one of his own, or at least tried it. In late 1945, he connected with the Israel Monastery, an offshoot of the New Jesus Church. It was a small group that included among its congregation the wife of the owner of Korea's main daily newspaper, the Chosun Ilbo, and the wife of Lee Bomsak, who became South Korea's first prime minister in 1948. Apparently, they were not won over by him. In his autobiography, he would write that he made the decision to end the partnership, declaring, I had to go my own way. Or they didn't like him, didn't want shit to do with him, and booted him. Following this party, instead of courting a general following, he decided to turn to spiritual groups who expected God's return in the flesh. Find some fellow extremists. Of course, he is believing that he is God's return. But he wasn't telling anyone about that just yet because that would not be a good business move. Moon arrives in Pyongyang June 6, 1946. In his autobiography, he describes his departure from Seoul as a result of a sudden revelation. We ran out of rice in our home, so I set out for a community north of Seoul and just south of the 38th parallel to pick up some rice that had been purchased previously. On my way, though, I received a revelation that said, "Go across the 38th parallel. Find the people of God who are in the north." I immediately crossed the 38th parallel, headed for Pyongyang. It had been only a month since our first son was born. I was concerned for my wife. I knew she would be anxiously waiting for me, but there was no time for me to return home before going north. God's commands were very serious, and they must be followed without reservation or hesitation. He had to abandon his family, who were clearly hungry because he was going to get rice. It was God's will. God wanted his fucking family to starve. Don't judge him. And yes, he does have a kid now, a son, Sung Jin Moon. He will later divorce his wife and not be present in his son's life at all. God's will again, of course. I mean, God could have chosen, some other creation of his who didn't have to abandon his family, but why? Why do that? You can put some mother and her son through unnecessary trials and tribulations. He'll say later that churches in South Korea had turned his wife against him. As he explained it, she and her mother united in their opposition, saying, "Whoever says the Lord will come in the flesh is an enemy, the Antichrist." Apparently, Choi Soon-kil just didn't buy his bullshit. She didn't think her husband was the god of the flesh, and that's why they parted. It would now be more than 6 years before Sun Moon will see his wife and child again. In Pyongyang, he'll preach his word to whoever will listen, but the combination of aggressive tactics and noisy services leads to complaints. Communists are onto him. On August 11th, 1946, North Korean police take Moon into custody, charge him with being a spy from the South and using religion to deceive people. Nailed that second part. In prison, Moon met members of the Inside the Belly Church, Messianic sect, whose female leader's womb supposedly shook when receiving revelations, indicating that Christ would return in the flesh. Fuck's sake. Moon was released November 21st, 1946, nursed back to health by some followers he made before getting locked up. Ho Bin Ha, the Inside the Belly church leader, refused to disavow her revelations and later died in prison. Sounds like she wasn't actually a grifter. She was legitimately insane. Sun Moon got back to preaching, but a little more quietly. In 1947, he attempted without success to convert Yul Yong Pak, who referred to herself as the wife of Jehovah, and led another Messianic, there we go, group, called the Wilderness Church in Pyongyang. So there's all kinds of people going around pretending to be God. He also may have dabbled in a bit of blood sex magic around this time that was popular in these circles. Hail Lucifina. Critics claim that during this period and afterwards, Moon engaged in a practice called blood separation, or cleansing of the womb, a form of ritual sex alleged to be practiced by Korean Messianic sects in the 1940s and 1950s, where dudes would claim to fuck women's wombs clean, letting those clean weens do a little bit of the Lord's work, like a roto rooter for your uterus. What a world! Moon now getting a taste for all the hot ritualistic sex being a cult leader can get. Moon is arrested again February 22nd, 1948, charged with disrupting the social order. Tried on April 7th before both communist officials and Christian pastors. He mockingly asked questions about how he came to be here on Earth, and he is sentenced to 5 years in prison at the Hungnam labor camp. Moon arrives at the Hungnam labor camp May 20th, 1948. It was located on Korea's east coast to minimize escape attempts and visits from relatives of prisoners from western provinces. Hungnam's nitrogen fertilizer factory provided fertilizer to the Soviet Union in exchange for weaponry. Grouped into teams of 10, prisoners were required to fill 1,300 bags of ammonia sulfate daily, each weighing almost 90 pounds, from 60 feet high solidified mounds. The ammonium sulfate and the fertilizer burned the skin on his hands. Obviously, there was no gloves. Unsurprisingly, conditions were atrocious: starvation diets, unheated barracks, tattered clothing, lack of sanitation, rampant disease and death, and compulsory propaganda sessions. Then things would get worse. Following the outbreak of the Korean War, June 25th, 1950, massive sorties of B-29 bombers pounded Hungnam, the industrial complex there, in late July and early August. Moon survived a sea of fires and executions of prisoners. On October 13th, 1950, having previously retaken Pyongyang, the United Nations ground forces advanced on Hungnam. Guards abandoned their posts, the gate was left open. Moon noted at around 2 o'clock in the morning on the next day, I walked calmly out. He later claimed that he was slated to be executed on the day he would end up getting released, but no records speak to that fact. I'm guessing this is some more bullshit, some more myth building. Took Moon 10 days to make his way across the peninsula of Pyongyang. There, he would say he spent 40 days, did he spend exactly 40 days, counting Jesus, recovering and searching for members of his congregation, most of whom were scattered by the war or had lost confidence in him. During this period, the Chinese Red Army entered the war, began driving UN troops south, closing in on Pyongyang. The city was ablaze with ammunition dumps being exploded, and all kinds of stuff being burned. Orders came to evacuate, and on December 3rd, 1950, Moon departed with just one disciple from before he was sent to camp, Wan Pil Kim, and a follower from Hungnam, Chong Hua Pak. Abandoning the main roads, which were blocked by retreating troops and military equipment, they traveled by narrow paths and waded through abandoned rice fields. Making matters worse, Pak had previously sustained a broken leg, which required Moon and Kim to take turns pushing and pulling him on a bicycle. Staying in abandoned houses, scavenging for food, they made it to Seoul, December 25th, 1950, Christmas Day. It's there, a little bit of time to rest. Chinese and North Korean armies were approaching now. Moon, Kim, and Pak continued their journey south, careful to avoid village patrols searching for communist infiltrators. Pak, who had almost recovered, accepted an offer to stay in Gyeongju. Moon and Kim continued, traveling the last 20 or so miles by train from Ulsan to Busan at the southeastern tip of the Korean peninsula. As there wasn't any room in the passenger coaches, they rode up front, claiming to cling to the front of the engine. The warmth of the steam engine supposedly scorching their backs, and freezing wind was in their faces. They arrived at Choryong Station in Busan, cold and hungry, January 27, 1951. Just a few weeks earlier, Sun Moon had turned 31. Busan, he was effectively a refugee, struggling to find food and shelter. Moon worked on the docks for a little while. Later in 1951, he moved to a hillside district on the edge of the city, where he and Kim constructed a primitive hut with the roof literally made out of cardboard boxes. Moon would later describe it as, quote, the worst house in Busan. Well, what about his wife and son? Is he desperately trying to find them, reconnect, make sure they're okay? No. One evangelist, a woman who became his first new convert, later remembered her reaction on visiting his cardboard house. I thought that if anybody had to live in such a house, he would be filled with resentment for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, it was there that Moon completed the original text of the Divine Principle. He began working on the text in May of 1951, but the laborers' quarters where he was staying were loud, not conducive to writing. He undertook the task seriously, finished the manuscript May 10th, 1952, despite the noise, despite the cardboard. The manuscript's organization, particularly its later published version, greatly resembled another book, The Fundamental Principle, a religious text written by Bok Myun Kim, the leader of the Israel monastery, where Moon had served for 6 months. That book would be published in 1958. So, did Moon plagiarize that book? Yeah, probably. However, teachings of messianic spirit-led groups in the 1930s and 1940s in Korea were pretty similar across the board, and these new books came out of those. They taught that the Lord would return to Korea as a man in the flesh, that original sin was fornication, that Jesus should not have been crucified, and that the returning Lord would establish a new blood lineage. So most of Moon's teachings were not unique. Right? This guy was a hack on top of being a economist. On the day that he finished his manuscript, Moon declared that the time had come for him to now evangelize his new religion, and so he began. Converting followers would be a slow-going affair for the first few years. Curious people made the trek up the hillside to hear the young man making preposterous claims, but after they would leave, a few would return. Still, Moon was able to reunite with several grandmothers who had been with his ministry in Pyongyang, a classmate from his student days in Japan, and the daughter of his former landlord in Seoul. Hyun Shil Hong, the evangelist who visited his hut, became a follower, as did Johan Lee, a former Presbyterian minister. A turning point of the formation of the Unification Church came with the signing of the Korean Armistice, July 27, 1953. Despite the war's lingering effects, the end of hostilities introduced a feeling of optimism, which benefited his tiny group. A week before the signing, Moon sent Hyun Shil Hong to Daegu, 60 miles to the north of Busan. He sent Johan Lee to join her in August. They were able to establish a beachhead, and on September 17, 1953, Moon moves to Seoul. Hyo Wan Yu, who later became the Unification Church president, and 3 of his brothers joined Moon's group in Busan. And Song Chul Kim, a South Korean government official, became a member in Daegu, both joining Moon in Seoul. Suddenly, his little group, not as little. But now Moon is facing some new problems. His group is pursued by opposition from Christian churches and the family members of converts who claim that Moon is a heretic who is practicing a made-up bullshit religion and brainwashing people. There was 1 month in Daegu in which Moon had to move 13 times to hide from what he called critics or people, justifiably mad that he was grifting their grandparents or some shit. In March of 1953, Moon formally changed his name from Young Young to Sun Myung because Christians were using the name Young, which means dragon. As evidence that Moon was the Antichrist. And Sun Moon, just kind of has a nice ring to it. Then on a cold, windy day in November of 1952, his wife and now 6.5-year-old son arrived at the door of his little cardboard hut. Actually, this is not the cardboard hut. This is his new hut. This is a slightly better hut. She had acquired directions from one of Moon's cousins while working in the Busan International Market, and Moon, not happy to see her. That shitty fucking weasel was hiding from his wife and son, shirking his responsibilities in true cult leader scumbag fashion. And now before we see how Sun Moon treats his wife and child, and we witness his meteoric rise as a cult leader, time for today's second of 2 mid-show sponsor breaks. Are you ready for Valentine's Day? More importantly, are you ready for Valentine's night? Every Valentine's Day needs a Valentine's night, and MeUndies is your perfect thirst trap to get the mood right. Choose from tons of awesome Valentine's Day prints and styles, and match undies with your special someone for an extra special holiday treat. From all black classics to fun, expressive prints, MeUndies has a look for everyone, and their signature fabric is as soft as a warm hug from your favorite sweater. It's breathable, stretchy, oh so comfy, making it ideal for all-day wear. Want to be my MeUndies buddy? I just got the Love You a Latte print. It makes me feel good, so soft, and it makes Lindsay laugh because it's adorable. Sometimes what starts off as laughter leads to an even better kind of fun. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/timesuck. Enter promo code TIMESUCK. That's MeUndies.com/timesuck, code TIMESUCK for 20% off plus free shipping. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. It's always nice to keep your money where you can see it, isn't it? Unfortunately, traditional big wireless carriers also seem to like keeping your money. Can you blame them? No. But you can leave them. If you're tired of crazy high wireless bills, bogus fees, and quote-unquote free perks that actually cost more in the long run, switch to Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile offers premium plans starting at $15 per month with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network. Plus, you can keep your phone and number along with all your contacts. So easy. I've been saving over $50 a month for a few years now, a couple $1,000 saved, and I gave up nothing. Same unlimited data, same coverage. Same phone with all the same contacts. Mint Mobile has made it so easy for me to just save money month after month after month. If you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/timesuck. That's mintmobile.com/timesuck. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month 5GB plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. Everyone who's ever done stand-up comedy knows, not every joke delivers. I've bombed so hard a few times out on tour over the years that the club owners thought I was actually trying to not be funny. I wasn't. Ouch. Luckily, Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better designed shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. Their razors are equipped with German-engineered blades, crafted in their own factory, and designed to stay sharp longer. Harry's has the highest customer satisfaction in the shaving industry, plus a no-risk trial. Don't like your shave? No worries. It's on them. And they make a lot more than razors. I love their anti-perspirant, one of the very, very few brands out there that doesn't irritate my skin, but also controls my BO. Try the redwood or the stone scent, my two faves. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/timesuck. That's harrys.com/timesuck for a $3 trial set. Thanks for sticking around. Now we start to truly get culty with all this as we see what Choi Soon-kil learns about the husband who had abandoned her. Choi Soon-kil neither understood nor accepted Moon's new ministry. Also upset that Moon could not provide for her with her son, but she still moves in. And she curses out Moon and his followers, several times. And has good reason. Right? On one occasion, one follower would claim she found Moon doing what was called picarum sex with two young women at the church in Seoul. As defined by British religious scholar George Prosecutors, this practice consists of, quote, a female neophyte engaging in ritual sexual intercourse with the messianic leader of the movement in order to restore, either literally or symbolically, the sexual purity of the woman. Yeah, that's how you get to be a virgin again. You have the co-leader fucking. Why? All around the world, every generation, people fall for this kind of stupid shit. If I was a sociopath and just didn't have a conscience at all or cared about anyone other than myself, maybe I'd stop podcasting and just become a co-leader. Memorize a bunch of scripture, twist it to serve my dark, selfish purposes, and con people out of their money and have a ton of cult sex. No one has magical answers. No one. We're all just guessing at best what happens when we die and how to earn favor from God or the gods or nature while we're still alive. There's never a good reason related to salvation or the attainment of holy favor or secret knowledge to literally let somebody fuck you. So don't get fucked. Need sex. Nimrod does not approve this. After catching him do this shit, after catching him fuck some follower, Choi Soon-kil smashes up Moon's church sign with a baseball bat. Not long after this, Moon sneaks off and to Seoul. He's kind of going back and forth between Seoul and Busan. He sneaks off to Seoul, and his wife and son remain in Busan. So he abandons them once again. He and a handful of followers now move into a ramshackle house with two tiny rooms and a small kitchen that'll come to be known as the House of Three Doors. And not long after moving into this house, more reports of sexual abuse in the Unification Church spread around regarding these sexual rituals. Some followers claim that the name House of Three Doors had a different meaning. Some former followers now, we'll say this later. Rumored that the first door was where you took off your jacket, the second door, your outer clothing, and the third door where you took off your underwear to prepare for getting your womb cleansed. Some young Moon loved to wash up women's butts, really clean them, really shine them up all nice like. Leave no crevice dirty and untouched in this three-door house. There was even a story of a woman who went to his church wearing no fewer than 7 layers of clothing, hoping to thwart attempts to undress and cleanse her. In 2013, Annie Choi, a soft-spoken 77-year-old Korean woman with ruddy cheeks and thick silver hair, would allege that she was one of the women who engaged in numerous sexual rituals with some involving as many as 6 women with orgies, beginning when she was 17 with Moon and others. This dude loves a 17-year-old, by the way. His first wife, 17, when he married her. Next wife will also be 17. Like a true co-leader, he likes his women young and unsure of the world, right? Supple breasts and even more supple minds ready to be bent to his will. She claimed she became pregnant with a child, but that the world never found out until 2013, thanks to Bo Hai-pak, Moon's second in command, who had his wife stuff her midsection with cloth diapers and pretend she was pregnant, at the same time that Annie was pregnant. When the time came for Annie to give birth, Pak passed her off as his wife at the hospital. The following day, he allegedly dropped her off at an empty apartment and took the baby back to his home. Holy shit. Back to Moon. He would soon start to formalize his new ministry. Some young Moon and 4 followers founded the Holy Spirit Association for the Unification of World Christianity in Seoul in 1954. And immediately they ran into some problems. Setting up a separate organization ran counter to Moon's initial vision of uniting all of Christianity and the world's religions. In his autobiography, he refutes the idea that he ever wanted to found a new church. He wrote it was necessary to hang out a church sign, but in my heart, I was ready to take it down at any time. As soon as a person hangs a sign that says church, he is making a distinction between church and not church. Taking something that is one and dividing it into 2 is not right. This was not my dream. It is not the path I chose to travel. But it was what I had to do, get more money in my pocket, and get more young pussy more often. So, fuck it. I gets me a church. Something like that, probably would have done. May 2nd, 1954, Moon shared a plan of world domination with his handful of followers. According to one document, its objectives were to unite all the scattered Christian denominations throughout the world without initiating a new Christian denomination, and based on the unification of world Christianity, to bring unity among all past and present major religions to build the kingdom of heaven on earth. So he wants to take over the world, absorb all religions into one where he is God on earth. Got it. They hung a sign the next day outside the house of three doors. Now Moon would begin a different strategy. His idea of getting followers from other Christian leaders' denominations, who he called first-generation Christians, wasn't working. Instead, he now decided to focus on who he called second-generation Christians, aka the unconverted. He decides to hold lectures on college campuses, first at Iowa Women's University, of course, and also at Yonsei University, then a Christian school. And of course he chooses a women's university as one of the first places to recruit, and then also a co-ed Christian school. He's a 34-year-old dude who just wants to prey on and fuck college girls. To give his campus talks, he needed to adapt his handwritten principle text into a 3-day cycle of lectures, which his underlings immediately did for him. They also started to court some members of the faculty at these campuses. Young Yoon, a professor of music at Iowa, joined in April of 1954. 6 months later, offered home for lectures. Chung Hwa Yan, Iowa's dormitory master, Won Pak Choi, dean of students of the Faculty of Law and Political Science, and Young Sun Kim, a professor of religion, all joined and began to actively recruit for this church or cult. Soon there were 400 students regularly coming to services, and some began to join the church as well. Others would come out against the Unification Church. In December of 1954, a university pastor preached against the UC, stating, "These days, a heretic sect, so-called Holy Spirit Association, is running wild like a ghost. Regrettably, some 20 students at Iowa have been infected by it, and even come to a point of abandoning their school. The 3 professors who had gone there to rescue them also got infected. How lamentable." The Iowa administration acted decisively, firing 5 professors and expelling 14 students, all of whom refused to disaffiliate from the UC. Yonsei fired 1 professor, expelled 2 students. Students went to newspapers arguing they were victims of religious discrimination. Opponents effectively countered this by branding the UC as a sex cult, spreading rumors, or probably truths, that members danced in the nude and participated in sex ritual orgies. Cult. We're having some fun. Officials at Iowa had close connections with the South Korean government, and on July 4th, 1955, police raided the cult, arresting Moon and 4 other leaders. Moon was charged with draft evasion during the Korean War, sounds right, and with the unlawful detention of students. He was convicted of the former, sentenced to 2 years in prison. According to one of the Iowa students, Christians come in droves to watch his trial, and Moon is subjected to jeering and mockery, as he had been in Pyongyang. The draft evasion conviction did not stand, as Moon was already beyond the age of compulsory military service at the time of the Korean War. Nevertheless, he will serve 3 months at Sodamum prison in Seoul before his conviction is overturned, and then released October 4th, 1955. And then his fledgling Unification Church sadly rebounds pretty quick. A year after Moon was released from prison, the group had 400 members. On October 7th, 1955, 3 days after Moon's release from prison, the UC purchased its first building. It took out a loan of 2 million won and purchased a house on a hillside in Seoul that had been vacant since the Japanese left, making it a so-called enemy property. Got it for a deal. Moon worked with church members to repair, scrub off the dirt for days, exposing a Japanese-style temple with a moderately large hall, meeting, and sleeping rooms. It would serve as the UC headquarters for the next 2 decades, delivering regular worship services at 5 a.m., 11 a.m., evenings on Sundays, and evenings on Wednesdays. There would also be daily lectures and a magazine printed there called the Songhua. In August of 1957, the UC published Explanation of the Principle. The text enabled followers to better comprehend and articulate church teachings. The UC also implemented semi-annual examinations of its contents and developed training sessions for leaders. So they're really organized. Things are looking good for Moon professionally. Not as much personally. Right back in 1955, he had agreed to a divorce, which had been demanded by his wife and her family. According to Moon, she subjected members to horrible abuse, storming into the church at all hours to curse them, destroy church property, take items belonging to the church, even throwing water containing human feces at members. And all this discord undercut the very things Moon was trying to teach, like getting into new put. So he simply adapted his teachings. Moon taught that Jesus, as the second Adam, needed to take a bride as the second Eve so they could together serve as the true parents to humanity. He believed he inherited that role, but his romantic relationship since his divorce had not been conventional. He had started seeing a woman named Myung-hee Kim, but they were not legally married when she gave birth to a son of his, Her Jin Moon, on August 17, 1955. Moon would recognize the son as his own, but also quickly abandoned him. Because how this relationship would look to people skeptical of a new Christian leader, he abandons his second child and second mother of his child. Then on April 11th, 1960, when Sun Moon is 40, he marries Hak Jahan, another 17-year-old. This righteous patriarch, this messiah, God in the flesh, marries a 17-year-old schoolgirl. This was a shock to many in the UC, particularly other older women who had viewed themselves as potential marriage candidates. But come on, wake up. The fucking bikes are too old, right? The tires are flat. The chains are rusty. And being full adults, you got fully developed minds, which will surely resist submission much more than a child. Sun Moon wanted someone young and impressionable. Given his previous marital experience, Moon's primary concern was that his wife should accept his mission. Hak Jahan had been raised by a single mother, Snohomish, from the north, who was successively a member of the New Jesus Church, the Holy Lord Church, the Inside the Belly, what the fuck is going on with those crazies church? All forerunners to the UC. So her mom was like a cult groupie, just bounced from one cult to the next, doing whatever the current cult leader told her to do. That's how she's raised. This kid was raised to be handed over to somebody like Sun Young Moon. Hak Jahan later wrote, "I was molded from my conception to be the true mother who would devote her life to God's purposes." Right? She'd been primed to accept Moon's teachings essentially since birth. Moon would make a point of telling followers that the fact that she was only 17 did not bother him. Of course not. Come on, he's a fucking pervert, predator, like 99% of co-leaders. Moon teaches followers that youth did not need to be a barrier to marriage. Like a true pedo. He wrote, "If there's grass on the playing field, yeah, fuck that pussy." That's actually kind of what he wrote. He just made it sound more eloquent. He wrote, "As soon as you notice your child is an adolescent and aware of sex, they are blessed in marriage." Fucking boom! Why should they fall? God or heaven is responsible to each person on earth to feed, to educate, and to marry. Nowadays, people work hard and yet do not have enough food. People are ready to marry, but they cannot. Why should someone be left after one has started to have the impulse of love? It is the parent's responsibility to determine the proper time. It makes it seem like, as an older guy praying on a team, you're doing them a favor. Come on, you're saving their soul. Sun Moon met with the daughter and mother for 9 hours, February 26, 1960. An engagement ceremony followed at the UC headquarters, at the main church, March 27th, and then a wedding on April 11th. And then they would not wait for 3 years to have sex. Now, he started fucking his teen bride immediately. And he also essentially imprisoned her. Moon's wedding would be referred to as the marriage supper of the Lamb. Oh, how cool. He claimed that their union marked the beginning of the completed Testament era, in which Moon would reverse the fall of man by making his wife pay penance for Eve's sins. For the first 3 years of their marriage, while he lived normally, he stashed Hak Jahan in a rented room, kept her in bitter poverty, and forbid her from ever seeing her family. Cult. He's living in a much nicer place in this time. He said the goal of all this is to rid her of her Eve-like defiance and cultivate, quote, absolute obedience. You know, he's not even hiding it, so that she could bear children free from original sin. Fucking submit, lady. Let's see if I can trick Lindsay into living in the shed this summer. She can come inside when she's ready to submit, and not before. I probably won't. The goal was clearly to crush her spirit, right? To brainwash her, to turn her into his teenage fuck toy and broodmare. By the winter of 1960-1961, early in Hak Jahan's captivity, the first of their perfect children had arrived. Now Sun Moon would have another new idea. During the 1950s, the UC's focus was entirely religious. In the 1960s, it became a more broadly based movement, incorporating economic, cultural, and educational components with the church as its core. It became more of a healthier cult, right? A bigger cult built for explosive wealth attainment and growth, at least for the leaders. How did Sun Moon blend these cultural elements with a religious underpinning? With his marriage blessings. A week after his own marriage, the Reverend Moon joined his 3 closest disciples in marriage to church women he had selected as brides for them. Guessing those women would also probably be described as girls through their ages. Maybe not. He would bless 33 couples the following year. Ceremonies included elaborate ritual elements, notably the reception of holy wine, which was understood to cleanse partakers of original sin. Moon matched to bless 72 couples in 1962, 124 in 1963, 430 in 1968. We don't have numbers for each year. 777 in 1970, and then way more after that. Is blessed a nice word for trafficked here? He trafficked a bunch of teens to older men. That's probably what he did. He wouldn't stop at marriage blessings. Indeed, if you can make it one elaborate ritual, why stop? Why not make it more? Make a whole calendar. The UC did develop a ritual calendar, which established 4 major holy days. Cult. There was Parents' Day, Children's Day, Day of All Things, and God's Day, which was, of course, Someone's Day. They also published Divine Principle in 1966 for wide release. It was the group's official text now, and they would translate it into English in 1973. Back in the 60s, Moon's new church started making some real money. The Korean UC had been impoverished during the 1950s. The only organized economic activities of note were the reselling of canceled postage stamps and the sale of hand-tinted black and white photographs of famous places or popular entertainment personalities, like touristy shit. But then by 1962, some sources say, as early as 1959 actually, the UC purchased an abandoned lathe used by the Japanese during their occupation, placed it in a storage room, and called it Tonil Industries. It would later become the Tonil Group. This was their first company, technically. And they're still around. Check out this creepy promotional video for English-speaking markets, released in 2019. They still sound culty.
We are creating peace for everyone to enjoy together. Leave the city behind and spend some time in nature.
Okay, come to the compound.
Live a healthier life today as you prepare for tomorrow. We want to give you and the people in your life a comfortable place full of hope.
This is from their YouTube channel.
Community Group is pursuing a harmonious community for humanity with mutual prosperity, interdependence, and shared compassion.
So dramatic.
Peace Pioneers, Unit Group.
And all the pictures they were showing behind that music are just like of people working at this huge industrial complex, like way out in the woods, where they were making peace, of course. Oh, how fun! Who doesn't want to go work for a company that makes peace and builds mutual prosperity and shit? This business would be far from their last. The following year, the UC launched its first boat, christened Victory of Heaven. They did a lot of fishing, the fishing industry, machine tool production, and fishing became the first 2 staples of the church's economic enterprises. By 1972, the UC had even established a pharmaceutical company specializing in the production of ginseng. They owned 2 titanium factories. They owned other factories that produced paints and coating materials. They somehow obtained a tax exemption for their manufacture of Yiwa air rifles designed for hunting birds and small animals. Craziest of all, Tonil Industries will even become a South Korean defense contractor, a military defense contractor. In addition, the UC acquired real estate, notably acreage bordering Chongpyeong Lake, northeast of Seoul, where Moon envisioned the eventual creation of a model international village. Also, they got land on Yodo Island, Seoul, which later becomes South Korea's administrative and financial center. This is where he envisioned the future site of the Unification Church World Headquarters to be. So he got some very valuable real estate. And where did the seed money for all this real estate come from? Well, from donations from members, of course. And just because they're now making a lot of money from various businesses, they don't stop taking donations from members. They take more donations now. Members will reportedly end up giving this church billions and billions of dollars. We don't know how much, but many billions. Not millions, billions. Simultaneously, Sun Moon was starting many public-facing initiatives to make his church look better. Like they're very humanitarian, very philanthropic. 1962, Moon founded the Little Angels, a Korean children's dance troupe that still exists, as a way of introducing Korean culture overseas. Led by Bo Hai Pak, an early missionary to the U.S., the troupe would obtain financial backing from none other than Lilla Wallace, the founder of Reader's Digest. By 1971, the Little Angels had performed on U.S. national television at the Mexico Olympic Games, the Nixon White House, and in a Royal Command performance before Britain's Queen Elizabeth II. That's cool. I wonder how many of those Little Angels went on to become teen brides, highly pressured to become completely obedient fucktoys for their husband masters. Backing up a few years, in 1966, the church established the Collegiate Association for the Research of Principles, CARP. Too bad I couldn't make crap. In 1966, and then the International Federation for Victory Over Communism in 1968. Sounds cool. So many companies and associations, so many places to hide money and avoid paying taxes on that money. What a lot of their critics would claim this is all about. Following the infiltration of 31 armed North Korean commandos into South Korea bent on assassinating the South Korean president, Unification VOC lectures will even conduct trainings for police and municipal officials to keep South Korea safe. So they're getting, their tentacles in all sorts of government officials or, government areas. Unification Church now closely connected to the South Korean government. And with all of this, Sun Moon Star right shoots higher than ever, and people either overlook or don't care about his shady past. Back in 1965, Moon describes how he envisions his group, well, reforming all of society. He says, "We would like to see a boarding house for the children of our members, where some responsible persons could raise them and educate them at least for a few years. This would release you for your necessary witnessing," doing missionary work. "We have people in our group who are well qualified and willing to conduct such a boarding house and school. This is in the future where we have more money to support such a house and the children. It will be very good for the children, good for the parents, and very good for the movement. No one can enter the kingdom of heaven as an individual, but only as a family. No one can enter the kingdom of heaven as an individual." Holy shit, that is a culty thing to explicitly state. You cannot get in without us. And also, give us your fucking kids. We want to start brainwashing them as early as possible. We would like to raise them, not you. And I guess a lot of proper religions do versions of this as well. From the believer's perspective, I can understand the logic of wanting to raise children in the faith. From a non-believer's perspective, it comes across as just indoctrinating people before they're old enough to decide for themselves, if they feel called to the faith or not. It's all, planting these emotional seeds in their heads that will call and, pry at them later. Moon urged his disciples to find people who have the wealth to help us finance such a school. Seen that exact move so many times before. Go get us some money. Go prey on some rich people. With these new ideas, the UC was sufficiently developed for Moon to embark on world tours to spread his faith in 1965 and 1969. Just before dawn on February 12th, 1965, Sun Myung Moon shuffled off a plane at San Francisco International Airport carrying a suitcase of Korean soil. Literally was carrying a suitcase full of dirt. As God willed him to carry. You simply cannot grow your religion overseas unless you first bring over some magic dirt to nourish your new souls in. Definitely wasn't doing this for any showmanship, dramatic, or theatrical reasons. No way. No, he's a great guy. He's a holy man. His disciples later drove him to the hills overlooking the city of San Francisco as a strong wind blew. The wiry 44-year-old buried a clump of his precious Korean soil and declared that spot holy ground, quote, "a place where you can come to pray and not be bothered by Satan." Oh, fuck yeah, that's how you get rid of Satan, with the right dirt. Get out here, devil. Come on, get. Not here. Not today. Not with my dirt. Your dominion is lost, Beelzebub. I see your evil powers, and I defend this land from them with my magic Korean soul shield.
By the power of Grayskull.
I have the magic dirt! Moon spent the next month touring the continental U.S. in a blue Plymouth Fury station wagon. All told, he and his followers staked out 55 plots of holy ground. A little bit of that magic dirt on each spot. I fucking hate these guys, including one in front of the White House. While Sun Moon was excited to conquer America with his soil sorcery. The country most wanted to establish a thriving mission. The country he most wanted to establish a thriving mission, might surprise you, and that would be Japan. Several attempts to establish his church in Japan had failed prior to the work of Bong Chun-choi, who successfully established Unification Church in Japan in 1958. Would lead the church there until 1964, when he was taken away by immigration service officials and deported. Known as Reverend Nishikawa there, he was raised in Japan from the age of 2 through his college years, repatriated to Korea only after the Second World War. There he converted to Christianity, smuggled himself back into Japan, and entered a Christian holiness theological seminary. He then converted to the Unification Church in 1957. Obtaining approval from Moon, Choi again smuggled himself into Japan, was arrested by port authorities near Hiroshima, June 21st, 1958. He then fasted to make himself appear sick, very clever, then escaped to Tokyo from a sanatorium where he'd been sent, then founded the first UC outpost on the second floor of a watch shop, October 12, 1959. Choi didn't have much luck recruiting until he met Michiko Matsumoto in April of 1960, a Korean Christian whose Japanese husband had died. She became a very devoted disciple. With her help, the Unification Church in Japan would spread like wildfire. A big breakthrough occurred in 1962 when 40 young leaders of a neo-Buddhist sect converted. These converts quickly moved into UC properties where everyone lived and worked communally as newspaper, magazine, bottle, and old clothing collectors who then resold that shit to junk dealers. Then soon there were enough members for the church to become highly organized. Japan was then divided into 11 districts, which in turn were separated into prefectural churches. There were 36 churches by 1966. The headquarters in Tokyo was organized into bureaus, departments, divisions, committees. There was also a systematic training program, since many of the converts were also students, always focusing on the students, right? Young, curious minds seeking their path in life, strongly assuming that male church leaders were a little harder to persuade hot college girls to join their cause, that they could then use to recruit disillusioned, middle-aged, or elderly folks. Also, Moon, as much as I hate to say it, had a very impressive business mind. But he's not fucking around. He's incredibly organized, methodical, entrepreneurial. The UC put a ton of effort into week-long recruiting festivals that would take place on or near Japanese college campuses. According to a 1966 report, the UC's national student movement, later known as the Collegiate Association for the Research of Principles, right, CARP, I mentioned them earlier, comprised approximately 350 active members in 60 universities throughout Japan. Then after 1966, the Japanese UC faced 3 decades of escalating opposition. However, they also made a fuckload of money in Japan during that time and gained hundreds of thousands of followers. Also, pissed a lot of people off. The backlash truly began in 1967 with an article in Asahi Shimbun, one of Japan's most influential newspapers at that time, titled "The Religion That Makes Parents Weep." Fueled by deep-rooted suspicion or even shame of anything closely connected to Korea, families of converts were particularly concerned because, unlike other Japanese new religions, the UC removed young adults from their jobs, from their colleges, from families, right? Because they're a fucking cult. Routinely sent them overseas as missionaries to further separate them from their prior social circle, and selected marriage partners, regardless of family preference, right? Total control, right? They should have been concerned. Organization shady as fuck, like a true cult, right? They did all this separation and isolation. The first significant anti-UC organization, Parents of Victims of the Unification Association, coalesced, and UC members were subjected to forced confinements in mental hospitals. In the 1970s, the UC would find itself banished from numerous college campuses in Japan. During that same period, anti-UC parent groups invoked brainwashing theories, and adherents continued to be committed to mental hospitals or confined to makeshift cells in parents' or relatives' homes for cult deprogramming. They tried to stop the spread of the shit. Despite those measures, the Japanese UC would still grow, and money they made would be funneled into the next expansion area for the church, which was the United States. The UC had actually begun its first missions to the U.S. years earlier in 1959 with missionaries that headed out to the Pacific Northwest. Young Un Kim, one of the Ewha University professors who converted in 1955, was the first to arrive in the U.S. in Eugene, Oregon, January of 1959. She would incorporate the church as a California corporation on September 18, 1961, in an effort to stabilize her residency status in the U.S. 4 years later, 1965, repeal of the Asian Exclusion Act that severely restricted Asian immigration to the U.S. significantly aided the Moonies, aided the admission of Koreans and all Asians to the U.S. David Kim was the next Moonie to arrive in Portland, Oregon in September. Bo Hai Pak, organizer of the Little Angels dance troupe and a military officer, arrived in 1961, serving as assistant military attaché at the Korean embassy in Washington, D.C. They got connections to the South Korean government, used those to connect themselves to the U.S. government. And Song Ik Papasan Choi, who had successfully established the UCM in Japan, was the last of the original missionaries arriving in San Francisco in late 1965. All these people would work tirelessly to set up churches, foundations, associations, some of which claimed to be about Korean heritage or freedom from communism, and they would set up elaborate tours of the country to, evangelize. Papasan Choi even tapped into the communal ethos and utopian idealism of the 1960s, fashioning a communitarian experiment in San Francisco that included an international ideal city project on 600 acres in Mendocino County. Man, 600 acres in Mendocino County. That's worth a lot of money. Clearly, they're taking their new followers for all they're worth, getting plenty of wealthy recruits, trying to set up compounds. However, as things are ramping up in Japan, core membership of their separately incorporated groups in the U.S. stood at only around 300 after more than a decade of effort. Soon, during the 1970s, a time and place we know so well here in Suppers, due to this decade being quite the cult incubator, their growth will accelerate rapidly. Alienated youth, right? Disillusioned with American society, political protests, the drug culture of the 60s, the Vietnam War. All of this contribute to a broad group of religious seekers who join the UC. The UC takes advantage of the market opportunity by transforming itself from loosely organized, low-impact missionary groups into unified, tightly organized, high-demand new religious movements. In 1971, eager to take advantage of this new cultural shift, Sun Moon moves himself and his family to the U.S. for their primary residence, though he will remain a citizen of the Republic of Korea. He settles with his growing family into this big fucking mansion in the quaint village of Tarrytown, New York, in the Hudson River Valley. In 1972, he purchases a mansion on 22 acres in Westchester County for $850,000. That slimy fuck is making so much money. I tried to figure out how much this property is worth today, and I can't find information for the specific address of this property, which is 723 South Broadway, Tarrytown. But looking at the value of comparable estates in the area that are either up for sale or have sold recently, this property, known as the Belvedere Estate, it's got to be worth at least $25 million, and probably close to 30 or 35 million. The Belvedere Estate is one of the area's architectural gems. The stucco mansion was built in 1920 with 16 bedrooms, 6 large public rooms for living and dining, 10 full bathrooms, a commercial-sized kitchen, and a full basement. The mansion looks out over these massive rolling lawns, ancient trees, an artificial 1-acre pond, complete with a wooden bridge and a waterfall. There was, probably still is, this huge swimming pool, tennis courts, breathtaking views of the Hudson River from the quarry-tiled second-floor sun deck. 5 other buildings stood and likely still stand on the property, including the carriage house that was only slightly smaller than the fucking mansion, with 10 bedrooms there, 3 full bathrooms, 10 public rooms. There's a 5-bedroom wood frame cottage. It was built back in 1735. There's a gardener's cottage, an artist studio, a recreation building, a 4,000 square foot garage, and 3 large greenhouses. This property has its own fucking website, thebelvedereestate.com. Looks like today it's getting rented out for super expensive weddings, big corporate retreats, etc. And just a year after he used his followers' money to buy that property, Moon purchases a second 18-acre estate not far from Belvedere for another $566,000. This is another property easily worth above $20 million today. The centerpiece of this property, a 3-story brick mansion with 12 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, a living room, dining room, a den, a kitchen, an enormous tiled solarium on the west side of the house. Moon christens this place East Garden, and this is where he and his family will take up residence and will live for decades. This will be their headquarters. Several additional small buildings dot the rustic East Garden estate overlooking the Hudson River. There's a security booth guarding an entrance on Sunnyside Lane. Nearby is a gatehouse with 2 bedrooms, bathroom, living room, kitchen, plus a small basement. Just up the hill from the mansion, another lovely stone house with two bedrooms, a bathroom, living room, dining room, den, kitchen, called the Cottage House. Motherfucker truly has a cult compound now. A little country inside a country where he reigns as king. 1973, the Unification Church now publishes the Divine Principle in English for the first time. Pretty much declares Sun Moon as the Messiah. With the fullness of time, God has sent his messenger to resolve the fundamental questions of life and the universe. His name is Sun Myung Moon. For many decades, he wandered in a vast spiritual world in search of the ultimate truth. On this path, he endured suffering unimagined by anyone in human history. God alone will remember it, knowing that no one can find the ultimate truth to save mankind without going through the bitterest of trials. He fought alone against myriads of satanic forces, both in the spiritual and physical worlds, and finally triumphed over them all. Bum, ba, ba, ba! He is the best ever!
By the power of Grayskull!
Hopefully some of you are amused by me associating Sun Myung Moon with a human. I really hate this walking shit sandwich of a human being. He endured suffering unimagined by anyone else in human history. The fuck he did. He didn't even endure more suffering than a lot of his fellow Koreans did during World War II. What about the Koreans used as human guinea pigs by Japan's Unit 731? Remember that early horrific episode when innocent civilians were raped by other prisoners infected with syphilis, other STIs, just to see what they would do to them? Where prisoners, many of them Korean, were subjected to air pressure experiments, literally bleed out of their eyeballs, where people had their arms and legs cut off just to see how long they would live before they bled to death, where other people had other people's limbs grotesquely sewn onto their bodies to see what would happen, find out how long it would take them to painfully die of infections. These people were subjected to the worst shit you could literally have done to you. The Unit 731 experiments were arguably even more gruesome than what Dr. Mengele did to Jewish medical experiment prisoners in Auschwitz. But Moon suffered more than that. And he wandered the earth for many decades. What? He's 33 years old. He's been running a cult for 20 years and living in luxury. The only real wandering this fucking charlatan did was wandering away from taking care of his first wife and son, and then his mistress and son. The divine principle also shares the story of Sun Moon marrying a perfect woman to restore mankind to the state of perfection that existed in the Garden of Eden. Leaves out the part about her being raised in his cult and then him marrying her when he was 40 and she was 17, and then forcing her to live in a fucking dick turd shed room for 3 years while he impregnated her. The book discusses how Moon and his wife would be the world's true parents, capital T, capital P. How they are sinless, as are their children. Great way to make sure that the Iron Throne stays in the family, right? The kids are holy too. And the book states that only couples blessed by the Reverend Moon become part of his pure blood lineage and are assured a place in heaven. The book emphasizes that as individuals, we all have an active role to play in a big restoration drama. Before the Messiah can fully establish heaven on earth, mankind must make amends for the sins of the past. In unificationist terms, they must pay indemnity to compensate God for humanity's past failures. The Unification Church's strict rules of behavior: no smoking, no drinking, no gambling, no sex outside of marriage, designed to help individuals in that task. It is written. The conclusion of the principle is that you must make up your own mind to love true parents more than your own self, spouse, or children. Love the fucking cult leader more than yourself, spouse, or kids. Ultimately, the true father is the axis around which all children and posterity are centered. Bow down to Sun Myung Moon. Also in 1973, the UC circulated full-page advertisements placed in most of the nation's major newspapers. In these advertisements, Moon asserted the crisis for America is a crisis for God, and stated God's command at this crossroads in American history is to forgive, love, and unite. Sounds so nice publicly. UC also supported President Nixon, and his support got them a lot of exposure. Moon secured an invitation to the 1974 annual Presidential Prayer Breakfast, got a 20-minute audience with Nixon, reportedly telling him regarding the Watergate scandal, don't knuckle under pressure. Stand up for your convictions. February 1st, 1974, Nixon actually publicly thanked the Moonies for their support. But this had the unintentional effect of drawing widespread criticism, particularly from institutions Nixon had previously gone after, like the IRS and the Democratic Party. New York City now denied Moon's church tax-exempt status. Senator Bob Dole, an anti-Nixon Republican, convened 2 informal information sessions regarding the cult, one billed as a day of affirmation and protest for UC critics. Democratic Congressman Donald Frazier pursued the Moon organization in a congressional probe of Korean-American relations, focusing on the UC. In an intelligence report on the Unification Church, it was discovered that the church had paid influential people in farming villages in South Korea to join the church, bribed them to join, in order to use these bought and paid for shills to recruit other members. Also was revealed that Moon had made connections with South Korea's Central Intelligence Agency, had basically bought various politicians over there at all levels of government. Frazier's and others now worried that the UC is doing shit like that in the U.S. What the UC was doing in the U.S. for recruitment was conducting a series of Day of Hope evangelistic crusades in all 50 states. These culminated in a highly publicized overflow rally at Madison Square Garden. Yep, the Moonies packed out the Garden in New York City. September 18th, 1974, featured Moon with the translator speaking on the new future of Christianity. Pre-rally preparations included a massive poster campaign with ads proclaiming September 18th could be your rebirth day. 80,000 2-by-3-foot posters with the portrait of Moon, wallpapered Manhattan. As reported in the New York Times, his face is everywhere. How many people did that freak the fuck out? This cult's not messing around. February of 1975, Moon announced his intention to send missionaries to 120 different nations. They were to be 3-person teams consisting of a Japanese, an American, and a German or Austrian. That is, missionaries from former enemy nations that had prospered after the Second World War. He and his wife had just set a Guinness World Record with their 1,800 couple marriage blessing in Korea. 1,800 couples. And many of the missionaries were drawn from these newly married couples. Missionary trainings began in March, and in late April and May, approximately 270 missionaries left for 95 mission countries. With 30 national missions already in place, the new wave met the goal Moon set a decade earlier when he blessed 120 holy grounds worldwide. Fucking Moody's dominated in the 70s. Members of the missionary trinities did not know one another prior to arrival. Most did not speak the other's language. My God. And in most cases, they were unfamiliar with their mission nation. A later report wrote, most of these men and women had never been to the part of the world where their assigned mission country was located. Some had never heard of the country they were to pioneer. Most could not speak the local language well, and many not at all. Most even had no idea where they would stay for their first night. Holy shit, just sending them over there with nothing. Go figure it out. Fucking bring me back some followers. Don't come back. Despite the challenges of language, culture, disease, material deprivation, and deportation, many teams did win converts, would establish centers, and would set up cottage industries in these other countries to finance their activities. And as they gained more members and more publicity, the UC gained more critics as well. In 1984, Yoshikazu Sojima, a top church official who recently left the church when he realized Moon was a fucking charlatan, a cult leader instead of a savior, said in an interview with the Washington Post, by the end of 1975, the main activity of the church was collecting money, buying lots of real estate in Korea and in the United States, and starting a lot of businesses. He added that Moon is not working for the world, but for himself. Yeah. Indeed, by that time, the church owned 4 South Korean manufacturing companies, tuna fleets, and fishing processing plants in Gloucester, Massachusetts, Norfolk, and in Alaska. They own newspapers in Montevideo, Uruguay, Cyprus, Tokyo, New York City, and Washington, D.C. Some would say about the fishing, the United States has 3 of the world's 4 largest fishing grounds. 3/4 of the world's fish population live in waters near the United States. Yet the United States has relatively few people to catch fish, and its fishing industry is extremely underdeveloped. And this guy was a fucking good businessman. Check this out. True World Foods, a UC-related company, eventually becomes the leading supplier of raw fish to sushi restaurants in the nation. This cult was expanding faster than Scientology was. If they wouldn't have gotten caught up into so many scandals in later years, they would have become much bigger than Scientology. While true membership numbers have never been made public, many believe at their height they had about 10 million members worldwide, and that now they still have around 3 million. However, only a few 100,000 are probably dedicated, many of them in South Korea. Still, this cult was big, still is fairly big, even though it's splintered. Later in 1980, Moon gave a speech to key followers in the Moon-owned New Yorker Hotel in Manhattan, a huge hotel he bought in 1976 that would go on to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, about how getting Americans to eat more tuna was the best way to introduce them to sushi. And now many do credit Moon more than any other single person for sushi's current popularity in the U.S. today. Fucking crazy. That is the one thing I can be thankful about regarding Sun Moon. I do like some sushi. So thank you, you slimeball. Moon was making so many shrewd business moves. In the Washington, D.C. area alone, the church owned a downtown construction firm, Monumental Construction in Molden Co., an Alexandria-based television production firm, Telecolor Studio, and a number of other companies. The UC also owned One Up Enterprises, which in turn owned News World Communication, which in turn owned the Washington Times. He owns the Washington Times. Another UC subsidiary, U.S. Foods Corporation, collected almost $500,000 a year from the D.C. government for office space, rented to the Department of Human Services and other agencies at 605 G Street Northwest, according to city records. 1980, the UCM now began a clandestine underground mission to infiltrate the Soviet Union and communist nations of the Eastern Bloc. Remember, this dude legit wanted to take over the entire world, to have every citizen of every nation see him as the new and improved Jesus. Jesus 2.0. A Jesus who gets shit done, doesn't fuck up his mission. Begun by the Austrian National Church leader Peter Koch, this project was referred to as Mission Butterfly. Koch insisted that the missionaries publicly renounce their church membership to protect themselves and work independently of one another in these communist nations. Nevertheless, many were subjected to surveillance, arrest, and deportation. 30 members in Czechoslovakia alone were taken into custody, one of whom at least died in prison. In his writings, Moon referred to the pain of sending members to, quote, places where they would be watched and possibly executed for their religious activities. But you know what? Had to be done. You can't take over the whole world without shedding a little blood. 1982, the UCM conducts a record-setting wedding or blessing for 2,075 couples at Madison Square Garden, which eclipsed the previous record of 1,800 couples. And again, these people get married, for the most part, who they've never met each other before. They're that brainwashed. He's just slapping total strangers together who think that it is God's will for them to be married to whoever they're meeting in these weird ceremonies. And the more people he gets married, the more money he makes. Every follower is expected to tithe at least 10% of their earned income, and also 10% of whatever profit they make from like random dealings. You know, if they sell a house, 10% goes to church. They sell stocks, 10% goes to the church. And there's all kinds of stories about church officials, constantly asking members for more donations. More affluent members would give millions and millions to the church, way above 10%. An untold number of members would leave everything to the church in their wills. Others would give the church everything while they were still alive. Handwritten notes that Yoshikazu Sojima, that higher up who defected, whom we heard from earlier, made at some church finance meetings, indicate that the Japanese church alone was taking in more than $100 million a year in 1981 and 1982, and was transferring that money without paying taxes to church headquarters in New York, where the money was also untaxed. One set of notes based on a church financial report from June 10th to September 10th, 1981, stated that the Japanese church raised about $54 fucking million in that 3-month period, of which $38 million was sent out, a term Sojima said meant sent abroad, eventually ended up in the U.S. His notes would record that from January through August of 1982, the church earned monthly profits of between 6.8 and 14.2 million, for a total of 81.4 million for the year. Similar amounts earned during the last 4 months of the year. This would mean the church earned, more than $81.4 million for the year, 122 million in 1982, of which 90% was shipped abroad. These transactions were usually made through international bank transfers, but large amounts of cash were carried into the U.S. by church members because Moon wanted the money right away. They would take whatever was the limit. I think it was $20,000 a person, where it would be checked. Confidential financial statement would be distributed to 10 to 12 Japanese top officials each month. Each month, figures on actual spending would show the previous month's target had been met. Senior officials would then deliver pep talks on the respective father's need for a better showing next time. Finally, the shit hits the fan about all this money with the IRS. October 15th, 1981, Moon is indicted by a federal grand jury and charged with 3 counts of willfully filing false federal income tax returns for the years 1973, 1974, and 1975, and 1 count of conspiracy to file false income tax returns, obstruct justice, to make false statements to government officials, and to make false statements to a grand jury. And there were allegations that Moon was involved in efforts by the South Korean government to bribe members of U.S. Congress to support President Park Chung-hee in South Korea. Also, a congressional subcommittee investigation found that the Moon's organization was likely a political tool of the Korean spy agency and had systematically violated U.S. tax, immigration, banking, currency, and Foreign Agents Registration Act laws. In 1982, Moon was convicted on 3 counts of willfully filing false federal income tax returns, and then those convictions were upheld on appeal. New Jesus was given an 18-month sentence and a $15,000 fine. You fucking right, $15,000 fine. Yeah. Takaru Kamiyama, Moon's aide and co-defendant in the trial, was convicted of conspiracy, obstruction of justice, and perjury, and sentenced to 6 months in prison. Moon would serve 13 months, not beginning until July of 1984, of the sentence at the Federal Correctional Institute in Danbury, Connecticut, and because of good behavior, was released to a halfway house before returning home. While serving a sentence, he worked in the prison kitchen and was apparently popular. Ed Farmer, it's a great name, a fellow inmate, said, "The Reverend Moon had a very good sense of humor. It's hard for me to think of a person as being mean or brainwashing people with the sense of humor he has. He truly loves people. I mean, he likes being with them. He likes being kidded. He likes being teased. I never saw a mean act on his part. He never asked for special treatment. He mopped floors and cleaned tables, and he helped other people when he was finished with his job." It's funny for him, he's having a hard time though, thinking oh, this guy, he's so nice here in prison. How can he do these other things? That's kind of a weird mentality. I mean, that's like thinking about with the pedophile in prison. I mean, when he was in prison with me, I didn't see him molest a single kid. I don't know how he could do it. Yeah, people act different in different places. Sun Moon's time in prison did not stop his expansion projects. His interest expanded into film when a church-linked company backed the 1982 movie Incheon, a $42 million Korean war epic, notable for terrible reviews, and the casting of Laurence Olivier as General Douglas MacArthur. Okay, backing up a bit. This is so worth it. Enough talk of financial expansion. Let's get weird. Let's get very weird. So much insanity coming at you in the following few minutes. Right before he went to prison. This is my favorite part coming up here. This and then what will happen next episode. Right before he went to prison on December 22nd, 1983, Moon's second son, with Hak Jahan, young Jin Moon, gets into a car crash with a tractor trailer on State Route 9 in Hyde Park, New York. He's only 17. 2 weeks later, January 4th, 1984, he was taken off a ventilator and passes away. And that's not the weird part. That's the sad part. But the weirdness is going to center on this deceased son of the cult leader. Julia Moon, The woman who had been arranged to be Moon's son's wife said, "I will never forget in my whole life and for eternity this great honor of being Hyung Jin Nim's bride, which I do not deserve." Sun Moon taught his followers an interesting pseudo-Jesus narrative that his son was taken on the same day as an assassination attempt on Sun Moon's life by leftist terrorists, and that was foiled. He would write, "If the sacrifice of Hyung Jin Nim had not been made, either of two great calamities could have happened. Either the Korean nation could have suffered a catastrophic attack, such as an invasion from the north, or I myself could have been assassinated, since special indemnity was paid that protected me in Korea at the Gwangju rally, Satan's specific target day. He hit Hyungjin Nim instead at the exact same hour."
By the power of Grayskull.
You cannot be
A week later, Sun Moon taught that Hyungjin Moon had a new mission and was free to travel between his spirit world and our physical world. Also proclaimed that Hyungjin became a leader to Jesus in the spirit realm. Whoa! His son is now Jesus' leader up in heaven. Oh, that's big. Good for him. God, he must have been so proud of all that his dead son is now accomplishing. Hyungjin would now be officially regarded by the UC to be the king of the spirits in heaven, ranking higher than Jesus. This is hilarious to me. Like Jesus needs a mentor up in heaven. Like he's been strained from the path up there in the spirit world. Poor Jesus. He's been getting slapped around a lot by this cult. I picture Sun Moon breaking this news to him. You know? Just we get this music going again. "Behold, Sun Moon, 'tis I, Jesus. I heard you calling me. Hello, Jesus. I hate to remind you again, but could you please also call me Jesus, since I am also Messiah?" Oh, yeah, about that. Wouldn't it get confusing if we were both Jesus? How about you call me New Jesus? Or better, or improved Jesus? Okay, yeah, no, let's just go with just Jesus. Other Jesus, what's up? Well, Jesus, it's about my son, Hyungjin. I wanted to let you know that he is, well, he's your boss now. Oh, okay, wow, seriously. Dad approved this. He did. You are now third in command. There's God, and then my son, then you. And of course, when I shed my mortal coil, it'll be God, and me, and my son, and probably some of my other sons, maybe a few friends, and then you. Or it'll be me, then God, then my son, then other sons, friends, maybe a wife, couple mistresses, and then you. Fine! Gosh dang! Heaven's supposed to be heavenly. Why do I feel like I'm in some kind of Korean horror film now? Some kind of hell up in heaven. Moon now teaches that Hyungjin is leading. This fucking kills me. Moon then teaches that Hyungjin is leading these workshops in the spiritual world, in which the spirits of deceased persons are now being taught UC teachings. Why the fuck are they up in heaven taking classes? Just think about how insane this is. Imagine that the Christian heaven is real. You die and you make it. You make it into heaven. Eternal salvation is yours. You're up there having the time of your immortal life. Then you hear, I don't know, over some kind of celestial intercom system. Everyone, please report to the Moses Auditorium immediately. Unification Church classes begin in 5 minutes. I repeat, classes begin in 5 minutes in the Moses Auditorium. Anyone not marked as present will be sent to hell. Even you, Jesus. No, just kidding. But if you are marked absent, you will not be allowed into tonight's Roy Orbison concerts and all-you-can-eat king crab and prime rib buffet in the Ezekiel Amphitheater. This is so fucking crazy. Longtime president of the Korean Unification Church, Young-Mi Kim wrote, they all refer to Hyungjin now as the new Christ, Hyungjin Nim. They also call him the youth king of heaven. He is the king of heaven in the spirit world. Jesus is working with him and always accompanies him. Jesus himself says that Hyungjin Nim is the new Christ. Oh, Jesus said that. He is the center of the spirit world now. This means he is in a higher position than Jesus. Well, there you have it. Both Sun Moon and his son fucking taking Jesus down a peg. At least Jesus seems to be taking his demotions well here. Almost immediately, videotapes now begin to arrive at Moon's East Garden headquarters / home. From around the world, Unification Church members in various states of entrancement are pronouncing themselves as the medium to which Young Jin is speaking from the spirit world now. None of them offer any profound religious insight. No one displays anything confirming familiarity with Young Jin's life in his garden, but all, of course, praise the true parents and reinforce Moon's revelation that Jesus has bowed down before Young Jin in heaven. This was the the approach, obviously, that was most likely to win Sun Myung Moon's affection. But there was one problem with this deification. Young Jin was never actually married, and Moon had been teaching for years that only married couples are free from Eve's original sin and allowed into heaven. So how could someone with the stain of the sin upon their soul even get into heaven, let alone rank higher than Mr. Christ? And please, church-going Christian meet sex, you please start referring to Jesus as Mr. Christ. There's no rules against this as far as I know. I just want to hear about how your fellow parishioners react to this. Bonus points for any pastor meet sex. Just try it. Just toss it out to your congregation a few times. And only through the blood of Mr. Christ can we be saved. Why is that so funny to me? Anyway, Sun Moon came up with a way to fix things for his dead son's soul. He conducted a spiritual wedding ceremony 3 months after his son died, February 20th, 1984, where his dead son is now wed to living ballerina Julia Pak, whom we just met, daughter of Moon's interpreter, Bo Hai Pak. Not sure if he insisted they consummate the marriage. Oh, what? Just because my son technically died 3 months ago, you think you're too good for him? Just picturing like a team of high-ranking Unification Church members is handling young Jin Nim's body so that he can have intercourse with Julia Pak, just fucking moving him back and forth. Then, if she gets pregnant, oh, now we got a real deity of some kind in our hands. Some kind of level 6 zombie demon guy. Marrying living followers to dead followers was not new in the Unification Church. Older living single members were often matched to dead single members who had already moved on to the spirit world in order for the single members to be able to get into heaven. Right? Helps the living people, helps the dead people. I can't believe. And then in what must stand as his ultimate act of arrogance, Sun Myung Moon actually went on to match Jesus Christ to this random elderly Korean woman. I love how crazy this is. Behold, Sun Moon, Jesus. Tis I, OG Jesus. I heard you calling me again. Yes, Jesus. I come bearing wonderful news this time. I have found you a wife. And then he just points to some deaf, half-blind, just fucking barely breathing human raisin, just some 105-year-old great-great-grandma, dandelion poof hair, spine so curved she's not just looking down, she's looking like down and behind her, just arthritic raccoon claws for hands. Jesus just throws his hands in the air. Are you freaking kidding me? Her? It'll literally take a miracle for me to get it up. That's not even a bicycle. That's not fit to ride. That's a trash can full of old bicycle parts somebody found at the dump. I know I'm supposed to love everybody, but come on. I'm trying to fucking hate you, Korean Jesus. This is so crazy that they did this, and people are like, oh, okay. Because the Unification Church teaches that only married couples can enter the kingdom of heaven. Right now, Moon's preaching that Jesus himself needs the intervention of Reverend Moon to move through the gates. Like he's been hanging out in purgatory this whole time. Wow. Also, what happens to children who die before they can get married as far as their salvation is concerned? Does Moon marry living single adults to dead kids to make sure they get into heaven? Some kind of fucking weird spiritual pedophilia? I hate that I gave them money, but I did buy their Moon's. I bought his book, Divine Principle. I bought the e-version so I could use a keyword search to look for answers to questions like this. There is no answer. I looked at all the verses about kids, and it seems like if they do not get married in the Moon's spiritual family, i.e. his church, they don't get salvation because they're stained with original sin. So I'm guessing he would just marry them when they were dead, or, they were just fucked. Anyway, back on the day that Sun Moon's second son is married in death, he decides to do a 2-for-1 special. Julia's brother, Jin Sung Pak, was married on the same day to Injin Moon, the eldest Moon daughter. She was furious. She couldn't stand it. She was infatuated with a boy from Virginia that she had met at a Unification Church conference. What she didn't know at the time was that boy was Sun Moon's illegitimate son. Oh, fuck yeah. The boy she had a crush on had been born of an affair between the Reverend Moon and a woman named Annie Choi. Remember her from much earlier, from the sex rituals back in Seoul, the womb cleansing, the roto-rootering. This baby hiding would actually happen fairly often with Moons. The placement of a baby in the home of an unrelated church member was not an isolated occurrence. It happened all the time. Infertile couples in the church simply would just be given babies by other members who had several kids, since they were, believed that they all belonged to the same family of a man, and only the true parents are the Reverend and Mrs. Moon. What difference did it make who actually reared a child, right? Yeah, just fucking toss babies around. Like, it doesn't matter who the parents are. Also, a few years after their holy wedding, Julia Pak, now Julia Moon, and her long dead husband, Young Jin Moon, Jesus' superior, celestial teacher, became earthly parents. Yeah. She didn't actually give birth, unfortunately, to a zombie baby. That would have been pretty fun. There was no Weekend at Bernie's porn edition situation happening. Hyung Jin's younger brother, Young Jin, and his wife simply gave Julia their newborn, Shin Chul, to raise as if that child was some miraculous zombie baby. Yep. Shit just keeps getting weirder. Meanwhile, things in Japan are getting crazy. A 41-page report issued by the Japanese Bar Association in 1987 railed against the Unification Church's so-called spiritual sales method, a practice that influenced buyers through high-pressure sales tactics and fortune-telling to purchase marble vases, ivory seals, and miniature pagodas, said to possess supernatural powers. What is happening? In one case, a woman whose husband had just died in a car accident was being sold one of these objects. The salesman told her that the evil spirit of a samurai ancestor who had killed with his sword was tormenting her family, and that this sale would solve that. He said, if you don't buy it, the same evil spirit will continue with your children, and they will meet the same fate. My God. The concern about salespeople preying on religious anxieties was first voiced by the Japanese Consumer Information Center, with more than 2,600 complaints between 1976 and 1982. The implication of UC-related businesses in this practice reinvigorated anti-UC efforts, resulted in litigation and with financial settlements, even increased abductions of church members by enraged scam victims' families. In the face of public disapproval, the UC now opened video centers and introduced theological teachings only after completion of a non-theological preparatory video course, a practice that was also criticized as being deceptive. Apparently, Japanese UC leaders accepted public stigmatization and deprogramming as an unfortunate but unnecessary price to be paid for substantial monetary and membership gains. And there was a whole lot of money to be made. By the mid-'80s, church officials claimed the Unification Church was pulling in $400 million a year now through fundraising in Japan alone. Holy shit. The Reverend Moon would use that money for his, personal comfort. It takes a lot of money to be comfortable. Also, to invest in businesses in the U.S. and around the world. In addition, the church owned many profitable enterprises in Japan itself, including a trading company, computer firm, and jewelry company. Moon explained Japan's crucial financial relationship to the Unification Church in theological terms. He said that South Korea is Adam's country, and Japan is Eve's country. And as wife and mother, Japan must support the work of father's country, Sun Myung Moon's Korea. There was more than a little vengeance in this view. Few Koreans in the 1980s, including Sun Myung Moon and his followers in the Unification Church, had forgiven the Japanese for their brutal 40-year occupation of Korea. Okay, now let's talk about something else that happened in 1907 that I enjoy so much. This is weirder than the stuff I've shared so far. This is so great. The UC Reverend Chung Hwan Kwok heads to Africa to investigate some reports that Moon's fucking zombie son, doesn't stop with the zombie son, Hyung Jin, has now taken over the body of a young Zimbabwean man named Kundiani and is speaking through him. Oh, he's back. You heard right. Moon's zombie son, Jesus' superintendent in heaven, has just demonically possessed a dude in Africa. Newspapers in the United States, like the LA Times and the Washington Post, had a field day with this. The Reverend Kwok returns to Moon's New York headquarters and his home, East Garden, professing certainty that this possession is in fact genuine. Whatever Kundiani told him, it was a dead giveaway that he was the real deal.
Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Kundiani is Young Jim. Oh, hell yeah.
By the power of Grayskull.
I have risen in Africa this time. Well, The Moon family gathers around the table to talk this over. In the end, this gaggle of geniuses decide that the Zimbabwean is older than Hyungjin was, so therefore, obviously, he could not be the reincarnated son of Sun Myung Moon. Also, the Unification Church rejects the theory of reincarnation, but this African man never claimed to be reincarnated. He presented himself to the Reverend Kwok as the physical embodiment of Hyungjin's spirit. Interesting. The Reverend Kwok had asked him about what it was like to enter the spirit world, and Black Hyungjin, and that is literally what he become known as, Black Hyungjin, said that upon entering the kingdom of heaven, he immediately became all known. Oh, hell yeah. And Reverend Moon is cool with all this. Not just cool, he's thrilled. He's thrilled with the news from Africa. The Unification Church had been concentrating recruitment efforts in Latin America and Africa recently. Black Hyungjin would be great for that mission. And without even meeting the man who's claiming to be the possessed spirit, is claiming to be possessed by the spirit of his dead child, Sun Myung Moon authorizes Black Hyungjin to start traveling the world, presenting himself as the physical embodiment of his son's spirit, preaching and hearing the confessions of any Unification Church members who have gone astray. Just stacking crazy on top of more crazy on top of more crazy. This episode has actually been making me feel great about my mental health. Sometimes I feel crazy, and maybe I am, but I am not this crazy. Confession soon became central to Black Hyungjin's mission. He went to Europe, to Korea, to Japan, elsewhere listening to confessions, and by listening to confessions, I mean beating the shit out of fellow Moonies. Oh yeah. And that, dear meat sacks, is the cliffhanger I am going to leave you on. But don't worry, the conclusion of this topic wraps up when the next episode drops tomorrow at noon. Oh, you're going to find out so much more about Black Hyungjin, what he gets up into. And since this timeline really isn't over, how about I get out of this with this button? No takeaways or recap today. Saving that for part 2 tomorrow. Also saving the updates. For now, I'm just going to wrap up. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team, helping make time suck, such as Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins, running operations around here, doing all the stuff at home so I got time to focus on this weird shit. Thanks to Logan Keith, recording this episode, designing merch for the store at badmagicproductions.com. That's some new stuff just dropped. Talk about it tomorrow. And thanks to OG researcher Sophie Evans, yet again, doing a great job providing the initial research this week. Thanks also to the All Seeing Eyes, moderating the Cult of the Curious private Facebook page, the Mod Squad, making sure Discord keeps running smooth, and everyone over on the Time Suck subreddit and Bad Magic subreddit. And now let's get out of here. Thanks for listening to another Bad Magic Productions podcast. Scared to Death and Time Suck each week. Short Sucks and Nightmare Fuel on the Time Suck and Scared to Death podcast feed some weeks. Please don't start telling people you're new and improved Jesus this week. And also making people think they can't get into heaven unless you marry them to a stranger. So pull your jets. Keep an eye out for Black Hyungjin so you don't get beaten, and keep on sucking.
Bad Magic Productions.
I can't stop talking. I know more about him than I've already told you so far today, but I can't stop thinking about Sun Moon telling his followers that this random Zimbabwean, this maniac, Kundioni, sources say he was in his early 20s, is actually his dead 17-year-old son. And then he allows this guy to start beating the shit out of his followers. It makes me want to just do something crazy. It makes me want to I should find a random elderly man this week, someone from any other country in this one, and just bring him to my grandma Betty and tell him that this guy, just some random Chinese or Spanish dude or something, is Papa War. He's new Papa War. He's Papa War 2.0. He's the new patriarch of our family, and he is going to fucking take over her house. Right? He's going to be the one carving turkey. Right? He's in charge now. She better listen to what he has to say, because his pimp hand is strong, and she will submit to his rightful authority. Moon actually did something that crazy. Got away with it. Wow. Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on Hi-Fi Casino. Best of all, It's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own high five moment? Visit high5casino.com. That's the number 5 casino.com. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a house. It's your home, the place that's filled with memories. The early days of figuring it out, to the later years of still figuring it out. For the place you've put down roots, trust Amica Home Insurance. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
What shenanigans will Black Young Jin get into this week? How many people will he beat the shit out of? How many times will I hit this button?
By the power of Grayskull.
I have the power! Oh, that's so satisfying. Today I resume our investigation into the Unification Church, aka the Holy Spirit Association for the Unification of World Christianity, aka the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification, aka the Moonies. A manipulative, controlling cult founded by charismatic scumbag Sun Myung Moon, the true father, aka New and Improved Jesus. A cult currently led by his former teen bride, the now 81-year-old Hak Jahan Moon, the true mother, a totally stable woman who seems to believe she's a living deity, and that it's totally normal to share a meal with her dead husband. A woman still carrying on the tradition of marrying total strangers together in mass wedding blessing ceremonies. According to the cult's website, you can sign up right now for a newsletter at familyfed.org and find out how to attend the next ceremony. Oh, have fun. Go get married. Let this cult marry you so you can send in the best time sucker update of all time. This is still a cult you can definitely join. According to their Instagram profile for the U.S. branch of their church, at Family Fed USA, they just had a blessing ceremony in April. They post pretty frequently. And if you want, you can follow them and you can leave lots of cult comments under their posts like I've been doing. We'll see if they get removed. How fun would it be to see so many of those comments under their posts? Will they delete them? I'm pretty sure, but not totally sure, that it doesn't violate any Instagram rules. We'll see if my account gets deleted. If it does, oh, how completely worth it. Now let's get going. If you haven't listened to yesterday's episode 403, you should do that, because if you don't, a lot of this will not make very much sense.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Tuesday, and welcome back to the Cult of the Curious. So strange to say that. I'm Dan Cummins, the master sucker, guy who never gets to have any fun heavenly visions where Jesus tells me I'm new Jesus, Black Young Jin's biggest fan, and you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise be to good boy Bojangles, and glory be to Triple M. And now for a new merch announcement, and then we're back into the story of the Moonies. Starting this June, so just a few days, we're going to start dropping new merch designs the first Monday of the month in the store. Store now located at Bad Magic. Time capsule designs from the past. We dropped most of the first June batch a bit early. First Merch Monday Mania, brought to you by Kellogg's Frosted Cock Cages. Hungry and in a bind? Well, they're for you. Improve your mental and gut health with a Kellogg's Frosted Cock Cage. And introducing the Dick Bird Collage Tee featuring Nevada's creepiest killer. Try to win among them. This design showcases real newspaper clippings and very real police photos of the real infamous Las Vegas Strip Strangler. And yes, that is the real hairbrush he used for the show. If you haven't heard of Richard Byrd yet, highly recommend checking out episode 394 to learn about one of the world's deadliest, very real killers. Even AI knows this motherfucker existed for real, and we all know that we can trust AI just, explicitly. Next up, if you're looking for a lawyer, is life bending you over and fucking you again and again and again? Is legal troubles? You need a cock and butts on the case. You need them in the case. You need them to spray their legal knowledge all over your case's ass. A cock and butts will go where others won't. They don't mind getting down and dirty. A cock and butts will not stop. pounding the shit out of your case until they've come. One, you need justice. Let A. Cock and Butts ram it home and deliver it for you. For tight jams and big pickles, call the law offices of A. Cock and Butts, a law firm too hard for your enemies to fully handle. And now, next up, we're going to keep this going. Oh, another fun one. There is a fourth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, science and superstition, between smelly hairbrushes and questionable peanut butter. And it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the time suck zone. And not done. Another dimension you might want to find yourself in, my OnlyDance page. That's right, my secret collection of Stevie Banana related pics are only available at onlydance.com. And if you missed the last drop, check out Colonel Dander's Wheel of Suck, Dead Giveaway, Twin Flames merch, and more. Check out all these new designs, as well as a bunch of new Scared to Death merch only at badmagicproductions.com. Thanks, everybody. My battery's getting more and more recharged this year, and I'm having so much fun. I hope it shows, and more importantly, I hope it's contagious. You're having more fun listening. Let's fucking go. Let's get into this weird shit. Very excited to pick back up with our timeline with Kundioni, a.k.a. Black Young Jin. The man described in a 1988 LA Times article as follows. The Zimbabwean, described as a baby-faced black man of medium build in his early 20s, was a Unification Church member for 3 years when he began making claims last year to hearing the voice of Young Jin. He has been embraced by the cult leader as actually being his son, returned to the flesh. He's a fucking demon possessing someone now. And Moon does this before ever meeting him. And he's been given an assignment by Moon. Go take confessions. Go find out what sins his followers have committed, some of his highest ranking followers, and fucking punish them for those sins. So now everywhere Black Young Jin goes, he administers literal beatings to those who have violated church teachings by using alcohol, or drugs, engaged in premarital sex, etc. This dude spent a full year on the road dispensing hardcore physical violence as penance for anyone who wished to repent. Why would you wish to repent? Or people pressured or forced to repent. The UC has a new sheriff in town. He's not fucking around. And he's batshit crazy. After finishing his ass-whooping world tour, Sun Myung Moon now summons him to his East Garden home in New York. At this meeting, Moon asks him some standard theological questions that any member who has studied the divine principle could have answered. And Black Young Jin offers no startling revelations or religious insights. However, while Black Young Jin can't remember any details from the real Young Jin's life, he can quote from Moon's own speeches. And that makes the narcissistic Moon very happy. And so Black Young Jin's convenient memory loss, regarding like the real Young Jin's life, is interpreted as a sign of his having left earthly concerns behind when he entered the kingdom of heaven. Everyone in the East Garden household now has to embrace him because Sun Moon has embraced him. And they have to start calling him by their dead son or dead brother's name. And they have to act like he's just a regular member of the family. Why is this happening? Maybe this was all some fucked up game for Moon. Is he getting a kick out of this? I think he was. Sun Myung Moon seemed to take great pleasure in the reports that filtered back to East Garden of the continued beatings now being administered by Black Young Jin. Black Young Jin, not done, dishing out some pain. Moon would allegedly laugh raucously if someone out of favor with him was dealt an especially hard blow. If they took a solid punch to the face or a swift kick to the nuts or ribs or whatever. If he was just making all this shit up and had not deluded himself into believing his own bullshit, I can understand how darkly amusing this would be. Just thinking I can't believe I'm pulling this shit off. Oh my God. These dumb motherfuckers are letting this random crazy guy from Africa pretending to be my dead son beat the shit out of them for not following my teachings. And they're just taking it. They're apologizing to me for having to go through the trouble of me sending a violent lunatic to beat their ass. Holy fuck, I should be in the Grifters Hall of Fame. I am very good at this bullshit. No one outside of the True family was immune from these beatings. Leaders around the world who try to use their influence to be exempted from the Black Young Jin's confessional, but exemptions were not given. Anyone outside of Sun Myung Moon's direct relation through blood or marriage could face this dude's wrath. Is Kundioni insane? Or also just a good con artist? Like, is he laughing his ass off about pulling the shit off? Maybe he should also be in the Grifters Hall of Fame. But soon, the mistresses Moon has been acquiring have become so numerous that I mentioned he's fucking an untold number of young female members. He is. And the beatings Black Young Jin are administering are so severe that members do start to complain. For example, Mrs. Moon's personal maid, some poor woman named Won Ju McDevitt, a Korean who married an American church member, appeared one morning with a black eye and a body covered with purple bruises. Black Young Jin had beaten the fuck out of her with a chair. He also beat the shit out of Bo Hai Pak, a high-ranking church member in his 60s, beat him so bad he was hospitalized for a full week. Told doctors he fell down a flight of stairs. This dude later needed surgery to repair a broken blood vessel in his head. This is crazy. And I kind of love it. I know it's sad, but this is so entertaining. Once it became clear that he had to disassociate himself from the violence he had let loose on his membership, ease up on the affairs he was having to keep some sort of revolt from happening, Sun Myung Moon now simply announces that Young Jin's spirit has left the young Zimbabwean's body and has ascended back up to heaven. So fun time's over. Black Young Jin was no more. He was just Kundioni again. But the Zimbabwean, not quite ready to get off the gravy train. Sources say he now returned to Africa and established his own cult, a breakaway cult where he is the Messiah, which sounds right. Like, once you get a taste of being able to slap around whoever the fuck you want to with impunity, be worshipped as some sort of deity, step above Jesus, it's got to be hard just to go back to like a regular 9-to-5. But you'd have a tough couple of years on your resume to explain. Oh, what did I do the past few years? Well, I traveled the world for Reverend Sun Myung Moon after allowing his dead son's spirit to take over my body and working as Young Jin now, well, as Black Young Jin is what they call me. I beat the shit out of somewhere between 500 and 1,000 people for not following Reverend Moon's teachings. And then his spirit left me, and now here I am at Jimmy John's, hoping to make some sandwich coin. I wish I knew more about Kundioni's adventures, but he seems to have fallen off the historical record. He's probably out there just beating the shit out of someone right now. Now we head into the early 90s. Moon is bummed that he's not being entertained by Black Young Jin anymore, but he's hungrier than ever for world domination. He abandons his identification with being anti-communist and now coins the term headwing. He's neither right-wing nor left-wing to identify his movement's political/ideological stance. He's opening himself up to a wider audience now. The UC's World Media Association and the Soviet Novosti Press Agency jointly sponsor a 1990 World Media Conference in Moscow, which includes a private meeting between Moon and his wife and Mikhail Gorbachev. He's now met with the President of America and the Soviet Premier. Via this meeting in Moscow, the UC subsequently obtains clearance to educate Soviet youth about his ministry and convenes some of the largest religious workshops in history. In December of 1991, Moon then meets another communist leader, North Korean President Kim Il-sung, an encounter that the UC interpreted as, quote, a meeting between the world-level Jacob and the world-level Esau. Make some biblical references there. 1991, North Korea had yet to test its first nuclear weapon, and Moon claimed he proposed that North Korea agreed to a declaration of denuclearization. Kim, quote, responded with candor, wrote Moon, quoting the North Korean leader as saying, think for a moment. Who am I going to kill by making nuclear weapons? Kill my own people? Do I look like that kind of person? According to Masul E., who was the public relations director of the Unification Church at the time, when Moon said to Kim Il-sung in a meeting, please be my brother, Kim Il-sung replied, sure, why not? And so one God makes an alliance with another. Kim Il-sung, we went over some of the crazy claims he made back in episode 45. Remember how he won 100,000 battles against China, never lost one? Or how he could control the weather? How he actually willed the sun to rise in the morning? How he literally never took a shit? Not ever? Not even one time. Also, it was taught in North Korean schools for a while that he was an almighty God who created the world in 7 days as a divine spirit millions of years ago, then returned to Earth as a human in 1912 as a Messiah. I wonder what those two dipshits talked about. I feel like yeah, me too, was said a lot. Did you know that I can control the weather with my mind? Yeah, me too. Did you know I can time travel? Yeah, me too. Did you know that my battle record is 100,000 wins, 0 losses? Yeah, me too. Did you know that my dead son took over the body of an African man, spent a year chained, beating the shit out of people all around the world? Yeah, me too. Moon told his believers after this meeting that he, the Messiah, had brought Satan, Kim Il-sung, to his knees with the power of love. That's pretty cool. Also, this meeting led the way for Moon to open Pyeonghwa Motors, North Korea's only joint venture automobile factory, and he was even allowed to put up billboards in Pyongyang. So he did make some progress there. This pairing was watched carefully by the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency. According to their later reports, Moon donated 450 billion yen to Kim Il-sung during his stay in North Korea from November 30th, 1991 to December 7th, 1992, in exchange for something. Access to helping build up and industrialize his economy, it seems. That's a big donation. That would equate to around $3 billion based on exchange rates at the time. It seems like fucking way too much money to me. But that's what the reports say. Those same DIA reports explain that an economic cooperation for the reconstruction of North Korea's economy was in place. Most of the money was said to have been donated to the Unification Church by Japanese believers, then taken to South Korea, money laundered, then transferred to Hong Kong, and finally taken to North Korea. But instead of being poured into industry, the money got poured into nukes and intercontinental ballistic missiles. That's cool. Sounds like Reverend Moon got swindled. Ended up helping beef up North Korea's military. Also in Korea, August of 1992, the UC convened a World Culture and Sports Festival in Seoul, South Korea, conceived of as an Olympics of culture, in which Moon declared that he and his wife were, quote, the true parents of humanity, the Savior, the Lord of the Second Advent, the Messiah. Cool. 1994, Moon began the process of reinventing the Unification Church as the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification. Right, that's the name the church currently goes by. So if you're part of that church, well, you're a Moonie. The vision for this rebranded church was to create a religious but non-sectarian membership organization for people of all faiths and good kinds. But it's actually just the same shit it was before. Also in 1994, Moon sent 1,600 Japanese female missionary volunteers, teams of 10 to 160 countries throughout the world. Many left their husbands and children behind. 1996, he called on 4,200 Japanese female volunteers to undertake missionary work exclusively in South America. It was suggested the Japanese followers were especially devout, motivated to, quote, compensate for Japan's 36-year colonization of Korea. 1997, the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification officially opened a new headquarters in Washington, D.C. An opening ceremony included speeches by former U.S. Presidents Gerald Ford and George Bush. They were paid a lot. Former President and Nobel Peace Prize winner Oscar Arias of Costa Rica, and former Prime Ministers Edward Heath from the UK and Brian Mulroney from Canada. I wonder how much those guys did get paid. Yes, in 7 figures each. Despite being conceived of as a broad-based organization, the inauguration of the FFWPU led to increasingly frank expressions of the UC's messianic premises. God, I hate the plural of that word. In one speech, Moon declared, prominent Christians and other leading figures of the world have only a faint idea of the forces that shape the future. I know the direction that humankind must go, and I, with the help of God, will lead the world there. By the late 1990s, the UC had established a dozen or more federations, such as the Artists Association for World Peace, the Federation of Island Nations for World Peace, the Federation of Peninsula Nations for World Peace, the Federation of Continental Nations for World Peace, and the Martial Arts Federation for World Peace. So much peace all around the world. Moon viewed all of these as potential successors to the UN, to the United Nations, totally. He also decided to double down on his ideas about arranged marriage, incorporating them into his new world peace shtick. Moon encouraged so-called exchange marriages between partners from former enemy states, creating situations in which followers from adversarial nations worked together, and sent them out on missionary teams to the field. During the mid-1990s, the Women's Federation for World Peace sponsored a series of sisterhood ceremonies in Washington, D.C. that brought 4,000 Japanese women to be matched with an equal number of American women in 8 separate sisterhood ceremonies 50 years after the end of the Second World War. These culminated in bridge crossings in which a Japanese delegate crossed over a bridge of peace, so much peace, and met her American counterpart in the middle, where each bowed to one another, then embraced the other, then walked down a stairwell together, hand in hand, and then at the bottom of the stairs, they would lick each other's bicycle seats clean. Hail Josephina! I'm not sure what they did after walking this. As with the Family Federation launch, the sisterhood ceremonies included appearances by high-profile public figures, notably George and Barbara Bush, who were beaten half to death by the return of Black Young Jin. Oh, fuck yeah!
By the power of Grayskull.
I'll beat the shit out of you! Or they just said a few words. International marriage blessings were the third component of FFWPU's program of world peace and unification. Whereas the first two components dealt with conflict resolution, the sanctification of couples to the blessing was believed to eradicate the root cause of conflict and division. Its centerpiece was the drinking of Moon's holy wine, which in conjunction with other elements was understood to eliminate original sin. Oh, how sweet. That's some nice wine. Prior to the mid-1990s, the blessing was a narrow gate, restricted almost exclusively to UC members. During the mid and late 90s, blessings were open to anyone willing to participate now. Members would go door to door, into the streets and parks, on beaches, go to state fairs, go to other venues to pre-bless married couples, whose unions would then be sanctified later by Moon and his wife at international marriage blessing events. The FFWPU sponsored 5 international marriage blessings between 1995 and 2000 in major arenas, 3 in Seoul's Olympic Stadium, and 1 each in RFK Stadium, Washington, D.C., and Madison Square Garden in New York. My God. With satellite links to blessing venues worldwide, the movement claimed to have sanctified more than 500 million couples. Yeah, they can now bless couples into their holy family via satellite TV. Moon's magical powers are growing. Also, this is way more efficient than making people show up in person. However, the continual changing of the rules for marriage blessing would end up backfiring. Rather than holy wine, enterprising members soon began distributing holy lemonade to random thirsty beachgoers or downtown pedestrians with little or no explanation that they were being pre-blessed. Just giving somebody some lemonade, and you're one of us now. Want some free lemonade? Sure, proceeds to drink lemonade. Gotcha, you're Mooney. Make sure you follow the rules. Black Young Jin will find and beat you. Others distributed holy candy, sometimes on automobile windshields with printed blessing affirmations. By the end of the decade, the UC had reached the outer limits of what was achievable or believable. Moon himself now started to refer to the devaluation of the blessing. And there was another problem with Moon's credibility. News is getting out of all the women he's been fucking who aren't his wife. 1995, as these new global programs are ramping up, Chonghua Paul, an early follower, publishes an especially lurid account in Japan titled The Tragedy of the Six Marys, which alleged Moon's participation in ritual sex and asserted that his mission was to cleanse the wombs of 6 married women in this orgy. This account would later be verified by some of his own children. And then soon another explosive story would hit the news. In 1998, Nan Suk-hong, the recently divorced ex-wife of Hyojin Moon, the Moon's eldest son, published In the Shadow of the Moons, My Life in the Reverend Moon's Family. Check out her story now to get a first-hand account of the inner workings of the true family. She was elected to be married to Hyojin at 15 years old. She lived at the Irvington, New York UC compound for the next 14 years, practically as a prisoner. I was born to my faith, she writes. Just as children of more mainstream Christian religions are reared to believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, sent to earth to redeem the sins of mankind, I was taught in Sunday school that the Reverend Moon had been chosen by God to complete Jesus' mission to restore the Garden of Eden. That Reverend Moon was the second coming. With his wife, the Reverend Moon would sire the first sinless true family of God. His children, the true children, would build on that flawless foundation. Members of the Unification Church would be grafted onto the true family's pure blood lineage and wedding ceremonies arranged and blessed by the Reverend Moon, the mass nature of which has attracted so much attention around the world. From birth, Nan Suk was taught that Sun Moon was not just a holy man or a prophet, he was anointed by God. He was the Lord of the Second Advent, the divine guide who would unite the world's religions under his leadership and establish the kingdom of heaven on earth personally. Parents were often gone doing missionary work as Moon had instructed them. They believed Moon's paradoxical teachings to have as many kids as possible, but also to travel all the time. Reverend Moon taught his followers that God would take care of their children if his followers took care of him. The urgency of the Reverend Moon's mission superseded the personal bond between mother and child. Instead, her grandma raised her, along with an assortment of aunts and women called the Sisters, who were unmarried church members who served Moon by babysitting. For most of her childhood, she lived in a series of single rooms in a slum in Seoul known as Moontown, not because of Sun Moon, but because it was located on a treeless hillside, and hence closer to the moon. It was a ghetto of small, dilapidated houses packed closely together on narrow, winding streets. Houses were all the same, single-story structures heated by coal stoves. Every house was topped with a tiled roof and surrounded by a gated stone wall, the top of which was typically embedded with shards of broken glass to discourage thieves who roamed the area. There was no indoor plumbing. They used outhouses that were rarely emptied. And Nansuk went to school in an overcrowded elementary school, where she was too shy to ask to go to the bathroom and often made fun of for having accidents. The church seemed like a safe place compared to all that. Every Sunday, they went to a 5 a.m. service, 5 a.m., where they vowed 3 times and recited their pledges of obedience and submission to Moon's vision to begin. Every Sunday, Nansuk also watched the Moon children descend from their fancy apartment wearing designer clothes. Then Sun Moon would preach at 6 a.m., sometimes talking for as many as 15 hours. Cult, cult, cult. Keeps people tired and confused. There was also Sunday school. In all these services, there was no teaching of Jesus as a central religious figure. There was only Sun Moon. His children were also literally worshipped, with their academic and artistic accomplishments touted as proof of their superiority, celestial powers. Nansuk then entered the Little Angels Art School in 6th grade. Like the church that ran it, it was a pretty harsh environment. A tardy student would be forced to sit on a concrete bench outside the principal's office with her arms raised above her head for 30 minutes straight. She would then be required to write a letter of apology to her teacher and classmates for the disruption her late arrival had caused. At the Little Angels, the students were thought of as clay to be molded, sculptures to be shaped. The teaching emphasized rote memorization and repetitive drills, never critical thinking. All of this would prepare Nansuk to eat whatever bullshit the Moons decided to feed her. Meanwhile, her future husband, Hyo Jin, was living a very different life. At home, at the big family palatial estate in Tarrytown, New York, the Moon children were left to the care of church elders and babysitters. At school, they were the ultimate outsiders. They were sent to the private Hackley school, where their identities as Mooney subjected them to teasing or outright scorn. Hyo Jin was expelled from Hackley in middle school for bringing a BB gun to class and shooting several of his classmates, shooting at them at least. Not punished at home for this. Sun Moon proclaimed that his son was just a victim of religious persecution. How dare his classmates not acknowledge that his dad is a god, that he is a god? It's good that you shot him. Next time, bring a real gun. After Hyo Jin was expelled from Hackley, Moon sent him to live with Bo Hai Pak, one of his original disciples. Pretty sure that guy was one of the dudes that got fucking his ass beat. Hyo Jin in McLean, a wealthy Virginia suburb outside of Washington, D.C. Moon believed that his followers are responsible for rearing the Messiah's children. But Hyo Jin's behavior only deteriorated in Washington, D.C. In a large public school, there were fistfights and more. It was in Washington where he started doing drugs for the first time. Going to Washington was a great excitement for me to leave East Garden, Hyo Jin later told church members in an apologetic speech in 1988. Father told me not to associate with outside kids, but I wanted to associate with outside people. I felt this was a chance for me to seek friends. I didn't care about what Father wanted. I wanted my own friends. After I went to Washington, I started getting into drugs. I didn't want to be pressured by bullies anymore. When you're in high school, fist work. I started taking martial arts. I didn't want to take anything from anyone. In school, they go around in packs. The kids who had control were the strongest. When they saw me, they saw gooks. So I had a lot of fights. The more I fought, the more I won. The kids wanted to become friends. My name was notorious. I don't know. Was he all this? Was he such a badass, or is he kind of doing some myth building himself? Moon sent Hyo Jin back to Korea for high school, but it didn't work. Back in Korea, he started a rock and roll band. It had a reputation of being a bad boy, smoking cigarettes, drinking whiskey, having girlfriends he had sex with. Little Angel School would simply mail him a diploma. Contrary to his father's wishes, Hyo Jin wanted nothing to do with being matched for spiritual reasons. He confessed in that 1988 speech, "When I went to Korea, I started going with many girls. I really loved one in particular and wanted to marry her. Her parents liked the idea. They thought Father had a lot of money." Yeah, he did. They encouraged both of us, invited me to their home. They were nice to me. We became very close, almost lived together. I had sex with her. I wanted to do everything in my power to stay with her. I wanted to be matched with her or nobody else. After school, I would sleep over at her house and she at my house, all through high school. I drank a bottle of whiskey a day. If I didn't have money, I would buy corn whiskey, cheap and potent. I had to be drunk all the time. I touched bottom. I was listening to my heart cry. I started suffocating. I wanted to kill myself. How could I face Father? I thought the best way was to disappear. Then I would have no burden. Many times I sat with a gun pointed to my head, practiced what it would be like. I only cared about my physical body. I was worse than other kids. I was so physical and selfish. I didn't care how I affected other people. That's how I grew up. Maybe that was how I grew up. Nansuk never thought about him. She knew that Moon would select a match for her, and she'd have to accept it. What was the point of having crushes? But when Nansuk was 15, everything changed. There were whispers that Moon was looking for a match for his eldest daughter, Ju-Jin. Everyone expected the groom to be chosen from amongst the sons of his earliest disciples, Young Lee Kim or Hyo Won Yu. Their sons, Jin Kun Kim and Jin Sung Woo, were friends of Nansuk's older brother. But it was going to be her older brother, Jin. He was to be married to the daughter of the Messiah. He was to become a member of the true family of God. Jin was 17. When he got word that he got matched, he was also informed that his wedding would be the next day. And this was the first wedding of a true child of the Reverend and Mrs. Moon. At the ceremony, Nansuk spotted Hyo Jin Moon, the bad boy with the long hair. After the wedding, a dinner reception was held in a large ballroom at the Palace Hotel. Nansuk and her siblings were not invited. Soon after the wedding, the Moons and Ju-Jin flew back to America. Ju-Jin was a student at Smith Women's College in Massachusetts. Jin moved into Moon's house in Seoul with Hyo-Jin and a large household staff. Jin still had a year of high school left, though Hyo-Jin spent most of his time having sex and smoking cigarettes. Then one day, Nansuk was called out of school. She was brought to an enormous private residence where Moon sat at the head of a table, his wife next to him, Nansuk's mother next to her. But they all just had dinner, and Nansuk had no idea what was going on. Next day, Nansuk's mother sent her to a beauty parlor to have a new dress bought. They returned to the Moon's house, where Nansuk was instructed to kneel down on the floor. Then Sun Moon asked her parents to give her to the one true family. They said yes. She would, of course, be Hyo-Jin's match, meant to steer him towards a more righteous path. And I'll share more details regarding this arranged marriage that is doomed to be a train wreck, of course, right after today's first of two mid-show sponsor breaks. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Nurturing. Someone who helps take care of the people in their life. Like when Lindsay brought me a splint on our second date because she knew one of my fingers was probably broken. Hardworking and responsible. Someone who takes their job seriously and does it well. I loved hearing about how Lindsay kept getting hired by the same producers over and over for years. They clearly respected her. These are two of many, many green flags I saw when I met my wife. We often hear about the red flags we should avoid, but what if we focus more on looking for green flags in friends and partners? If you're not sure what they look like, therapy can help you identify green flags, actively practice them in your relationships, and embody the green flag energy yourself. Whether you're dating, married, building a friendship, or just working on yourself, it's time to form relationships that love you back. BetterHelp is fully online, making therapy affordable and convenient, serving over 5 million people worldwide. Access a diverse network of more than 30,000 credentialed therapists with a wide range of specialties. Easily switch therapists anytime at no extra cost. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/timesuck to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timesuck. Valentine's Day is coming up fast, but don't panic. There's still time to call 1-800-Flowers.com. And this year, 1-800-Flowers is making sure you're a Valentine's hero with an exclusive offer for our listeners. Double the roses for free. When you buy 1 dozen, they'll double your bouquet to 2 dozen roses. It's the perfect way to say I love you without breaking the bank. All roses from 1-800-Flowers are picked at their peak, cared for every step of the way, and shipped fresh to ensure lasting beauty. Think ahead this year. When you order 1 dozen, they'll double the rose bouquet for free. A great value. Bouquets are selling fast, so lock in your order today. I recently ordered a bouquet from 1-800-Flowers for the studio, and they look great. 2 dozen roses, and unlike the ones at the local grocery store, they were crisp, not wilted, a deep, consistent red, and the petals weren't starting to blacken on the edges. They were perfect, vibrant, and fresh. To claim your double your roses offer, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/timesuck. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/timesuck. Everyone who's ever done stand-up comedy knows not every joke delivers. I've bombed so hard a few times out on tour over the years that the club owners thought I was actually trying to not be funny. I wasn't. Ouch. Luckily, Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better design shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. Their razors are equipped with German-engineered blades crafted in their own factory and designed to stay sharp longer. Harry's has the highest customer satisfaction in the shaving industry, plus a no-risk trial. Don't like your shave? No worries, it's on them. And they make a lot more than razors. I love their antiperspirant, one of the very, very few brands out there that doesn't irritate my skin, but also controls my BO. Try the redwood or the stone scent, my two faves. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/timesuck. That's harrys.com/timesuck for a $3 trial set. Research shows, and you know I love research, that a major challenge for employers is the pressure to hire quickly, especially given how time-consuming it is to find and review candidates. Well, if you're an employer who can relate, here's a question for you. Have you tried ZipRecruiter yet? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, so you don't waste time or money. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. A buddy of mine who runs an insurance agency had a few people quit around the same time, and it left him in a really stressful bind. Luckily, he was able to replace them, and quickly within the week, through ZipRecruiter. And it's looking like they'll be even better than the agents he lost. So relax, employers, and let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/timesuck right now and try it for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/timesuck. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And I'm back. If you don't want to hear these ads, get the entire catalog ad-free and more by signing up to be a space alert on Patreon for $5 a month. And now we return to the arranged marriage of Hyojin and Nansuk. Hyojin was waiting in an adjoining room. Nansuk had never been alone with the boy. He sat on a couch and held hands. Then he said that they better return to his parents. She was now officially engaged. The next weeks would be spent shopping and having dinner parties thrown in her honor. Whenever she was alone with Hyojin, she was nervous. Alone in his sole residence, he tried to have sex with her, but she said that she wouldn't have premarital sex because that sent you to hell, as your dad teaches. Within a matter of months, she would leave for the U.S. with Hyojin in order to obtain a visa. The Unification Church lied, said Nansuk was performing in a piano competition. Nansuk spoke no English. And this was because of one of Moon's teachings. English is spoken only in the colonies of the Kingdom of Heaven. When the Unification Church movement becomes more advanced, the international and official language of the Unification Church shall be Korean. The official conferences will be conducted in Korean, similar to the Catholic conferences, which are conducted in Latin. Still, she went through customs, and then a car whisked her away to the East Garden. There she was alone with the Moon family for the first time before a driver took her back to the Belvedere estate with her parents. She'd be shocked by what she found out over the next few weeks. Like the Moon children did not have breakfast with their parents, but began each day by bowing to them. Then they were led away to the kitchen to have a separate breakfast. On the day of her wedding ceremony, when she's still 15, she's led down a long hallway to the library. A Korean woman whispered to her, "Don't smile, or your first child will be a girl." That was easy for Nansuk. She didn't feel like smiling. She wasn't happy about a lot of this. Moon was dressed in long, white, ceremonial robes. Nansuk and Hyojin, he was 19, stood before the true parents at an offering table laden with food and Korean wine. Afterwards, the new couple were delivered to the cottage house. They would live and get dressed for the reception, which would be at the ballroom of the Manhattan Center. Immediately, Hyojin insisted they have sex. Nansuk begged him not to. They only had an hour, but he insisted. He was rough, excited at the prospect of deflowering a virgin. For hours afterwards, Nansuk said she burned with pain. At the reception, which was in English, Nansuk laughed when everyone else laughed, smiled when everyone else smiled. She didn't understand what the hell was going on. She didn't understand a word that they were saying. The celebration didn't end even after they got back to the East Garden. It's a Korean tradition for wedding guests to strike the soles of the groom's feet with a stick for his symbolic thievery of taking his bride. Back at Cottage House, Hyojin put on several pairs of socks, I guess, in preparation for this ritual assault. All right. Moon and Mrs. Moon laughed as church leaders now tied Hyojin's ankles together so he could not escape. Excuse me. Every time they hit Hyojin's feet, Moon would express mock outrage. "Stop! I will pay you not to hit my son." Those wielding the stick would then take his money and go back to beating him. "I'll give you more money if you stop," Moon would shout. And again, the laughter would begin as they stuffed his money into their pockets and began hitting Hyojin again. But then it got a little less funny. Because Black Young Jin showed the fuck up. He wasn't playing around with that stick. He grabbed it, hit Hyojin so hard he fractured both of his feet. They started hitting him elsewhere as his dad cried tears of laughter. He broke his arms, fractured his skull. Moon finally stood up and applauded. Oh, Black Young Jin, you are my most humorous son. No one makes me laugh like you. Of course, that part's not true. Black Young Jin was too busy beating followers of his own cult, probably too tender. Nan Suk quickly learned that everything to do with her marriage, including the honeymoon, was going to be supervised, either by the Moons or by assistants. However, even though she was carefully controlled, the family couldn't stop Nan Suk from noticing certain things, like how Hak Jahan, the mother of the true family, was a gambling fiend. Moon also liked to gamble. He liked to play blackjack. He'd give instructions to an assistant named Peter Kim, so he wasn't gambling directly. That's fucking weird. Send Peter to the casino, instruct him on how to bet, I guess. Moon's rationale for this, he had to mix with the sinners, just like Jesus did. And everyone knows that Jesus loved blackjack. No one likes to split on a pair of aces or double down on 11 more than the Messiah. Nan Suk also noticed the family's secrecy. When they enrolled her in public school, not private like they did for their kids, they did it under a pseudonym. At the age of 15, yeah, she's still 15, Nan Suk was waking up at 6 every morning to attend her sophomore year of high school. It's crazy. Exhausted from the night before, as Hyo Jin would come back late and demand sex. Nobody at the school was supposed to know about any of this stuff. She wondered if it was also godly. Why was it a secret? Where did all their money come from? Why was the answer she was given always just Japan? And if the Moon children were so godly, why were they spending almost every night hanging around and getting drunk in Manhattan nightclubs? And if Sun Moon was Jesus, why was he beating his kids and insisting it came out of love? Why would he do things like slap small children in the face when they wouldn't be quiet for church services? There was nobody to answer her questions. She cried herself to sleep most nights, her knees raw with carpet burns from having to constantly kneel before the Moons and worship them as deities. What an odd reality she was living in. The one time she did try to report her husband's infidelity to Mrs. Moon, she told Nan Suk that she was failing as a wife. It was her job to make Hyo Jin want to stay home, not go out. And Injin, the eldest Moon daughter, was constantly telling her mom lies about Nan Suk, making her out to be a troublemaker. Soon, Nan Suk grew wary of trusting anyone. One exception was Unjin, a Moon daughter a year younger than Nan Suk. While the other kids would go out clubbing, Unjin and Nan Suk would stay up late baking, chatting. Unjin was a wonderful cook, generous spirit, sharing her chocolate chip cheesecake and homemade cookies with the security guards who had an office in the basement of the mansion. And there was a whole ecosystem of attendants and employees here. The kitchen sisters and the babysitters would sleep 6 to a room in the attic. They were given a small stipend but no salary, kept totally dependent on the church. The situation was a little better for security guards, gardeners, and handymen who took care of the Moon properties. The Moon's attitude was that church members were privileged to live in such close proximity to the true family, so they didn't really need much money. Besides Unjin, her only other respite was math class. There, she was in 12th grade algebra, practicing concepts she'd already mastered way back in 4th grade in Korea. But mostly her life felt hollow. She would describe it like this. I was beginning to see the truth. Our marriage was a sham. Hyo Jin had gone through with the wedding, but he had every intention of living the life he had before. I suspected that Hyo Jin was having sex with the hostesses at the Korean bars he frequented, but I had no proof. When I would ask him what he did when he stayed out all night, he told me that it was impudent of me to question the son of the Messiah. I would lie awake in our bed, imagining that I heard his car when it was only the sound of the wind. Within just a few weeks of their wedding, she had proof of his infidelity. He gave her an STD. By then, she also knew that he still had a girlfriend back in Korea and no plans to break up with her. Soon he left for Korea, not to return for months. During that time, Nan Suk learned she was pregnant with his child. After hearing about the pregnancy, Hyo Jin returned from Korea and without a word of apology or explanation, moved out of Cottage House. He apparently realized he wasn't actually legally married to Nan Suk and planned just to leave his life in the church and abandon Nan Suk and the baby. When his dad, Sun Moon, found out, he was furious with Nan Suk, berating her for not being a better wife. And he said that if Hyo Jin returned, she had to forgive and forget. She had no choice. Soon the Moons would pay Hyo Jin's girlfriend off in Korea to leave him, and then Hyo Jin, with no GED, no degree, no job, and no money aside from his parents, had to return home. Also, her mother-in-law, Hak Jahan Moon, was pregnant again with her and Moon's 13th kid. Her obstetrician had warned her after the birth of their 10th child that another pregnancy could endanger her health, if not her life, and then Moon just had her change doctors. He was determined to bring in as many sinless, true children of the Messiah into the world as possible. More tumultuousness was coming. Sun Moon in 1982 was being indicted for tax fraud, which we went over in the previous episode. He'll go to prison. Nan Suk would later note that Sun Moon didn't seem worried about his conviction. It was almost like he welcomed it. You know, he was able to carve this narrative out that he was being persecuted for his race and religion. Nansuk, meanwhile, was now a little more than Mrs. Moon's lady-in-waiting, accompanying her on walks on the beach, even the bathroom. And at night, Hyojin demanded sex as he berated Nansuk for her changing pregnant body. Soon it was February 1983, and the baby was due. She was born February 27th after a day of labor. She was just under 7 pounds. Nansuk named her Shinjun. Because she wasn't a boy, everybody was disappointed except for her. Hyojin now left again for Korea. Wouldn't return until late summer. Soon Nansuk would begin her junior year at a private single-sex school. Yeah, she's still a young teenager in high school. Thankfully, there were several other Korean girls there she could speak to. During her junior year, she had a miscarriage. Hyojin berated her for looking ugly when she cried about it. These fucking monsters. Her senior year, Nansuk learned to drive. After her graduation, Vice President George Bush gave the commencement address. Nansuk got ready in her bedroom as her toddler played on the floor. A year later, after his release from prison for tax fraud, the Reverend Moon's hubris culminated in a secret ceremony. Oh my gosh. I thought this was a different thing for a second. This is still pretty funny. He actually crowned himself and Hak Jahan Moon as Emperor and Empress of the entire universe. Oh, fuck yeah.
By the power of Grayskull.
I have the power of the Emperor of the universe and the good I never lived!
Preparations for the lavish clandestine event at Belvedere took months, cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. This craziness marked a turning point for Nansuk and her parents. It was the first time that they confided in each other that maybe they weren't so sure about this whole thing. Maybe the Moons weren't so great and holy. Maybe, just maybe, they were narcissistic, power-hungry, insane, sadistic grifters. But Nansuk had so much on her plate already to worry about, including her toddler and becoming a freshman at New York University. She didn't want to deal with the thought of having to start her life over, again. So she pushed her concerns down and tried to ignore them. Freshman year, she was also pregnant again. And when she visited Hyojin in Seoul the summer after her finals, he started to beat her. Once, when she locked herself in the bathroom to avoid his wrath, he broke down the door using his guitar as a sledgehammer. Meanwhile, at least her studies are going well. In 1988, after earning high grades at NYU, she transferred to Barnard. Security guard from East Garden would drive her to and from class. Not even the professor who served as her advisor knew who she really was. Over the ensuing years, sometimes Nansuk would flee for Korea with her children. She had another girl, then a boy, but she'd always return, partly because of her faith and her inability to question Sun Moon, and partially because she knew that Hyojin would always find a way to track her down and get her back. For sheltering her in Seoul, Nansuk's parents were punished. Father mocked during business meetings, humiliated in public. Nansuk ended up being cut off from her parents completely, started having her calls monitored, but at least she'd given birth to a boy, and that made the Moon family a little bit kinder towards her. In April of 1988, Hyojin made what was billed as a dramatic confession before a church gathering in the grand ballroom of the World Mission Center, the old New Yorker hotel in New York City. His parents stayed at church holiday. I listed some of his quotes from the speech earlier. He also said, many blessed members blame Father for my wrongdoings. It is not Father's fault, it is my fault. It wasn't easy for me to come to America. It was a spawning ground for my hate and misunderstanding. People tried to explain, but I never listened. I had a lot of anger in my heart. I hated almost everybody. He went on to deal with escapades, drinking, romances, as though that was all behind him now. I want to do everything right from now on. That was the past, and it comes and haunts me many times. I have told you everything, but I slept around, that I had many women. I have nothing more to tell you. Please, forgive me, he finished. But, that speech was a sham. It was just given due to parental pressure. His behavior did not change a bit. He kept going out, kept fucking mistresses, wrecking some cars. He wound up in jail a couple times. He also cut his first album. Hyojin Moon recorded Rebirth at Manhattan Center Studios, which was another church-owned facility, next to the church-owned Old New Yorker Hotel. Hyojin would sell CDs and tapes of his music to his only audience, the Unification Church, which included the Collegiate Association for the Research of Principles, right, CARP. I think we mentioned them last episode, which he served as their figurehead president. Rebirth, the first of many albums for Hyojin. Here's a little clip from a concert Hyojin Moon put on in Osaka, Japan in 2003. The song is called I Love You from his 1990 album Star Songs, one of 16 albums of original music he cranked out before he died in 2008. He performed this track as the encore for the show in front of about, I'm guessing, 200 people. All church members, I'm sure. Oh, get ready to be blown away. You turn that one up a little bit, Logan? Yeah. I'm really experience this. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's good. What a talent. I mean, I can't speak the language, so I don't know what he's saying, but I don't think it would make the song better if I did. Nansuk gave birth to the couple's third daughter, Shin Ok, in October of 1989. She was 23 years old, now had 4 children. Then in 1992, Mrs. Moon demanded that Nansuk accompany her on a 10-city tour of Japan, even though Nansuk was pregnant again. It was an extraordinary scene to witness. Church members truly treated Mrs. Moon and Nansuk like royalty. Church members brought her stacks of money. At one juncture, a member was styling Nansuk's hair and they noticed she misplaced her watch. Within the hour, a jeweler was in her hotel room with trays of expensive watches for her to choose from as a gift from her Japanese hosts. On her way home, she was given $20,000 in cash to smuggle back in the U.S. A couple months later, in January of 1993, she would find out that the daughter grown inside of her could not develop a brain, would not survive outside the womb. When she had an abortion and kept that to herself, just have some privacy while she mourned. Mrs. Moon found out, berated her for untrustworthiness, saying she was trying to undermine the holy work of the true parents. They would take their anger out on Nansuk's parents as well. In 1993, her father was removed by the Moons from his position as president of the Unification Church in Europe. He went home to Korea, where he was ostracized by the religious movement that he and Nansuk's mother had helped Sun Moon build. And Hyo Jin's abuse was escalating. He chased her around the house one night in a paranoid, coke-fueled frenzy. When Nansuk shouted for help, nobody came, and then he beat the shit out of her. By 1994, her only dream was that she and Hyo Jin could someday live apart. She was just 28 years old, but felt so much older. That March, she learned that she was pregnant again. Hyo Jin was now recording more often than ever and supervising the audio and media production of the church. New job simply meant more money to finance his coke habit, his growing arsenal of guns, his alcohol binges, and I'm sure taking his mistresses out. He now kept a loaded machine gun, a gift from his parents, under his and Nansuk's bed. Once when Nansuk was 7 months pregnant, he beat her when she caught him doing coke in the bathroom. He also embezzled millions from his company, Manhattan Center Studios. November of 1994, Nansuk gave birth to their 5th child, a boy named Shin Hoon. Hyo Jin said he was too tired to drive to the hospital to witness his son's birth. Turns out he was busy fucking an employee at the music studio, a lady named Annie. Adultery was the single worst sin in the Unification Church, since so much emphasis was placed on these marriages. But Hyo Jin said to Nansuk that the rules did not apply to him. His dad, Sun Moon, was unfaithful, so why couldn't he be? He said his sexual liaisons were providential or ordained by God. God wanted him to ride as many bicycles as possible. Why can't you get that? I have to put my dick in every hole I can. God telling me. Sometimes I'm like, God, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. He's like, go get some more puss. Nansuk went directly to Mrs. Moon with Hyo Jin's claims. She was both furious and tearful. She said she hoped that such pain would end with her and that it would not be passed on to the next generation. She disagreed with Hyo Jin's claims that he had the same authority as his dad. She said, no, Father is the Messiah, not Hyo Jin. What Father did was in God's plan. My God, the mental hurdles people jump, the rationalizations. What? My son is cheating on you? Oh, that simply will not do. He blamed it on his father. Well, yeah, his father cheats. Of course he does. He's new Jesus. He can do whatever he wants. But Hyo Jin, he's not even like new Abraham. He's not even like new Job. This is not okay. She said that her husband's infidelity was just part of her course to suffer to become the true mother. But there is no excuse for Hyo Jin to do this. Sun Moon would also reiterate to Nansuk that his own infidelities had been providential, but his son Hyo Jin's weren't. Yeah, totally. I mean, God wanted him to put his dick in a bunch of wet holes. Not his son. What? Not my son. Now things are starting to make more sense for Nansuk. The constant adoration of the true mother, all the money she got. Was it to make up for Sun Moon's constant infidelity so that she wouldn't expose him? She started to see the truth, she said, that this family was fucking rotten to the core. Now it's January of 1995. Nansuk finally decides it's time to go. She can no longer see Moon or Mrs. Moon being any kind of Messiah-type figures if everything, literally everything about them is so fucked up. She now believed that God, whatever he was, had given up on this family, and therefore spiritually, she was free to go. so she starts to make a plan. Her ally would be an unlikely one, Madeline, Hyo-jin's assistant. She was also planning to leave her husband, an Australian she had been matched with. Meanwhile, Hyo-jin has been banned from the recording studio by his parents, then refuses to go to rehab, then is reinstated at the recording studio despite the protests of many who worked there, and he was still abusing Non-suk. In fact, the abuse got worse. One night he took a tube of lipstick, held her down, and just scribbled stupid all over her face. Another time he forced her to stand naked while he walked around her, mocking her and spitting on her. Started to literally spit on her any chance he got. By June, Non-suk is packing. Her brother Jin had called to say that there was a house for sale across the street from him in Massachusetts. He and his wife had been exiled for years at this point. Chong-suk, one of Nan-suk's sisters, would live in the area as well. Having escaped the match move made for her back in Korea, she bought the house. Her parents, too, were out of the cult, making it easier for her to leave. She didn't have to worry about them getting punished for what she was doing. Over the ensuing months, she sent her staff, babysitters, helpers back home for, quote, visits she extended, hoping they would stay until she was gone and have protection by virtue of distance from the Moon family. She started moving furniture out, praying that the security guards wouldn't tell anyone. Finally, she asked her kids if they wanted to leave. If they said no, she knew she was going to stay, but instead, they exploded into happy, excited giggles. All right, the kids wanted to leave this shit show behind as well. They're probably sick of having to constantly bow to their grandparents. Maybe also scared of the boogeyman, Black Young Jin, returning to lay down some hurt on them. On August 18th, 1995, it was time. With the kids, Non-suk met Madeline on an isolated street corner where they loaded their suitcases into a van. They would stay in a motel that night, arranged by Jin, Non-suk's brother, then move to a modest house in Lexington, Massachusetts. Once in her new home, she met with the police, filed an order of protection from the Moon family. She now had to learn to cook, clean, do laundry, all the things that servants had done for her for basically her entire life. She didn't know how to run a dishwasher, how to mow a lawn, how to operate a washing machine. First time the toilet overflowed, she completely panicked. But she was happy. Her struggles were completely worth it. Her kids started to learn basic life skills. They made friends as equals, not as the grandkids of the Messiah. The Moons, of course, were furious. They tried to hide their fury in their letters and audio tapes. They sent to Non-suk, beseeching her to come home. In a custody proceeding that would follow, Hyo-jin insisted that he had always been a present father, but could not tell the court the ages of his own children or what grades they were in at school. This guy is such a douche. Early December, despite the Moon's wealth and influence, Non-suk was awarded full custody until such a time as Hyo-jin demonstrated himself to be sober for at least 2 months. He would literally never complete that task. He would, however, be jailed for failing to pay child support. Jailed as Sun Moon did a lecture tour around the country preaching about the lack of family values in the media and in the culture. And now let's check back in with the true father. See what Papa Grift is up to right after today's second of 2 mid-show sponsor breaks. The big game is almost here, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last football game of the season with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the big game. Prize Picks is also giving away a free pick for the big game, where one of the starting quarterbacks will only need to throw 1 yard to win. If you're correct on at least one more stat projection, you can win real cash. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida. Join over 10 million members and sign up today. The big game in New Orleans is going to be so big this year. I wish I could be there live for it. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. So many weapons. I'm picking Saquon Barkley for over 113.5 yards rushing. He has been unstoppable this year. And I'm picking Travis Kelce to bounce back from a quiet AFC Championship game and catch for more than 64.5 yards receiving. Who do you have? Download the app today and use code TIMESUCK to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup using code TIMESUCK. Prize Picks. Run your game. Let's talk about jewelry. You like yourself some shinies, as my wife Lindsay likes to call them? There's something magical about gold, silver, and jewels, isn't there? Jewelry has enchanted humanity since long before the written word. So many of us for centuries and centuries have loved the way it makes us feel, the memories it holds, the stories it tells. But when it comes to buying jewelry, stress too often replaces joy. If you want to make buying jewelry feel as good as wearing it, go to BlueNile.com. At Blue Nile, you'll find thousands of independently graded diamonds and fine jewelry pieces at prices below your expectations. Want to learn more about a particular piece? Blue Nile's jewelry experts are ready 24/7 via phone or chat. From tech specs to budget recs, They're here to help you find a piece you'll feel great about, yourself or someone else. A friend of mine recently bought their fiance a diamond pendant necklace, and thanks to Blue Nile's option for lab-grown diamonds and using the chat feature on the website, they were able to get a rock without breaking the bank. She actually cried when she got it. She loved it so much. What a special memory for them both. Experience the ease and convenience of shopping Blue Nile, the original online jeweler. Go to BlueNile.com today. That's BlueNile.com. It's always nice to keep your money where you can see it, isn't it? Unfortunately, traditional big wireless carriers also seem to like keeping your money. Can you blame them? No. But you can leave them. If you're tired of crazy high wireless bills, bogus fees, and quote-unquote free perks that actually cost more in the long run, switch to Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile offers premium plans starting at $15 per month with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network. Plus, you can keep your phone and number along with all your contacts. So easy. I've been saving over $50 a month for a few years now, a couple $1,000s saved, and I gave up nothing. Same unlimited data, same coverage. Same phone with all the same contacts. Mint Mobile has made it so easy for me to just save money month after month after month. If you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/timesuck. That's mintmobile.com/timesuck. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month 5 GB plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. And I'm back. It's late 1997. The leader of the Unification Church is still going strong, but maybe not quite as strong as he was a few years back. You might not know it, but his church is past its prime. November 29th, 1997, Sun Myung Moon presided over a mass wedding at Robert F. Kennedy Stadium in Washington, D.C. It was a far cry from a similar event in Madison Square Garden in 1982. For this latest gathering, the Unification Church had to beat the bushes to fill the stadium. The church had peaked. Membership was now declining. Most of the 28,000 couples who attended were already married and members of other religions. Most accepted free tickets passed out at suburban shopping malls and supermarket parking lots to attend what Unification Church billed as a World Culture and Sports Festival. 1998, Nam Suk and Eun Jin, who claimed her husband had abused her as well, go on 60 Minutes and unleash a flurry of allegations about sex, drugs, and violence inside Moon's supposedly holy, ideal family. Moon was still reeling from this bombshell when the following year his second youngest son, who was given the Americanized name of Philip, hurled himself from the 17th floor of a Harris casino in Nevada and died. Philip also had been trapped in an unhappy marriage. It's almost like the premise of marrying strangers together, like you've been doing for decades, is really fucking stupid, unnecessary, and damaging. Luckily, Philip Moon quickly returned in the body of a 52-year-old Brazilian named Fernando, aka Brown Philip. And soon Brown Philip would right the Mooney ship through another whirlwind ass-whooping tour. I wish. Now he just stayed dead. He didn't even get to teach special classes in heaven or make Jesus run errands for him or anything. All this family turmoil was making a mockery of Moon's family-first teachings. Moon had already lost some of his political leverage during the early 90s as communism crumbled and Democrats, he was in bed with mainly Republicans for a while, seized control of Congress and the White House. Now many disillusioned followers began turning their backs on the church. Moon, who now espoused that America's culture was of what he called moral degradation and caused his children's downfall, not his shitty parenting and ridiculous co-beliefs, he grew bitter towards his adopted country, which he branded Satan's harvest. Totally. This is all Satan's fault. But he didn't give up on the U.S. entirely. Instead, he began courting new groups such as socially conservative black churches, Democratic politicians. The church also launched the Women's Federation for World Peace, which packaged his theology as a tool for the liberation of women. Okay. Mrs. Moon, whose role in the church had been mostly ceremonial up to this point, was named the new president. She began traveling the world proclaiming herself a co-messiah. Oh, that's cool. Urging women to devote themselves to their families. She told a conservative crowd in Seoul, "We must spread to the whole world a model movement in which we embrace our husbands and raise our children properly." On several occasions, former President George H.W. Bush, a major beneficiary of Moon family donations over the years, we don't know how much they gave him, but I'm guessing millions, appeared alongside her, as did his wife, Barbara. And in a major departure from his previous teachings, Moon formally declared Mrs. Moon to be his equal and promised she would inherit everything from Father. Despite these changes, Moon still has not given up on his dreams of world domination. In the spring of 2000, he invited 120 American ministers to South Korea, gave them diamond-studded gold watches in a blatant attempt to bribe them into joining his movement. Then, just after the 9/11 attacks, Moon convened a summit in New York City of religious and political leaders, including Jerry Falwell, Dan Quayle, Richard Holbrooke, Dick Quota met and acknowledged, and the Nation of Islam's President Louis Farrakhan, a million family march Moon had supported the previous year. The stated goal of this gathering was to find solutions to global violence. But the mood was fractious, especially after Farrakhan suggested that Osama bin Laden had been wrongly scapegoated. Instead of uniting behind Moon, as he had predicted, the post-Cold War world was growing more divided. However, with every setback, Moon's plans only grew more grandiose. Later that year, he made an announcement. By February of 2013, all humanity would join hands under the banner of a global nation of cosmic peace and unity called Chun Ul-Guk. Do you remember when that happened back in 2013? God, that was a great day back in February 2013. When literally all of us held hands. And everything was peaceful and there was a lot of cosmic unity. Moon and his followers began preparations in Korea, launching a police force, commissioning an anthem I'll share later with you, and adopting a flag. They also literally built Moon an elaborate castle shaped like the U.S. Capitol building. If Moon couldn't actually spiritually conquer America, he could at least do so in symbolic form. Around this time, In-Jin was living in Boston and pursuing a doctorate in divinity at Harvard. Her dad, who was splitting his time between New York and his kingdom in Korea, no longer kept close tabs on her. Over time, she shed her sense of familial obligation and started writing and recording romantic pop songs. So much music in this family. You see how I burn beneath your steady gaze. You see how I yearn to be a meadow where you graze. One went, Hail Lucifina! Sadly, I can't find any recordings on the web of her early solo work, but I will share some of her recent hit music a bit later. March 23rd, 2004, at a ceremony in the Dirksen Senate building in Washington, D.C., Moon crowned himself with what was called the Crown of Peace. Republican lawmaker Roscoe Bartlett. Oh, what a fucking great name. That sounds like a guy who'd show up at a Crown of Peace event. I'm Roscoe Bartlett. Let's get this shindig go. Yeah. This fucking douche literally bowed down before the couple. And then Democrat Danny Davis, another douche, carried in one of two golden crowns. Her place on that. How embarrassing. Fucking stereotypes. These politicians acting like fools to grab, I'm sure, fat paychecks handed their way. Moon then informed the audience that kings and presidents had declared him humanity's savior, and that Jesus, Buddha, Hitler, and Stalin had been reborn as new persons through his teachings. Yeah, totally. That's not a crazy thing at all to say publicly. And I'm sure this politician just nodded, like, oh, yeah, no, that's great. Around that same time, In-Jin Moon began having an affair with a keyboard player named Alistair Ferrand. Her husband, James Park, was crushed. Park now started binging on coke, and Paradigm Global Advisors, his financial company, suffered. According to people with inside knowledge, one of Park's business partners began angling for control of the company now, and Park began hunting for a buyer friendly to his interests. And as luck would have it, he found one in an unlikely quarter, then Senator Joe Biden's family. The story just keeps getting weirder. James Biden, Joe's brother, approached a business associate named Anthony Lotito, who connected him with Park's camp, and the three men began negotiating to buy Paradigm. They signed an agreement that gave them a controlling stake in the company in return for $21 million in cash to be paid in 6 months. Hunter Biden, Joe's son, who had no financial industry experience, was named CEO and given an annual salary of $1.2 million. Oh, fun. I love that Hunter Biden has now randomly appeared in this story. If only Donald Trump was part of this business deal. Trump was paid $2 million by the Moonies in 2022, according to 2023 tax filings, for appearing and speaking at 2 church events with Mike Pence. Must be nice to make $1 million for an appearance. Back to the Paradigm situation. I wonder how much coke Hunter and James Park snorted together. How many escorts were there to snort it with him? Did Black Young Jin show up, snort a little coke, fuck some escorts, and then beat the fucking shit out of everyone in the room? Soon it became clear that Paradigm had 200 to 300 million under its management, not the 1.5 billion it claimed. Now the Bidens' main financier backed out, but the Bidens found a way around their sudden lack of capital. According to court documents and people close to both sides of the negotiations, they approached Park, who was still in treatment for coke use, and cut a new deal. Instead of $21 million in cash, they would fork over an $8 million note. People close to Park say he was emotionally fragile, felt indebted to the Bidens, which put him in a vulnerable position. Finally, in 2008, the economy collapsed with housing market crisis, after which it emerged that Alan Stanford, whose firm was soliciting investors for one of Paradigm's funds, was running a multi-billion-dollar Ponzi scheme. Ah, sweet. This is all connected to a Ponzi scheme as well. Awesome. While the Paradigm Fund itself was solid overall, investors were spooked, and in 2010, Paradigm folded, filed for voluntary liquidation. Park was never able to collect on the $8 million note, found himself facing a mountain of debt. A little dance with Biden was over. Park and Ingen were saved, though, from financial ruin thanks to Moon family ties and Moon family money. And Jin's younger brother, Preston, a Harvard grad, former Olympic equestrian who controlled most of the family's American enterprises, he agreed to bail the couple out with several $1 million, a decision he would later regret because of the family fracturing. March 17, 2008, Hyojin Moon dies of a heart attack at the Moon family home in Seoul, South Korea. He remarried to Yoon Ah Choi and had 4 more kids. He completely abandoned his original family, like father, like son. His death raised the question of leadership succession, and Moon was in his late 80s now, needed an heir. This left an opening for Ingen, who maneuvered her way to the helm of the Manhattan Center, the only one of Moon's daughters to assume a leadership role. She immediately gave her lover, previously struggling musician Alistair Ferrant, a top position, fired half the staff, many of them long-standing church members. She also began courting new talent, including a 30-something rock musician named Ben Lorenzen. She will soon leave Alistair for Ben. These two are still together and making the best music. Their most recent release, a cover of Fleetwood Mac's Dreams, lighting up YouTube right now. It has 63 views in the past 4 months. Several of those are mine. Here's a little taste of more Moon family music.
Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining.
Oh, yeah.
Players only love you when they're playing. Say women, baby, come on and baby, go. When the rain washes you, leave you know. You know.
I mean, that rendition would for sure be better than at least some of the other cover songs sung at a random karaoke night in just any bar. Ben actually releases a fair amount of songs on his own. In 2022, he released the track Second Man on the Moon. Get it? Because his wife, they're going to get married. I'm jumping the gun a little bit. But she's a member of the Moon family, and some other dude rode her bicycle before he took a spin. I think that's what the title refers to. I'm not sure. Yes. Sounds like it was released in 1996. No, it was released in 2023. Wow, it's a lot better than the other song. 267 views in a year. Actually, it's not as bad as I was hoping. He is talented. I wish I hated it. That summer, a helicopter Reverend and Mrs. Moon were traveling aboard, crashed into a South Korean mountainside, and unfortunately, they both survived. But while they recovered, their children began squabbling over the only major piece of Moon's empire that remained up for grabs, the Unification Church of America, which oversees the movement's U.S. congregations, along with hundreds of millions of dollars, perhaps more than $1 billion in assets. Preston saw himself as the natural heir, but Ingen spotted an opportunity. Her family hadn't fully recovered from the Paradigm debacle. According to people close to her, she was hungry for additional income. Clearly, her music alone, not quite paying the bills. When Justin Moon approached her about staging a takeover, there's so many Moon kids, she agreed. The American Church then convened a board meeting led by Ingen. Most of the existing board members were pressured to resign, were replaced with Ingen's allies, after which Ingen was formally elected chair. Bitter family feud ensued. The True family is experiencing civil war. Preston later staged his own bedroom coup at Unification Church International, the holding company for the Moon's family's U.S. business, giving him unfettered control over billions of dollars in assets. He used the proceeds to fund an offshoot movement that drew on his father's teachings without deifying the Moon Clan. Ingen, meanwhile, assumes the role of chief pastor of the American Church in 2009, begins using it as a vehicle for her own passions. Her aim, she said, was to transform the church into one that people, especially young people, were dying to join. Oh, that's cool. She renamed the church Loving Life Ministries, shelved the old hymn books, launched a rock band, oh, fuck yeah, an offshoot of which played New York clubs under the moniker Sonic Cult. Here's that band, playing little Beach Boys, fucking rocking out with the Beach Boys. at the Bitter End Club back in March of 2013. Ben Lorenzen on vocals and lead guitar. There's at least 30 people here. Come join my cult with my wife, who's money, my father-in-law, the fucking lunatic. Again, he's not bad. He's got a nice face. And probably a lot of cult money in his bank accounts now. Now, rather than adhering to the church line on arranged marriage, INJIN encourages young people to play a role in choosing their own spouses. How very progressive. They're the new Moonies. They're the cool Moonies who play Beach Boy covers at bars. Her reforms were met with heated resistance, so across the country, Moon's disciples took to the internet to denounce INJIN's bling-bling style, whatever the fuck that means. One online critic dubbed her ministry the Mushroom Church because all you do is sit passively in the dark and are fed bovine excrement. Boom! Mic drop! Yeah, go eat your bovine excrement. I can't respect people who say excrement in slams like that. Just say shit, you fucking douche. Some were already leaving and following their siblings into the splinter groups. The eldest, Young Jin, a.k.a. Preston, broke from the church in 2009, refused to give up major UC assets he controlled in Korea and the Americas, eventually set up the Family Peace Association as an alternative. The youngest, Hyung Jin, a.k.a. Sean, broke away from the church, continued using the UC logo for his services, set up the World Peace and Unification Sanctuary, a.k.a. the Sanctuary Church in Newfoundland, Pennsylvania, as an alternative. We'll check in with Sean a bit later. The main church struggled in the face of all this division. In 2 years, nationwide monthly attendance in the U.S. plunged from roughly 26,000 a couple years before to less than 7,500, according to internal church documents. Yet INJIN persisted, confident that with time she could win over the doubters and bring her father's church into the modern era. But she was now facing some personal problems, reminiscent of her father's. In late 2009, Patricia Lorenzen, wife of the musician who we've sampled, Ben, did I mention her new boyfriend was married and had a family? She traveled to New York with her 2 young sons to visit her husband for Christmas. And while they were staying at the Moon-owned New Yorker hotel, she borrowed Ben's laptop, found his email inbox brimming with fucking pussy photos from INJIN. Not kidding. She confronted INJIN over email, after which she says Lorenzen and another man turned up at her room, delivered an ultimatum. She and her kids had to be out of the hotel by the next morning or they would be tossed out by security. That's right, Ben Lorenzen, fucking Mr. Beach Boy, the vocalist, shows up to threaten his own wife and kids with being tossed out onto the street on Christmas, no less, if she won't shut the fuck up about his affair. Harder to enjoy songs now. A family feud now erupts in open view. The siblings now spar over billions of dollars in international assets and ports. One of INJIN's deputies traveled the country delivering a PowerPoint presentation. He cast her brother Preston as a fallen Adam being controlled by Satan. Love that he's doing that on PowerPoint. To anyone in her father's church who would listen, if you'll just bear with me for a second, and just showing slides, and you see here, this is a picture of the devil. This next picture is of Adam. You can see the resemblance. They look very similar. This is Adam smoking a cigarette, something very satanic. Early 2012, INJIN gave an upbeat sermon about music, motherhood, and true love. This is an incredible year, and I feel so many wonderful things are going to unfold, she said. This is about you and me. This is about America. This is about our future. But after the service was over, INJIN disappeared from public view. She stopped delivering weekly sermons. She was broadcasting online. They weren't getting very many views. Even quit showing up altogether at the church's Manhattan headquarters. She's got to focus on music now. After several months passed with no sign of her, some parishioners began pressing for information about her whereabouts. They were blocked at every turn. Even the highest circles of church leadership couldn't or wouldn't say what happened to INJIN Moon. We'll meet her again soon, find out why she disappeared. September 2nd, 2012, Sun Moon, true father, dies of pneumonia like a fucking weak little bitch at age 92. Ugh. 2 weeks later, some 15,000 people packed into a Moon-owned stadium outside Seoul for the memorial. Mrs. Moon vowed to continue her husband's quest, to build a world where all people live as one great family under God. She won't need to take on a quest on alone, because at the service in front of everyone present, Sun Moon reanimates, comes back to life in the body of Kundioni. Oh, fuck yeah, bro. The Zimbabwean ass whooper is back. Now Sun Moon is taking over his body. He grabs a chair, beats the shit out of all 15,000 people present. Takes days. has to take breaks to eat, drink, sleep, get some massages. But he gets the job done and restores order to the one true church!
By the power of Grayskull.
He did it! Congratulations! Back to reality now. Back to the true father being truly dead and gone. After the service, true mother and some of her kids knelt above his burial vault, clasped hands and prayed. Injun remains conspicuously absent. Around the time that a birth certificate for a 4-month-old boy began circulating on the internet, to the astonishment of Moon's followers, the child's parents were none other than Injun Moon and the married musician she was fucking and sending pussy pics to, Ben Lorenzen. That's why she disappeared from public view, because she was pregnant. Now, on top of mourning the Messiah, Moon's American disciples have to digest the news that his supposedly sinless daughter trampling his most sacred teachings. Jin Soon Pak, son of Bohai Pak, the second in command, husband of Injin, had actually helped Injin and Ben find a house on Cape Cod where she could hide and write out her pregnancy. Mrs. Moon was furious. Or maybe she saw an opportunity. She demanded that Injin resign. Injin issued an apology to members of the church. It was never our intention to hurt anyone. All we wanted was to love and to be loved. So once again, like these arranged marriages are terrible. Next, Mrs. Moon moves to claim the inheritance her husband has promised her. She wrests control of the international church from Sean Moon, her shitty son. Issued a memo saying everything that is carried out in Korea from this day onward will be centered on true mother. Fucking the bitch is back in town. She later ousted her son Justin, who controlled most of Moon's Korean enterprises. After 5 decades spent in Moon's shadow, the kingdom was in her hands. She wasn't going to let her shitty kids fuck it up. She was going to banish her brood. I actually kind of feel sorry for Mrs. Moon. She was raised in cults, right? She didn't pick Sun Moon. She was given to him. Yes, she's lived in luxury for a long time, but also, who knows what kind of abuse she suffered privately at the hands of Sun Moon. I found this video of her from just a few years ago. She's sitting at a small table in one of her South Korean residences. She's having dinner with her dead husband. Not quite Weekend at Bernie style. His corpse is in there, which is a bummer. But she's in her mind, she is. As in, the staff has set out 2 servings of food and drink. One for her, one for someone not sitting in the empty chair next to her. She eats her food, talks to the air as if Sun Moon is having dinner with her and responding. In all seriousness, she asks her dead husband, what he thinks of the meal, how he's feeling about this or that. Like, she has been in this super strange echo chamber her whole life. I think she has no concept of what it is to live a sane, normal life. Interestingly, though, despite Moon's views on wifely subservience, it soon becomes clear that Mrs. Moon doesn't share all of her dead husband's opinions. She begins speaking out in surprisingly critical terms about Moon's preoccupation with America. During a trip to New York in late 2012, she complained that he squandered 40 years in the U.S. for such little return. Late February 2013, the matriarch celebrates the arrival of Chun Ulguk, right, Moon's global kingdom of peace and unity, before some 15,000 devotees who packed this Moon-owned stadium in Korea. Yeah, they have a stadium, all wearing identical wedding garb. The crowd sang the Chunulguk national anthem, and then Mrs. Moon swept into the stadium wearing a jeweled crown and a purple robe, festooned with golden embroidery. Right, this is the day where everyone in the world is supposed to hold hands. Check out an English and Korean hybrid rendition of this very powerful, just moving, inspirational anthem.
Good morning. I hope you're all doing well. Having a wonderful, beautiful Sunday morning.
Woo.
We're going to start off our Sunday by singing the Chunulguk anthem.
Yeah.
Usual. Here we go.
Here we go.
In 1, 2, 3.
Bloody rose of love abloom with new tidings of hope. May the world live in freedom.
Earth and heaven rejoice.
제주와 전주 가자도 The Korean's hard. Living in heaven's light. Okay, I can't take it. There's a collage of lots of photos of like flowers and Sun Moon stuff in the background of the video. While this anthem is sung, Mrs. Moon marches slowly up a long stairway to a giant replica of the Moon family palace. She takes a seat on a white throne. Next to her is an identical throne reserved for her dead husband, who sits there in spirit. She acts like he's there. An attendant hands her a heavenly scepter. Oh, hell yeah, you gotta have a scepter. She climbs to her feet and says, I proclaim the first year of Chun Ulguk. Trumpets blare, stadium fills with mist. Oh, so much pageantry. Afterwards, several of Moon's old friends give congratulatory. Oh, you did it! You did it! Literally nothing's changed, but yeah, what? You did something. Former Speaker of the House, Dennis Hassert, is there. What the fuck? He lauds the festivities as an affirmation of marriage and family. Another twat politician, just shameless. Bought and paid for with Moon money. On the occasion of the 3rd anniversary of Moon's death in 2015, having concluded a traditional Korean 3-year period of mourning, the now 72-year-old Mrs. Moon presides over the Sunhak Peace Prize Awards ceremony. That's great. 2016, she launches the International Association for Parliamentarians for Peace. So much peace and associations with these shitheads. She does that at the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. No one has loved to launch associations more than these fuckers. For the remainder of the year, under the auspices of the UPF, the FFWPU inaugurated regional chapters in Nepal, Burkina Faso, oh great, England, Costa Rica, Paraguay, Zambia, Japan. All this was intended to further her goal of having a global ministry, which she described as a cosmic march to Cana, with the stated purpose of consecrating 7 nations as models of national restoration. Shockingly, some countries do agree to be part of this, but they don't have to actually do it. The first to do so, Sao Tome and Principe. Sao Tome and Principe. It's more of a town than a nation. Technically, it's a nation. I could fucking take over this nation if I wanted to. A tiny equatorial island nation in the Gulf of Guinea, off the coast of Central Africa, September of 2019. Mrs. Moon declared the nation had become heavenly. Sao Tome and Principe. By the end of the year, she had consecrated heavenly Albania, Cambodia, Taiwan, Niger, Palau, and the Dominican Republic. 7 nations. Oh. Then amid the COVID-19 pandemic, Mrs. Moon convened rallies of hope, beamed from a giant jumbotron from the UCM's World Peace Center at Cheongpyeong Lake, Korea. Now let's fast forward to yet another final for this timeline crazy story to come out of this group. On the morning of his, on the last morning of his life, July 8th, 2022, Shinzo Abe, former Prime Minister of Japan, arrived in the Japanese city of Nara, famous for its ancient pagodas and these cute sacred little deer they have growing there. He would living. They grow. They have deer farms. He would be given a speech to endorse a lawmaker running for re-election to the National Diet, which is Japan's parliament. Abe had retired 2 years earlier, but because he was Japan's longest-serving prime minister, his name still carried enormous political weight. In photos taken from the crowd, Abe instantly recognizable by his wavy, swept-back hair, charcoal eyebrows, and filthy grin. Can be seen stepping onto a makeshift podium at about 11:30 a.m., one hand clutched a microphone. A gaggle of supporters surrounds him. No one in the photos or the video seems to notice a youngish-looking man about 20 feet behind Abe, dressed in a gray polo shirt. Yeah, you can watch this video on YouTube. Dressed in a gray polo shirt and cargo pants with a black strap across his shoulder. Unlike everyone else, this dude not clapping. Abe starts to speak, and moments later, his remarks are interrupted by 2 loud sounds, followed by a burst of white smoke. Abe collapses to the ground. His security guards now run towards the man in the gray polo shirt who holds a homemade gun, 2 16-inch metal pipes strapped together with black duct tape. The assassin makes no effort to flee. The guards tackle him, sending his gun skittering across the pavement. Abe's been shot in the neck, and he'll be dead within hours. Later, at the local police station, the suspect, a 41-year-old Zimbabwe man, Kundioni, a.k.a. Black Young Jim, teleports out of the interrogation room after loudly proclaiming, I have the power! Sorry. I love that sound so much. You know, the suspect is a 41-year-old man named Tetsuya Yamagami. And he fully confesses to the shooting barely 30 minutes after pulling the trigger. So why did he do it? Because he saw Abe as an ally of the Unification Church. Yamagami said his life was ruined when his mom gave the church all of his family's money, leaving him and his siblings so poor they often didn't have enough to eat. His brother had already committed suicide over this ruining, and he had tried to. He said, my prime target was Unification Church's top official, Hak Jahan, right? True mother, not Abe. But he couldn't get to Mrs. Moon, so he decided to shoot Abe instead. Investigators looked into Yamagami's wild-sounding claims and found, to their alarm, they were true. Abe was associated with the church, and his mom, this dude's mom, had been swindled, but they would not publicly admit to any of this right away. At a press conference on the night of the assassination, a police official would say only that Yamagami had carried out the attack because he harbored a grudge against a specific group, and he assumed Abe was linked to it. When reporters clamored for details, the official said nothing. But only a few days later, the Unification Church confirmed press reports that Yamagami's mother was indeed a member, and the association now becomes big news. In the ensuing press, it was revealed that the Moonies had a volunteer army of campaign workers who had long been a secret weapon, not just for Abe, but for many other politicians in his conservative Liberal Democratic Party, which remains in power under Prime Minister Fumio Kishida right now. Later that month, the Japanese tabloid Nikkan Kande published a list of 111 of the total 713 members of parliament who had connections to this church. Then in early September of 2022, the LDP announced that almost half of its 379 parliament members admitted to some kind of contact with UC, whether that meant accepting campaign assistance or paying membership fees or actually attending church events. They still hold sway in Japan. 290 members of prefectural assemblies, as well as 7 prefectural governors, also tied to the church. These numbers expose a scandal hiding in plain sight. An insane Korean cult was still powerfully connected with the political party that had governed Japan for most of the past 70 years. Many in the Japanese general public were outraged. Abe was a fervent nationalist, eager to rebuild Japan's global standing and proudly unapologetic for its imperial past, but now he and his party have been caught in a secretive electoral alliance with a cult that, it soon emerged, have been accused of preying on Japanese war guilt and guilt over the occupation of Korea to squeeze billions and billions of dollars from its Japanese followers. Apparently, one of the things that made Japan such a cash cow for this church was charging members over $5,000 each to liberate their ancestors in order to get them into heaven. No other nation's members were ever charged this. The Japanese were charged more to atone for their sins against Korea. In just a few months, the entire narrative of the assassination inverted. Well-wishers now began sending Yamagami, the assassin, gifts. He was now seen by many as the real victim in all this. Thousands of people protested the decision to grant Abe a state funeral, and a hastily made feature film portrayed Yamagami as a tragic hero, and it was shown all over the country. The Liberal Democratic Party's poll numbers, already falling, continued to drop, and the cabinet minister was forced to resign after he failed to adequately explain his ties to the controversial cult. And now story after story starts to emerge about all sorts of people in Japan who've been fucked over by the UC. People spoke of being sold useless trinkets at insane markups to, quote, save their dead family members from an afterlife in hell. We talked about that in the previous episode. People were told that Japan was considered an Eve nation, that it had to be brutalized because of its government's colonialism in the early 20th century for the brutal occupation of Korea. UC victims spoke of having been probed for personal information and then having that personal information used against them, blackmailing them for loads of money. People shared stories of family members who had committed suicide out of despair when they went broke, people who left their families destitute. In one instance, a 26-year-old woman who had grown up in the Unification Church gave an emotional press conference in which she described the fear of damnation to hell that the church had instilled in her as a child, and the people she knew being pressured into marrying strangers during the cult's group weddings, with many of the couples, quote, now living a life of regret. As she spoke, a hand-delivered message arrived unexpectedly from the Unification Church. The message, read aloud in front of the cameras by her husband, declared that she suffered from psychiatric issues, which she didn't, that she had a tendency to lie, and that the press conference needed to stop immediately. It didn't. The note was signed by her parents, who were still church members. Also, thanks to the stories surrounding this assassination, news of years of litigation against the church became public knowledge. One law firm alone, not Aycock and Buttsat, had brought 35,000 claims against the church since 1987. That firm claims that the church illegally solicited about $1 billion from those 35,000 people. November of 2022, the Kishida government, right, the current government, eager to clear its name, opened an inquiry that could now threaten the Unification Church's legal status in Japan as a religion. A Reuters article from that month states that Japan still has about 100,000 active followers, and that 600,000 are still affiliated with the church in some way, and that 10 million worldwide were still somehow connected to this church. As he awaits trial in the solitude of his prison cell, the assassin, Tetsuya Yamagami, can console himself that he may be among the most successful assassins in history. Now, almost 2 years after Abe's murder, his assassination has come to be seen as less a random act of some unhinged loner and more of a righteous vengeance following a tragedy that unfolded slowly over decades. Finally, in October of last year, Japan's government asked a court to order the complete dissolution of the Unification Church in Japan following the government probe. Japan's education minister, Mashiro Moriyama, said the probe had found that the Japanese branch of the church has long restricted many of its members' ability to freely make decisions and forced them to make donations and purchase goods, while they were not in a condition to make sound decisions. A dissolution ruling against it would strip the church of legal status and tax breaks, but allow it to continue to operate business-wise in Japan. Unsurprisingly, the Unification Church in Japan has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing, pledging reform, and labeling the news coverage against it as biased and fake. Fake news! Of course, yeah. There's been no word since October about when the government may make its ruling. The church is still active in America as the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification, as I mentioned. They make no attempt to hide their past, still selling Moon's divine principle as their core text. On an FAQ list in the About Us section of their website, one of the questions is the Unification Church a cult? And here's their answer. No, the Unification Church is not a cult. FFWPU is a duly registered religious nonprofit organization. We began as a new religious movement that expanded rapidly and called for radical change, and whose members lived their beliefs. The establishment felt threatened and responded by labeling the cult. Our organization strives to promote world peace, always the peace, and unity as one family under God. The establishment felt threatened. Yeah, they did, for good reason, you culty fucks. Large part of their website is dedicated to donations. The minimum donation is $40 US, defaulted to be a weekly donation. They have a new podcast. If you need a new podcast, the UC has one. They promote it on their website. It's called Why I Joined. Just stories from members about how great it is. On the podcast page, the first sentence is, here are the, all caps, real stories of the Unification Church. Following that, they write, you've probably heard us called a cult. Some people say we're brainwashed. Is that even a legit thing? But despite that, this movement has grown all over the world, attracting people from across cultures, nationalities, and races. Was it just people falling for a charismatic leader? Or is there something more? Listen in with us as we hear from people from all walks of life share their spiritual journeys and tell us why I joined. The tone of their entire website is very defensive. A lot of effort trying to persuade readers that they're not a cult. We're not a cult! Stop it! Which is exactly what a cult would do. Yeah, brainwashing is a real thing. You guys know that. I looked their podcast up on Apple Podcasts since people can write, out reviews there. Only one person has left a review so far, 1 star, has a subject line of feels like a cult. And then it states they don't go into the labor trafficking or poverty faced by their members. It was left January 16th of this year. According to the most recent articles I can find, ex-members are currently worried that the church, facing more and more bad press and accusations of being a cult, being targeted by the government in Japan, the country that has long been its cash cow, might force the cult or push the cult into doing something drastic. They might get real doomsday. One ex-member referenced the People's Temple, mass murder and suicide in Jonestown. And now that we are caught up to the present with these shitbags, let's bounce on out of this timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
So, the Moonies. Definitely not your average cult story, right? We've covered so many cults here that, by now they seem to follow a pretty specific pattern with a few variations, especially cults of the conservative Christian variety. There's a heavy focus on a quickly approaching doomsday event. A compound of some sort where the leader lives with the majority of his followers. Once the prophesied doomsday begins to draw near, with a small cadre of core followers having long cut off all their social ties and sold off their belongings, this leader begins to emasculate the male followers, manipulate his female followers, some of them into servicing him sexually, while he forces the other members to work for him day in, day out, providing him with a life of comparative luxury while the rest suffer. The Moonies certainly exhibited some elements of this, but on a scale that's almost unimaginable. The compound in the woods would actually be many, many palatial estates, beautiful mansions, New York, South Korea, high-rise Manhattan buildings. Right? The preacher who prophesied the end of the world, doesn't in this cult, actually. Sun Moon, not a doomsday false prophet. He was smarter than that. He was a false prophet, but he didn't make the mistake of adding a ticking clock to his celestial plans. He didn't make it a secret that he wanted to take over and rule the world, but he also didn't give himself a time limit to do that. Not really. He just said he would do it. And then, he died. He didn't do it. But what does he care at that point? And with all his talk of his son being able to bounce back and forth between the physical and spiritual worlds, He paved the path for his family to be able to say the same about him. They could have a fighting chance of keeping his grip going after he died. Also, since his cult's focus was on remaking the world according to Moon's vision and not needing to wait for Jesus' return to Earth to have Jesus fix things, since Sun Myung Moon claimed to be Jesus, already returned to Earth, more powerful Jesus even, Moon opened the door for his cult to get real industrious, make a ton of money. They didn't have to sell their shit and just kind of wait somewhere. If the Unification Church was going to change the entire world, convert followers in every single nation, every corner of the earth, they would need a lot of money. They need billions. They need not to just rely on donations, but instead to get entrepreneurial, funnel donations into lots of profitable business ventures, into politics, make powerful friends, create profitable enterprises all around the world, make enough money to be able to grease enough palms to push their righteous agenda on every citizen of every nation of the world. Moon, by making no secret of his cult's, lofty plans for world domination, though he made it okay for him and his family to openly live in opulence. That was good for his cause, good for his brand. He wasn't pretending to be some pious prophet who needed to live humbly and await the return of an angry God. No, he was a fucking king who was already a god. He needed an army to build a righteous empire, and armies are expensive. I gotta say, Sun Myung Moon ran a much better grift than just about any cult leader I can think of. I mean, not even L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology got to enjoy the type of wealth Sun Moon did. When L. Ron died in 1986, he was worth around $26 million, and that is a lot. But Sun Myung Moon, oh my God, according to media speculation at the time of his death in 2012, worth somewhere between $900 million and $1 billion. For a guy who started with nothing, a dude living in a fucking shack with a cardboard roof, when he kicked off his cult, he became fabulously wealthy. How he did that, disgusting, just like it always is with these assholes. He first preyed on fellow Koreans already suffering under Japanese imperialism, then later preyed on Japanese guilt, then rode a wave of the counterculture of the 1970s in America to try and gain followers. Declaring himself and his wife the true parents, he argued for an interpretation of the Bible that placed him in the Messiah role, coming to Earth to establish the first sinless lineage since Eve ate that apple, or as he put it, fuck the devil. And his whole, you have to get married to go to heaven and I have to marry you. Man, what a genius, controlling cult leader move. What a great way to control your congregation. You choose all of your followers, romantic partners. And now the very core of their existence has been guided by you. If they renounce you, they also have to perhaps renounce their own marriage, a marriage that has likely produced many children. They have to admit that even their family is a lie. They have to renounce their whole life. That gives them a lot of incentive psychologically to stay in his cult, to keep believing that letting him control their lives so deeply was the right call. And the more marriages he creates, right, the more kids his followers have, the more Moonies there will be to grow up, pay him tithes, do missionary work, start new businesses, solicit donations, etc., etc., etc. Brilliant. And while all this was going on, he was also, according to the rumors of former followers, fucking the shit out of a lot of followers, right? A lot of young female members. He got to get rich, live a long time, have decades of cult sex. As far as the cult game goes, he kind of won. He spent some time in jail here and there, but overall, he did it. He pulled his shit off. Darkly impressive, disgusting, deplorable, disturbing, but darkly impressive. Dude had so much control over his cult. They even put up with him sending a lunatic from Zimbabwe. That's one of the favorite things so far that we've ever talked about. Send this dude around the world on a kicking the shit out of his most devoted followers mission for a year and change. So what now with the Moonies? Well, I imagine they're on their last legs. None of his children's splinter organizations, other than one I'll talk about in the takeaways, seem to be growing, but even that one I feel like is going to have limited growth. And from what I can tell online, reading the musings of former members and critics of Moon, the new Unification Church led by his widow, the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification, it's dying. She doesn't have the same charisma. Most members are elderly. The majority of the younger members have left without Moon's leadership. The current church seems pretty lost, paranoid, defensive. And at least in Japan, their main source of income, they're under attack. They may be on the hook for hundreds of millions in legal fees over there. The government wants to strip them of their religious status, right? All those lawsuits. Do they even have hundreds of millions of dollars anymore? Who knows? Some sources say that they're going broke. They no longer own the New Yorker Hotel. They've sold all their palatial estates in Tarrytown, New York. They've sold most of their real estate and businesses in the Washington, D.C. area. That active member tithings have apparently dwindled down in the U.S. to now be coming in from less than 1,000 people. Will we witness the end of the Moonies in our lifetime, or will they just be driven further underground into smaller and smaller splinter groups to take on new lives, hang on in the shadows, and perpetuate more cult abuse on more spiritual seekers? Most importantly, where the fuck is Black Young Jun right now? And what the hell is he up to?
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, Sun Moon was born January 6, 1920, in a remote village in Korea, one where your bloodline determined everything. In spite of that, he would rise to enormous heights, surviving being imprisoned in both Japan and North Korea, before he began his ministry out of a sad little dirt hut in Seoul. Number 2, Sun Moon advocated for an elaborate, many would say completely baseless, reinterpretation of the Bible. In his interpretation, he was the true father, come to earth with the express purpose of wedding the true mother and producing the first sinless people. He would then continue to produce so-called sinless people by staging elaborate matching and blessing ceremonies in which he gave someone their heavenly partner who would allow them to access eternal life. Number 3, holy shit, did the Unification Church make so much money. Billions. No one even knows how many billions they've made. But even 1 billion will be beyond impressive. Whether it was through legitimate businesses, stuff sold on the side of the road, trinkets auctioned to get people's relatives out of hell, or donations, Sun Moon lived the high life off of all his followers' contributions and his own unscrupulous business savvy. Number 4.
By the power of Grayskull.
I just want to hear that again. Number 5, new info. February 28, 2018, another Unification Movement offshoot I mentioned, Sanctuary Church, held a special blessing ceremony. Oh, they continue. This church, led by Hyungjin Moon, aka Sean Moon, who we met earlier, also known as Rod of Iron Ministries, and it's even more insane than the Stat Church. As the invitation noted for this blessing ceremony, the couples were asked to bring the accoutrements of the nation of Chunuguk, so-called nation of cosmic peace and unity, along with crowns. Members also asked to bring a rod of iron, which was designated by Sean Moon as the AR-15 rifle or equivalents, such as an AK, representing both the intent and the ability to defend one's family, community, and new spiritual nation of Chunuguk. Couples unable to purchase and legally transport a rod of iron because of laws barring the purchase of such weapons or other reasons were invited to purchase a $700 gift certificate from a gun store as evidence of their intent to purchase a rod of iron in the future. To not do so, if one is legally and personally able, the announcement says, would be a sign of great disrespect to the second king of Chunuguk and to true father himself. As the parable of the 10 virgins spoken of in Matthew 25, verses 1 through 13 explains, believers should be prepared internally and externally to receive the grace of the bridegroom's arrival so they can be welcomed into the wedding banquet. Okay, that's, I don't know how you get an AR-15 out of that first. All right, another Moon is still hoping to take over the world. This time he's arming his followers with the most powerful legal arms on the market to do so. If any of the splinter groups rise to any real power, it'll be this one, but I hope not. Sean publicly denounced his mom in 2015 for allegedly manipulating his dad's religious texts. He also, check this out, conducted an arranged marriage for his dad's spirit. He divorced his dead dad from his living mom and remarried her, some random woman named Hyun Shil Kang. He's using his dad's bullshit against his mom. Love it. Sean's church recently bought a 40-acre property in Central Texas, a 130-acre property in Eastern Tennessee. There's already concerns from people there's going to be some kind of Waco compound situation in one of these places. Sean said the land will be developed into spiritual retreat centers as well as an agricultural farm to promote self-reliance amongst his congregation. Sounds like a compound. Also, like a lot of his siblings, Sean has dabbled in music. He's the worst one. So great, but he's the most prolific right now. He's a rapper. He raps under the name of King Bullethead. I'm not even kidding. He had a channel on YouTube, but it was taken down due to the violent and aggressively homophobic rhetoric he uses. But people keep throwing his tracks back up on YouTube. This one doesn't seem to be too violent. It's shitty. You can find a lot of them on Rumble as well. They're something. This is a track called Crowned. In the video, he's wearing a golden crown made of gold-plated bullets.
Yeah. All glory to the Father.
Uh-huh.
Son, Holy Spirit. Come on. Yeah.
Shout out to Black Young June.
Crown majestic, chosen by Christ to be his heir. He put the pressure, creating the diamonds in me like a trillionaire, not a queen or king. He struck me like a flare. Miss on come traffic, got me burning bright in the air. Flight, like Jordan, so more, a free throw line. Like a chiropractor cracking my neck, realigning my spine. Walk straight and narrow, the path to hell gonna be wide. Gonna let his light in like the retina in your eye. Cause we gotta move by faith, I'm not moved by sight. Gotta pick fights with the devil like I'm Dana White. Gotta take to the air with my rover like I'm Orville Wright. Gotta put the rear sight in front post a lot of my sights cause I'm chosen. I take aim and safe cause I'm moving like snipe. Moving on the next devil as I drag him left and I swipe. And straight up the map, with explanation applied. There's two norths my target, I shoot my ass with
Remix!
By the power of Grayskull.
Fucking terrible. Oh my god, so bad. It's you can he put the lyrics on the video. So many misspellings. Like even when he talks about Jordan, he doesn't even know how to spell Michael Jordan's last name. God, he's rich. That's cool. Okay, yeah, it would suck if he takes over the room. It would be terrible for us to be forced to listen to that insane bullshit.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
The Moonies have been sucked. What a story. So much entertainment. I knew nothing about them. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for the help in making Time Suck, such as Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins, having to listen to so much of this at home the past few days because I won't shut the fuck up about it. Thanks to Logan Keith recording this episode, designing merch for the store at badmagicproductions.com. Thanks to Sophie Evans, once again, for the initial Moonies research. She actually suggested the topic, I think. Maybe I did. Maybe she did. But thanks. Also, thanks to the All Seen Eyes moderating the Cult and Curious private Facebook page, Mod Squad making sure Discord keeps running smooth, everyone over on the Time Suck subreddit and Bad Magic subreddits. And now let's head on over to this week's Time Sucker updates.
Updates. Get your Time Sucker updates.
Our first update comes in with the subject line of Kenneth McDuff run-in, sent in by hot, hard Texas father dad, Justin Milanix. Dear Triple M Master Sucker, Justin writes, I just finished the Broomstick Killer episode and had to call my aunt immediately. I was born in Hearn, Texas, and my great aunt and uncle lived in Rosebud for most of their adult lives. If you don't remember, Rosebud is where Kenny grew up. When I talked to my aunt, I asked if she knew anything about Kenny McDuff, and she was like, oh yeah, your great uncle Harvey had some issues with him. Apparently everyone in town knew Kenny was trouble and did not want him around. One day, my great uncle was tending to his goats. He was raising in town, caught Kenny hanging around his place, loitering, so he told him to get on, that he's not welcome around his property. Kenny ended up walking off after exchanging some real choice words. The next morning, my great uncle wakes up. All of his goats have been shot and killed. They didn't have any concrete evidence to press charges, but they knew Kenny did it. Jesus. Also, a little bit of a possible connection to the McDuff's ability to pay off those parole board members. My aunt told me that my great aunt and great uncle owned the only laundromat, in Rosebud. My God. The Rosebud laundromat for several years. They bought it from the McDuffs, at one point thus giving them liquid cash to use for who knows what. Anyways, hopefully my family didn't have anything to do with baby Kenny McButtboy getting out of prison. Sorry, not sorry for the length of the email. I'm an athletic trainer in Texas. I listen to Time Suck, scared to death and nightmare fuel while heading home from work every day. If you read this, please give my awesome wife, Nikki, a shout out for taking care of our new baby every single day. Also, if you can shout out my sister-in-law, Megan, she loves Time Suck. I was able to get her to waste her time listening to the Dick Bird Suck last month. She was not happy with it. 3 out of 5 stars, wouldn't change a thing, Justin. Justin, what a cool update, man. Fucking Kenny, what a bastard. Got into an argument, came back that night, executed a bunch of goats. That dude was a true psychopath. And that is crazy that your family ended up buying Pistol Pack and Mom and McDuff's laundromat. What a small world. Thank you, Nikki, for all you do as mom. Thank you, Megan, for putting up with my nonsense. Oh, dick turd. Glad that guy's dead too, right? Next up, a Molly and Michael Jackson update. Sent in by known drug abuser, obvious degenerate, Matthew Walker. With the subject line of, Papa Molly, I'm sweating, for real. This junkie writes, hi, Master Sucker. Apologies in advance for the long email, but after listening to the most recent Michael Jackson episode, I wanted to write in about my first time trying Molly. Huge congratulations to everyone at Bad Magic for the 400th episode as well. But first up, I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. I'm almost into my 6th year of PhD studies. That is awesome. Almost done, maybe. And I can truly never describe how important it has been for me to have Time Suck, scared to death, and all things Bad Magic in my ear orifices these last few years. For all the ups and downs, in many ways, Time Suck has always felt like a kindred companion. A quest for knowledge, trying new things, always striving to be better than the day before, all in the hopes of improving this rock or the lives of those around us, even for a moment. So again, thank you. Well, thank you. Kind words. But enough of the sappy stuff. On to the story of when I get high with my friends. When I was in college, me and a buddy of mine were wildly into EDM music. Insert stereotypical raver picture here. Oh, I'm picturing you guys having like bleached, spiky hair, fucking hemp choker necklace. Just like really, I don't know, really like baggy, like cheap graphic tees and stuff. We would often go to shows around the campus. The first chance we got, one summer we decided to ball out, go to Chicago to catch a show at the Aragon Theater. It was a super convenient place because my friend had family in the area. We could stay with them before and after the show. Mind you, prior to this, I had never done Molly before, but my friend had. So when he mentioned he would bring some with him for us to do before going to the show, I was ecstatic. I always wanted to try it out, but never had the chance. Cue us getting ready for the show, throwing back a couple of beers, and then the Molly comes out. Imagine my surprise when my friend starts cutting up lines and insisting the only way to do it is to snort it. Another thing I had never done. I haven't done that. So we bumped a line or two and continued hanging before the show. But before heading out, I still wasn't feeling anything. Honestly, didn't know any better. So thinking I was hot shit, I decided to do a couple more just to be safe. Oh, here we go. We get to the Aragon Theater, start packing in like sardines. The music starts, probably like 3-4 songs into the opening act, and I realize, God damn, I'm higher than shit. Making things worse, between the hordes of people, lack of AC, and just general lack of available water, I start sweating like crazy. That's why you have to be careful. I felt like all the moisture was trying to evacuate my body at the same time. Meanwhile, I'm trying to just vibe with the music, but I can't silence the intrusive thought that all of the sweat is pooling in my ass crack, like it was the goddamn Carnian pluvial event in my pants. So my brain blast idea in the moment is to periodically, maybe every 2 to 3 minutes, covertly wipe the back of my pants to check for swamp ass. So clever, right? This goes on for a solid hour before I feel eyes on me. I look to my left, and there is a solid group of 5 people staring at me in shock. Based on the reaction, I can only assume they've been watching me for the majority of the night before I caught their gaze. In fairness to them, I get it. I'd be shocked too if I had to continually watch a dilated, doe-eyed man with pursed, dry lips continually massage his ass crack for an hour. At any rate, with my high mind that I decide in that moment I need to leave, I find my friend and somehow manage to describe the situation we head up. I wish I could say the story ends there, but alas, there's still a little more. To my great pleasure, sarcasm, my friend's preconceived exit strategy was to have his mom pick us up from the show, as if the night couldn't get any worse. We hop into the minivan, me in the middle seat, my friend riding shotgun, and we hit the road. To my horror, my friend's mom tries to talk to me and is asking me lots of questions about the show. I'm not sure at what point I realized this, but either from the dehydration or being too stupid high, I discover I'm incapable of forming complete sentences. Yeah, that's probably because you're high. And I start to respond to her like I just learned English. This frightens her, which freaks me out. So she continues to talk to me as I transition to simply staring at her in the rearview mirror instead of actually answering her. Eventually, as we all settle into a deep feeling of unsettled anxiety, we just ride the rest of the way back in silence. I have never had a more uncomfortable car ride in my entire life. The next day was pretty uneventful, but I'm sure I definitely made a lasting first impression on her. I hope you enjoyed my tale, got a kick out of it as much as I do, thinking in retrospect. Apologies again for the long message, not to make it any longer, but if you happen to read this, I was hoping that maybe I could shout out the 501c nonprofit I volunteer for. Open Heart Magic. As hospital magicians, we bring magic to sick children in needs in the hope of empowering them in some of the most challenging moments of their lives. I would have been happy to share some of the stories, or I would be happy to share some stories I have if interested. I'm running the Chicago Marathon this fall, and I'm fundraising money for Open Heart Magic, so any support would be absolutely appreciated. Much love. 3 out of 5 stars. Would not change a thing, Matt. Oh, Matt, well, how badly did your hand stink after all that nonsense? It sounds like you did a lot of ass stinking. Hopefully it was all on the outside of the pants. How many people who came into contact with you that night got pink eye? It's a very funny story. Yes, so much sweat. Thank you for raising money for Open Heart Magic. Beautiful best. Yeah, send us in some stories. That is wonderful. Yeah, you included a link for donations. Also, please, everyone using any illegal drugs, fentanyl overdoses seem to be on the rise. I know several people who have lost loved ones recently to overdoses on fentanyl because they didn't know the shit that they were taking was laced with fentanyl. Actually, some friends of mine recently got some Molly that had fentanyl laced into it. Just so stupid. Get fentanyl test strips test fucking everything. You know, I'm on Amazon, lots of places. Test shrooms, LSD, Molly, anything can have it. Have fun, but be safe. And now for a pretty fucking heavy, but also beautiful message from extremely resilient sucker, Preston Potter. I'm hoping my allergies can stay under control for this one. Writing in with the subject line of sucking once again. Hey, Dan and your amazing team. My name is Potter. At least that's how everyone knows me. Let's start by saying that I've been listening since late 2019. After overhearing a coworker listening to Suck 157 on Mormonism, that's when I started listening. Born and raised in Utah, I was intrigued by what I heard. I'm not religious in any particular way. More so the thought that mankind doesn't know enough to say one religion is more right than another's for me, but needless to say, my brain was thirsty for more. I spent the next year and a half or so sucking up as much knowledge as I could, trying to catch up to the library and focusing on the topics I found most interesting. Even living some of that STD life. However, that slowed down a lot in early 2021. I found out my wife of 10 years and the mother of my 4 boys was sick. She was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. She had it in her colon and liver. She was only 31. Oh my God. Throughout the next year, I was pretty preoccupied, but still tried to catch episodes when I could manage. Apologize, because this will get rough. My wife had been through one of the roughest chemo treatments her doctor had ever given a patient, in the hopes that her youth would help her body deal with it. Then had some radiation treatments and just started another round of chemo, but it wasn't looking good. She had been through weeks of inpatient care at the Huntsman Center, but still she was deteriorating fast. Then around the 1st of May 2022, I found myself listening to SUP 288, Dr. Death and the Right to Die. It was right before we took our last drive to the Huntsman, so pretty much the worst time to listen to it. I remember sitting there wondering if optional suicide was there, would she choose it? Seeing my soulmate become a ghost of her old self and all the pain she had to go through, wishing there was a way to help her, but also knowing that every ounce of her wanted to live for her boys. I could easily see how some people would have wanted to choose a quicker option. After a second day, I had to make a call. She had been in and out of consciousness for those 2 days, was being heavily sedated. Late that night, she had her last moment of awareness. She didn't speak, well, I don't think she could, but her expression and the fear and pain in her eyes said enough. I told them to stop prolonging treatment, make sure she didn't wake up again. It was the worst and hardest decision I've ever had to make. And after all that, her body fought for another 9 days. Cancer had begun to show on the outside of her body. Then on May 12th, 2022, she was gone. After that, I couldn't bring myself to listen to the next episode. I was stuck with thoughts of whether I could have done more for her. And for a while, I wasn't ready to move on. But coming up on the 2-year mark, I recently jumped back on the suck lab. And come to find out, it brings me more comfort than I thought it would. Thank you for taking the time to be a part of so many lives, for bringing knowledge, humor, and comfort to us earthly meat sacks. If this is too long, that's too bad. I need to express this. And if you read this on air, please give a shout out to Jordan, Cash, and Fatima. These 3 did so much to help me through that time. Keep leading us through this knowledge-filled universe, Master Sucker. I'll be looking for a reason to give you those last 2 stars, Potter. Woo, Potter, that's some heavy shit. Good on you for doing whatever you could, ease her pain. Sometimes, that is all we can do. You know, who would want to live in that kind of agony, knowing the suffering isn't going to bring you back to health? I wouldn't. Linz and I have had a lot of conversations about scenarios like this, and we both have stated, please, do not make me suffer needlessly. Just let me go. I hope your lady's out there waiting for you, dude. I hope she's feeling nothing but bliss now. Maybe she's already back. Maybe she's in the spring blooms and the warm breeze and the beautiful bird that looks into your window. I hope she's not somewhere having to take unification church classes taught by new improved Sun Young Moon Jesus. But for real, I don't know what comes next. I don't think any of us does for sure. But I don't think we end when our heart stops. Anyway, Jordan, Cash, Fatima, prejudice man. Give him community and peace. Enjoy those 4 kiddos, Potter. Man, glad you're back and hail new life. Finally, from Brian Ashley, a message of an interesting death penalty perspective for Kenny McDuff. Brian writes, hey guys, fuck that clown. Sorry for the length of the email. Love Brian. Just kidding about the length part, not the fuck the clown part. Hey guys, now I'm not usually in favor of the death penalty because it really seems like our justice system gets it wrong quite a bit, and innocent people have in the past been wrongly executed, and that is absolutely inexcusable. However, when it comes to people like Kenneth McDouche-Nuts McDuff and those like him, I'm in the same boat as you. There was so much evidence that he was a monster who had zero intention of ever slowing down his heinous fuckery, let alone stopping or being rehabilitated. And those types of people don't deserve to share the same planet with the rest of us. But I don't think that decision should ever be put in the hands of the jury. I think there should be a few safeguards and steps to go through prior to handing down a sentence of death. First and foremost, the family of the victim should be asked if they think the perpetrator should be executed. If the answer is yes, then it should be moved to a panel of judges who go over the evidence and decide if there's enough to warrant an execution. I know this is similar to the mandatory appeals process that death penalty cases go through, but I think this group should be neither pro nor against the death penalty, just a group of the best judges who go back to every detail of the case, make sure there's no reasonable doubt. Once the person is officially sentenced, it's up the rope within the week. None of this spending years on death row going through appeal after costly appeal. One rule, double or nothing. And this is saved for the worst of the worst anyway, so let's get this show on the road. Now, for the other side of the coin, I understand that the argument that the death penalty isn't a deterrent and it's an emotional decision. And I actually agree and I'm fine with it. We should be emotional. When some sick fuck rapes a teenage girl, then murders her in the most brutal way possible, we should be angry that those types of people get to go on living their lives. I agree. And sometimes thriving in prison when they deserve to be thrown into a fucking wood chipper feet first. Anywho, that's my thoughts. And I really am sorry for the length of the email this time. Love, potential psychopath against dirtbags, Brian. Brian, I like this. Yes, there should be some kind of special circumstance law for the worst of the worst, like Kenny McDuff. And I like your idea of a panel of judges reviewing things, the family being involved, and then a speedy execution if the panel mirrors the jury's initial decision. I think you've done it. You've solved the death penalty dilemma, at least for me. Nimrod is pleased, especially with your wood chipper reference.
Next time, suckers, I needed that.
We all did. Thank you for listening to another Bad Magic Productions podcast. Scared to Death, Time Suck each week. Short Sucks, Nightmare Fuel on Time Suck and Scared to Death podcast feeds some weeks. And I'm going to share the same message as yesterday. Don't start telling people that you're new and improved Jesus. Don't make people think they can't get into heaven unless you marry them to a stranger. Keep an eye out for Black Young Gin and keep on sucking.
Bad Magic Productions.
In addition to Black Young Gin, I also keep thinking about OG Jesus up in heaven with his elderly Korean wife. Yesterday's episode. Like he was doing fine. He was doing great as a bachelor up there. Just loving his life. You know, just loving being part of the Trinity. Omnipotent, immortal, he's fucking ripped, he's got great abs, free to do as he pleases. But now he's kind of depressed. He's stuck in an arranged marriage with a 100-year-old woman named Jong Young Suk or something. You know, I just picture him like, you know, hiding somewhere from her. His dad approaches him. Jesus, are you okay, my son? Why are you hiding behind this golden pillar? Hey, Dad. Have you seen Jang Young Suk? I can't seem to shake her. I just don't understand how she can be so slow, shuffling around with a walker, but also impossible to get away from. Why would you want to hide from your wife, son? Is she cruel to you? No, of course not, Dad. No one's cruel here. You know that. She just, she's clingy. She's always trying to feed me, to fatten me up. But I do love ramen and fried chicken. I hate kimchi. She's also constantly talking about lotions, and creams, and eye masks, and skincare regimens, and anti-aging stuff. She always want me to put on more lotion on my face so I won't get wrinkles, to wear a visor, stay out of the sun. I keep trying to explain to her that I'm a god. We're in heaven. I don't have to worry about that stuff, and she just won't listen. I'm so sorry, son. Let's talk more about this later. I have to run right now. Where do you have to go, Father? I have to go to another unification class. Starts in 5 minutes in the Moses Auditorium. Some young moon said if I skip again, I won't get to go to the Chris Cornell, Stevie Ray Vaughan concert tonight in the Ezekiel Amphitheater. Okay, Dad. Gosh dang. Not gonna lie, I missed the good old days up here in heaven before the Moonies showed up. Shoot, here comes Jang Young Suk. I gotta run before she slathers up my face again. Have you played High Five Casino yet? High Five Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. High Five Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on High Five Casino. Best of all, It's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own high five moment? Visit high5casino.com. That's the number 5 casino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply.
This cold and flu season, Instacart is here to help deliver all of your sick day essentials. Whether you're in prevention mode and need vitamins, hand sanitizer, and that lemon tea your Nana swears by, or you're in healing mode and need medicine, soup, and a lot more tissues. Simply download the Instacart app to get sick day supplies that reinvigorate or relieve delivered in as fast as 30 minutes. Plus, enjoy $0 delivery fees on your first 3 orders. Excludes restaurant orders. Service fees and terms apply.
Who were the real Peaky Blinders? They were an infamous Birmingham, England street gang. But they were never even remotely as powerful or as organized as the Shelby family from the hit BBC show Peaky Blinders that ran for 6 seasons from 2013 to 2022. Because of the popular TV series, a lack of many historical records, and so many rumors made up and spread over the past century, much of what people think about the gang today is a lot more myth than reality. There was no Shelby family attempting to break into the racehorse scene. They never went up against the mafia, let alone actually defeated any mobsters. There were no razor blades sewn into their peaked caps, used to slash enemies when they least expected it. The history of the Peaky Blinders is muddy. They were never an official, highly organized gang like Billy Kimber's Birmingham Boys, who they did not defeat in real life. In fact, it was Billy who put an end, it seemed, to the Peaky Blinders. Billy was actually once a Peaky Blinder himself in real life. One of many Peaky Blinders, many of whom never pulled off any hijinks together. The name Peaky Blinder, while originally reserved in all likelihood for one group of gangsters who were closely affiliated, eventually was used to describe any number of Birmingham gangsters who dressed in a signature dapper style. The real Peaky Blinders were a group of juvenile delinquents, much more likely to steal your bike or throw a brick at you over something as inconsequential as looking at them the wrong way or drinking a ginger beer instead of one with alcohol in it. They were a group of rough and tumble miscreants, troubled youth, who grew up with nothing in the rugged slums of Birmingham and ended up joining loosely organized gangs full of other kids from the neighborhood who, for lack of a better description, just seemed cool. Kids who took no shit from anyone, not even the police. Kids who weren't afraid to take what they wanted, to fight anyone for any reason. Kids who dressed in smart suits and new crisp newsboy caps, cocked to the side and pulled down over one eye. Kids who were the toughest dudes in some really tough neighborhoods, who didn't have much in life other than some fancy clothes, a bit of someone else's cash in their pockets, and a tough guy reputation that made them a local celebrity. According to Professor Andrew Davies, who teaches modern social history at the University of Liverpool and whose self-stated principal research interest is the history of crime, they have been described as the first modern youth cult, and I think that really makes sense. Their clothing, their sense of style, their own language, they really do look like the full forerunners of the 20th century youth cults like punk. This description made me think about an old friend of mine, comic David Crook, who once told me about he was walking past some hardcore underground punk rock club late at night in downtown Seattle. This would have been in the late 80s. Some big muscle dude with dyed black hair, lots of piercings and tattoos and leather, wearing Doc Marten stomper style boots that the British punk rock scene in the late 70s and early 80s originally popularized. This guy just popped out of the club, immediately just punched him right in the face. Hard enough to knock him down. This dude let out some kind of roar, then stomped off into the night with some of his punk buddies. This guy was punk rock, anarchy in the UK, or at least in Seattle. He dressed the part and he acted the part. The Peaky Blinders were the late 1800s and early 1900s equivalent of that guy. Someone who might hit you in the face because your face was there, and they felt like punching somebody in the face. They were closer to anarchists than organized gang members. I came across in the research some people describing them as something akin to the UK's football hooligans of the 1970s. Right? These hooligans united by interest in a single team and often by whatever rough neighborhood they happened to grow up in. They were much more interested in kicking the shit out of the fans/other hooligans of rival teams, getting into massive bloody brawls that sometimes left dead bodies behind, than they were in their team actually winning matches. They were also usually poor, lacking in decent role models, and encumbered by a feeling of hopelessness regarding their future earning prospects. If they weren't ever going to get a good job or make it out of their shitty neighborhood, why not at least spread a little misery around? Get some local respect put on their name. Have a little nihilistic mayhem-fueled fun. Peaky Blinders, while nothing like the Shelby family of the popular BBC show, they did terrorize and rule the mean streets of Birmingham for almost 20 years, and their historical story is worth telling. This week, we'll discuss the myths versus the reality of the real Peaky Blinders, how the gangs of Birmingham formed in Victorian England, some of the confirmed Peaky Blinders and their crimes, as well as the rise of Billy Kimber and the Birmingham Boys, and more, all on this historical fact versus fiction gangster by order of the Peaky fucking Blinders edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday. Welcome to the Cult of the Curious. Back to a regular one-parter this week. Recorded this before the last two episodes dropped, so still waiting to see if you like that or not. I'm Dan Cummins, the Suck Master, Black Young Jin's Handler, He-Man fan. And you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise be to good boy Bojangles, and glory be to Triple M. Did you know that Triple M, Michael motherfucking McDonald, just published a memoir? It's called What a Fool Believes. A sweeping, evocative memoir from the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, Grammy Award-winning platinum-selling singer-songwriter Michael McDonald. Written with his friends, Emmy Award-nominated actor, comedian, and #1 New York Times bestselling author Paul Reiser. Bummer, he does not seem to mention being one of the gods of the Time Suck podcast in his book. Strange. Triple M works in mysterious ways. Nevertheless, congratulations to Michael McDonald. I hope it's a bestseller. That is Nimrod's will. And now, it is time for the Peaky fucking Blinders. Well, here's how we're setting things up today. Since today's episode takes place in Birmingham, we'll first get to know England's second city. Then we'll examine some economic factors and the rapidly increasing population in late. We'll examine some economic factors and the rapidly increasing population in the late 19th century that led to Birmingham's so-called violent youth culture, gave rise to the loosely organized slogging gangs from which the Peaky Blinders emerged. Share some details of how these gangs operated, what types of crimes they committed. For that, we'll examine the Peaky Blinders, how they dressed, who some of their members were, how they operated. Next, we'll get into a bit of fact versus fiction, comparing the BBC show to the real history of the Peaky Blinders, before jumping into a timeline examining contemporary newspaper accounts from the late 19th and early 20th centuries of their crimes. Finally, I'll explain what led to the demise of the Peaky Blinders, and then we'll follow the subsequent criminal actions of Billy Kimber, most successful gangster who came out of the Peaky Blinders. Does that sound good? I'm going to assume you said yes. Or maybe even a fuck yeah, bro. The city of Birmingham, crown jewel of the British Empire, voted the UK's greatest city of peace and prosperity the last 17 years running in the Daily Telegraph's annual poll. Birmingham also voted the most beautiful city in the world in 1996, 2008, 2015, again last year in 2023 in a Condé Nast Travel Magazine readers poll. The UN, United Nations of all places, declared Birmingham the safest city in the world in both 2014 and 2019. It's made the top 10 every year since 1998, and its top lists of the best places in Europe to raise your kids for many years. There hasn't been a single violent crime in Birmingham since 2015. Now, I'm being incredibly sarcastic. Birmingham has long had the reputation, as in for over 150 years, of being one of the UK's roughest cities, with some of the most dangerous neighborhoods. Birmingham, according to the web, I've never been there personally, does not have a good reputation. I'm sure it has a lot of great neighborhoods and residents, but that's not what you hear about on the web. That's not what the folks over on YouTube seem keen to share with the world. When I typed Birmingham, UK, nothing else, in the YouTube search bar to reconfirm how to pronounce the word properly, I'm not saying Birmingham, the very first video that came up was titled UK's Worst City. The thumbnail art for that video simply states, Birmingham, I hate it. The video description, watch this video now to understand why Birmingham is the worst place in the world. Never come here. This video, and there's so many like it, but this video posted by YouTuber Geopold introduced me to the term brummy, a word used mainly to describe someone from Birmingham, a Brummie, or the Birmingham accent, or something that's, comes from Birmingham. Here's Geopold, not sure what his real name is, interviewing a Brummie, known just as Danny G, about his home city and just, what he thinks about it.
Time on that. But you know something? Do you know when you get to a local park, yeah, and everybody's carrying, and that's the only place for you to go, because there's nothing else for you to do in Birmingham, right? What are you supposed to do, man? They've got a local park. I mean, my local park's being dismantled right as we speak.
Yeah, we walked past it.
You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. So now the kids ain't even got somewhere to play. That's why I want to leave Birmingham. It's the city itself. It keeps you down. It oppresses you. It makes you into a person you don't want to be. And while I live here, I can change somewhat to a certain degree, but I can never totally let it go. When I get out of this hole, and it is a hole, yeah, I will be able to totally transform into a new, better Danny.
I think so many videos, the word shithole is the word that comes up the most. Again, haven't been there. I don't know that it's a shithole, but a lot of people seem to think it's a shithole. After a video comparing Birmingham, England to Birmingham, Alabama in my search results, the next videos are inside Birmingham's no-go zone, crime, poverty, and despair in the UK's most dangerous city. Then a simple virtual tour video. There's those all over them. Then a pros and cons video. Then Birmingham City Center, this is bad. And the dark side of Birmingham, England. Okay, clearly Birmingham has a rough reputation. I did another search and just added the word news. Birmingham, UK news. Let's see what, local news outlets, or just news outlets in general, are saying about Birmingham. A lot of murder. Crazy road rage attack caught on CCTV, one of the videos. Security camera footage of some masked men robbing a shop using machetes. Some dude sentenced to life for a series of just random stabbings around the town. Lots of stabbings. Lots of videos about stabbings. Birmingham seems in many ways as if it has not changed a lot since the days of the Peaky Blinders, since they ruled the city. Birmingham is the second largest city in the UK. That's why it's sometimes called the second city, with a population of 1.145 million in the city proper and a metro area population of 4.3 million. Located about 120 miles northwest of London in the West Midlands metropolitan county. West Midlands is a metropolitan county of central England that also has the reputation of being full of poverty and violence. You just put in West Midlands, UK, and YouTube. Oh, not a lot of good coming back. Like pretty much everywhere, every metropolitan area in the UK, Birmingham is an old city. There have been various settlements in what is now Birmingham for over 10,000 years, since at least as far back as 8,000 BCE, based on archaeological discoveries. But the development of the area into the city we see today did not really begin until the 12th century CE. The city's first charter was granted in 1166. It wasn't until the 14th century that Birmingham became a significant settlement. Because there was no water transportation, no rivers, oceans, etc. The city did not develop rapidly until the 18th century, thanks to the Industrial Revolution. In the 16th century, the population was still less than 2,000 people, very small. The population then grew from 15,000 to 70,000 in the late 1600s to the late 1700s. After the passing of the Reform Act of 1832, Birmingham elected its own members to Parliament. The city was properly incorporated 6 years later in 1838. Same year, railways to Liverpool and London were completed, which helped it grow immensely. In 1801, the population was 73,670. Over the next century, the population would explode, growing sevenfold, almost exactly, to 522,204 by 1901. So 73,000 to 522,000 a century. Then over just the next 2 decades, the population added another 200,000 people, for a total of 919,444 in 1921. It would take a full century to add another 200,000 people to reach the most recent population of 1,143 million, ascertained in 2021. So what drove the rapid growth between 1801 and 1921? The Peaky fucking Blinders, or the Industrial Revolution. Birmingham quickly became a massive factory town. For many, many years, metal, guns, jewelry, brass buttons, so much more were produced in Birmingham. The first 4 buttons, jewelry, the guns, metal, the main products. But just some of so many different products. Engineers James Watt, the inventor of the steam engine, Matthew Bolton, a man who financed and introduced the steam engine, William Murdoch, a man who worked with Watt and Bolton on the steam engine and figured out how to use coal gas for lighting, as well as chemist Joseph Priestley, who discovered oxygen in carbonated water. And John, or maybe identified is better than discovered for Oxy. It's not like it wasn't around before him. He identified Oxy. And John Baskerville, a manufacturer and man who revolutionized commercial printing. These guys all lived in Birmingham during the Industrial Revolution and contributed greatly to its rapid technological progress. In the late 1700s, when the Industrial Revolution kicked off, Birmingham quickly became its British heart, and it only became more and more industrious heading into the 1800s. Birmingham, not London, is considered the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution in the UK. During World War II, the city was heavily bombed, but kept production going and was mostly reconstructed after the war. Still today, despite the Nazi World War II air raids, Birmingham remains one of the UK's largest manufacturing hubs, with over 100,000 people currently working in engineering and manufacturing, mainly in light industry manufacturing, which is defined as the production of small goods that will be sold to the people who use them rather than to another manufacturer. Examples of light industries are food, paper, plastic, leather, textiles, wood, and household appliances. A lot of medium manufacturing also still done in Birmingham. Very blue-collar city. Medium industry, defined as medium-scale industry, is the industrial undertaking where more than 20 and less than 100 workers are manufacturing and processing goods with the aid of power or without the aid of power. So a lot of small manufacturing centers. All this industry earned Birmingham the nickname of the city of 1,001 different trades. Now let's revisit crime in Birmingham, since crime is so central to the story. In the 1800s, as I just went over, the population of Birmingham exploded. It jumped from approximately 70,000 to around 500,000 people by 1900. And while this massive population growth came with some benefits, people were moving to Birmingham thanks to the city continually adding new industrial jobs. It also came with a whole host of new problems, right? Poverty, unsanitary living conditions, increased crime. The UK website, Crime and Investigation, writes, during the Industrial Revolution, it was known as a city of 1,000 trades. They added one later. Whereas Liverpool's wealth came from its docks, or Manchester from its mills, Birmingham was incredibly diverse. The Industrial Revolution gave rise to a huge number of highly specialized, creative small firms, each profiting by exploiting niche areas of the market. Birmingham would and could make anything, from buttons and buckles to jewelry, steam engines, and guns. It was perhaps inevitable that its gangs would be equally innovative in their approach. Unlike the unemployed cornermen of Liverpool or the thrill-seeking teenage scuttlers of Manchester, the Birmingham gangs were professional criminals. In Victorian Birmingham, poverty was widespread. Most of all the new jobs, were low-paying ones, and poverty was a key factor that led to the formation of the Birmingham street gangs, like the Peaky fucking Blinders. And I'm not surprised, right? Isn't poverty and the feeling of hopelessness that so often accompanies poverty pretty much always a key factor in the formation of gangs in any given area? I mean, if an area is affluent or if everyone's just making enough money to pay for at least some version of the life that they want, there's not nearly as much incentive to risk incarceration to make some extra dough, is there? Many people in Birmingham and most of Europe experienced severe economic hardship or poverty in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and the poor were younger overall than they are now due to a shorter lifespan back then, which definitely helped give rise to youth gangs. A newborn boy born in England in 1841 was only expected to live to the age of 40. A newborn boy born in England today expected to live twice that long, to the age of 79. For girls, life expectancy in 1841 was 42. Now it's 83. Due to this, the population overall skewed much, much younger back then than it does today. Also, while I couldn't find stats for comparative purposes, anecdotally and based on a lot of 19th century British literature, it sure seems like there were a lot more orphans in England in the 1800s than now, which would make sense. More people are dying young of disease, warfare, accidents, etc. during an era when doctors saved a lot less lives than they do now. Then there's going to be a lot more orphans than there are now. And since the state did not take care of orphans in 19th century England, there would have been a lot more homeless young people having to fend for themselves than there are now, which would lead to a lot of youth directly into a life of crime and into joining up with fellow impoverished, neglected, disaffected youth, right? Gangs like the Peaky fucking Blinders. The crimes Birmingham youth committed during these days of the Peaky Blinders reek of rage, of people violently and impetuously lashing out at society in frustration over the state of their lives and feelings of hopelessness more than it does of sophisticated criminals running highly profitable crime enterprises, as you'll see in the timeline. Young gang members often robbed and pickpocketed just whoever happened to be walking through their neighborhoods. There wasn't a lot of planning in these crimes. Crimes of opportunity. Thieves often assaulted, beat, stabbed, strangled victims in just broad daylight. Another factor in the rise of youth gangs in the city, in addition to more impoverished young people, though there also wasn't the amount of law enforcement to stop or catch kids as there is today, which of course provided that much more incentive to commit crimes. They're less likely to be caught. And also forming gangs to protect themselves primarily from other young people committing the same type of crimes. In a BBC program called The Original Peaky Blinders, Britain's Biggest Dig, British historian and author Carl Chin, a man who seems to be the world's foremost expert on the real Peaky Blinders, he is cited in almost every article you will read about them, reported poverty was widespread in Victorian Britain. There's this paradox of the wealthiest nation in the world with so much poverty. The poor are living in badly built housing, crammed into a tightly packed area, and then in Birmingham, London, all the big cities, railway lines are being built. Whose homes are being knocked down for them? Poorer people. There's poverty, the state seeming lack of care and respect for people living in these neighborhoods. All of this and more leads to an explosion of extreme youth violence in Birmingham by the late 19th century. Prior to the crime explosion, the streets of Birmingham were already filled with gambling dens, youth participating in a lot of rough sports like, boxing, rugby, other games that preceded rugby. There were few well-paying job opportunities or healthy outlets for boys and young men. So many turned to crime for cash, entertainment, sense of pride. I should say that those sports, rugby, boxing, it was not through like a proper leagues. It was just, kind of sloppily done. It wasn't like a Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, or some kind of youth league, because that will come later and actually help the crime. But anyway, Carl Chin in the same interview speculated to the mindset of many of the young men and boys joining these gangs, saying, it's a hard world that they're living in, and hardness is a quality valued by young men. In a world where they are nothing, what's the only thing they can say they're better at than the better off? Fighting. Fighting seemed to be a big part of Peaky Blinder culture, as you'll see again when we get into the arrest reports and the timeline. These guys weren't coming up with clever ways to break into a bank vault. They weren't making money by running gambling halls. They were beating the shit out of people and taking shillings out of their pockets. They were breaking into local businesses, and then if they got caught in the act, beat the shit out of the storekeeper. They were getting into pub brawls, punching cops who tried to arrest them. They were just tough guys. Something described by sociologists and cultural anthropologists as a violent youth culture began to form in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in Birmingham. Although crime was already common in the Birmingham and other large cities, this new wave of crime went beyond pickpocketing, burglary, and theft. Youth began to more frequently engage in more violent assaults, stabbing, stranglings. Author Philip Gooderson wrote in his book, The Gangs of Birmingham. There, the Peaky Blinders' existence have been largely forgotten until recently, when our contemporary concern with the rise of juvenile as opposed to criminal gangs, first in the USA and then in Britain and elsewhere, opened our eyes to hidden elements in our Victorian past. Youth is now a precious commodity that we are anxious to put to good use. Youth in 1870 was abundant and was swamping Victorian cities in a surge of humanity caused by the high birth rate and by the demands of the industrial economy for cheap labor. These urban children had to learn quickly to survive. They were expendable. In the 1850s through the 1870s, the Victorian middle class pressured the police to crack down on rough sports and youth gambling in the poorer sections of Birmingham. In 1853, the Betting Houses Act outlawed cash betting outside of race courses. In April 1858, Birmingham Daily Post article directly connected street gambling to police assaults. By the 1870s, these tough kids, these so-called roughs, started joining forces and forming fighting gangs. This led to the rise of the infamous slogging gangs that would give birth to the Peaky fucking Blinders. In the 1820s to the 1840s, the term slogger is used to describe someone who struck an opponent with a heavy blow in a fist fight, typically in a boxing match. The term would later be used for street gangs, full of punch-happy delinquents. Young people in Birmingham formed slogging gangs in their free time, as in when they weren't working. These early sloggers, they weren't full-time criminals. They were dudes who basically like to fuck people up, make some extra money when they weren't at work. They were typically between the ages of 12 and 25. Saturdays after work and on Sundays, instead of going to watch a game or head to the gym, these guys would go to the movie theater. These guys would gather at local cemeteries that would later be converted to parks. They didn't have city parks this time. They gathered at pubs and on the street corners and just caused some mayhem. The idea of a gangster who can't meet up with his fellow gang members to fight a rival gang or shake down some shopkeeper because they have to go to work at some belt buckle or boot factory really cracks me up. These guys, they didn't have regular jobs. In regular jobs, in free time, they would cause mayhem. It's so funny to me. Arthur, we need you around the King's Head Club tomorrow night. Shaking them down at noon, yeah? Noon, yeah? Yeah, afternoon. We need your muscle, mate. We need all the right proper sloggers we can get, yeah? I would like me to crack some skulls or I'll just dust off my brickbats. I'd right like to split the skull of that cunt bartender, Tommy Walker. I know you'd cut him down right proper, mate. That's why we need you. Thing is, I'm on shift at bartender, Tommy Walker. I know you'd cut him down right proper, mate. That's why we need you. A few hours. Nah, we can't, mate. Davey's got to be to work in the teapot factory by 2. Just made supervisor. Making an extra 3 shillings a day is. Rabbit don't start his shift at the porcelain doll factory till 4. Can't lose his job, mate. He's had to work 3 months since getting laid off from the pickle plant. Paulie will have his head. It's got to be noon. Right. Well, there it is then. I have to miss this one, Roger. I'm still on for the knife fight on Saturday. That's my day off. Those guys might have morphed into Australians at some point now. When these guys work at their day jobs. They were people who did not want you did not want to meet in a dark alley. They weren't afraid to not only assault whoever walked into their neighborhood, rival gang members, the police. Many of these sloggers would become the initial Peaky Blinders. Slogging gangs would fight in battles for control, primarily of the Birmingham inner-city areas of Small Heath and Cheapside. Rough teens began fighting in mass brawls, sometimes last for hours. That's what it says in some of the sources, hours. No thanks. I have a hard time wrapping my head around how a brawl could go on for hours. I've done some boxing workouts off and on, took some martial arts classes, here and there when I was younger. It's fucking exhausting. Sparring is exhausting. I have so much respect for boxers, kickboxers, MMA fighters, wrestlers, anyone who fights in combat sports. Not just for the courage it takes to go up against somebody in a ring fighting them, and to be able to withstand the punishment that you're going to get receive, but also it's just incredibly physically taxing, just aerobically, right? Even if you just punch a heavy bag, if you haven't done it before, you'll be shocked at how much energy it takes just to stand there and punch something. How do these guys fight for hours? Must have been a lot of breaks. A lot of watching other people fight. Then you get in, fight for yourself, then you take a little break, watch again. Want to bash you fucking skull in, Jack? Just ain't take a sit for a spare, mate. Just made to rest me knuckles. Do some hamstring stretches, focus on my breathing. Then I'll be right bashing you to shite with the brick. The Cheapside slogging gang was the most brutal of the early Birmingham youth gangs. Formed sometime around 1870, led by 2 young men initially, John Adrian and James.
It's so silly. Oh, God. Food on delivery. Oh, he covered too. Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
The snake's eyes aren't very good.
Oh, for real?
But they can detect movement.
I never.
So if the hatchling keeps its nerve, it may just avoid detection.
If you can keep your nerve.
Nerve? It's easy for you to say, narrator. How you sitting here watching my life while I'm going through this? You can't help me? Man, you the coldest of pieces, narrator. All right, so you say if I sit still, all right, they won't see me. All right, I'm just sit back. Oh, I hope they don't feel my heartbeat. Let me tell you something, my heart is pumping like a shell station. You feel me? All right, if I sit still long enough, they'll go to work eventually. Don't snakes have jobs?
High knees, baby. High knees, baby.
Come on, baby. High knees, baby. High knees, baby. Come on. High knees, baby. High knees. High knees. Oh. Not like this. I'm too young. Man. If Metro don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot you. Beautiful morning. You understand in the morning, baby. Nothing but morning. Come on, baby. I need. Keep going, man. Hey, get your snake mouth off me, playboy. Yeah. Good job. Not today, baby. Come on. Oh, Lord. Praise God. Man, you sitting up here the whole time watching me? Why you ain't helping me? Because I am the narrator, you fool. I had to run through that same alley earlier today.
Land grabs or taking over a neighborhood became the primary goal of each street gang, like the Peaky Blinders. Who had control of the neighborhood? Who owned their street, their corner? Soon it seemed like youth gangs had taken over.
It is a movie. That was a movie.
And many probably not affiliated with one. And also, many, if not most, of the members were Irish. This episode ended up reminding me a lot of the Irish Mob Suck, episode 343. Tensions between Catholic Irish immigrants and British Birmingham Protestant residents were a core cause of the violence between the slogging gangs. During the Great Famine, aka Great Hunger, aka the Irish Potato Famine that began in 1845 and lasted until 1852, that led to roughly 1 million.
Oh, whoops. Oh, come on.
This BBC podcast is supported by Ad.
I don't want to read this episode yet. I want this American Life. There we go. I haven't heard This American Life's latest episode. Normally I listen to it early in the morning. Ooh, it's on Breaking Up. It's a repeat. 339. I've heard this one before. This one's good though. All the episodes from the archive are good. So if I wear glasses, it'll be good.
Support for This American Life comes from Squarespace, the all-in-one website platform with features to help you start a fully content matched to your
That, but like, he has a car. So the last time I saw him on purpose was just in the car in front of my house, and I don't know, it's just bad.
Bad, like when you walk out of your house, you think like there his car was.
Yeah, I still look for it. It's crazy.
Okay, now we're about a block from your house.
Like in front of that building, right there. It's like a churchy-looking building. It was where we were parked when we first had the conversation when we decided we were going to be exclusive, which was a joke. Like, I don't really date around, and I don't think he does either. But, you know, it's like kind of a big conversation. But, yeah, we were parked in the middle of that block, right where that white car is.
And so every time you walk down the street, you'll think like, oh, yeah, there's the spot.
I don't walk down the street. I just don't. But, like, I haven't even seen him for a month. You know what I mean?
When I walked around Lauren's neighborhood with her, it had been 2 months since her boyfriend broke up with her. I've gone after about 10 months before that. She was incredibly nice to let herself be taped in still a pretty raw state. But even in the middle of that raw state, she was acutely aware and said herself that everything she was going through was a cliche that she was forced to live through.
That's the crazy thing about it is it's breaking up with someone is literally the most common thing. Like everyone you know broke up with everyone they ever dated until maybe the person they're with right now, if they're with someone right now. But when it happens to you, it feels so specific. Like it's, you know, and it's, I don't want to say I can't get over it, but like in like a flippant way, like you kind of can't get over it. Like you're like, what? This is what's happening? It's so shocking.
If I had to say one thing about Lauren, it's that she was full of feelings that completely contradicted each other, which I guess just comes with this territory. Like, she emphatically did not want him to call, but also, maybe a little bit, wanted him to call. She missed him, and she didn't want to stop thinking about him. But she also did all this elaborate math to calculate the day that she would finally be over him and not thinking about him and with somebody else. We get to an area where she had been on walks with the ex-boyfriend. There were benches and the sidewalk promenade.
I don't know. We used to just, it's not that we took a ton of walks, but we took some walks.
And what happened down here?
You know, I can't say that anything of substance happened. It's not like any one specific thing. It's just, I don't know.
It's just that there was an us.
I know, there really was. That's the thing that's so weird. It's like, you know, you put so much energy into something and then one day it's time to stop. I don't know.
During a breakup, you just stare at what happened. There's a before and there's an after, and you just can't believe it. Lauren says she still doesn't even understand what went wrong between her and him. And that's part of it too, so much of the time. But we got the idea for today's radio show from an email that a listener sent. It says, Dear This American Life, I'm suffering from a gut-wrenching breakup with my former boyfriend, and I searched your site for shows about breakups and general heartbreak to commiserate. But to my surprise, I didn't find many stories specifically regarding the act of breaking up. I hope you consider it. A show like that would really cheer me up. And so, with that in mind, we devote our show today to breakups. Partly today we have an anatomy of the completely contradictory feelings that are part of a breakup. I think that's what makes it such a special and particularly cursed state. And we have stories today about people trying in some very unusual, very resourceful ways to make themselves feel better during a breakup. Keyword there would be trying. Our show today in 4 acts. In Act 1, Starlee Kine heads out on a breakup mission unlike any we have ever heard of. In Act 2, an 8-year-old heads out into the world to get some answers about her parents' breakup. In Act 3, a man who has turned his back on the ways of his people in this case being divorce lawyers. Act 4, Meryl Marco notes one possibly overlooked way to mend a broken heart, and it involves a soggy, plastic, disky thing. You just have to trust me on that one. Stay with us.
This message comes from Capital One. With the Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One, you earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase. Jorge Gaviria, founder of Hacienda, reinvests the 2% cash back to develop new products that help grow the business. Plus, with no preset spending limit, the card's purchasing power adapts to meet business needs. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Find out more at CapitalOne.com/SparkCashPlus. Terms and conditions apply.
Support for NPR comes from Universal Pictures, presenting DreamWorks Animation's The Wild Robot. Written and directed by Chris Sanders, The Wild Robot is now nominated for 3 Academy Awards, including Best Sound, Best Original Score by Chris Bowers, and Best Animated Feature. Now playing in theaters and available to watch at home on Peacock.
This American Life. Today's show is a rerun. Act 1, Dr. Phil. When one of our regular contributors, Starlee Kine, was in the middle of getting over a breakup, she tried to feel better in a way that few people ever tried, and that maybe even she should know. Here's Starlee.
Before I explain why I decided to write and record a breakup song, even though I have no musical ability and can't play an instrument of any kind, I should probably explain a bit about the breakup itself. It was only after Anthony broke up with me that all the warning signs I had missed came sharply into focus. Like the time he told me he didn't like taking pictures of girlfriends because it was a downer to have those photos around once the relationship was over. I'd had a crush on him since the day we met, but he always had a girlfriend in Canada. Then she broke up with him, and we got together. A week after that, he told me I was the one, which, in retrospect, was probably the biggest warning sign of all. It was hands down the corniest relationship I've ever been in, and by corniest, I mean greatest. We'd pass entire evenings just complimenting each other. We took hand-holding to new heights, and we listened to hours and hours of music, teenager style, playing one song after another while smiling a lot. I don't quite remember how our Phil Collins phase began. I think it was one of those things that started off ironically, and Anthony lip-syncing, adorably, to Against All Odds one night. But over time, it became less and less ironic, until one day we were actual fans.
How can I just let you walk away? Just let you leave without a trace. When I stand here taking every breath with you. Ooh, you're the only one who really knew me at all.
We liked how honest and sad it was. How can I just let you walk away? Just let you leave without a trace? You're the only one who really knew me at all. We picture Phil Collins at the piano, writing it, the tears running down his face.
I wish I could just make you turn around and see me cry. There's so much I need to say to you, so many reasons why.
Anthony broke up with me on New Year's Eve. I told you, horny. I didn't really see it coming, and I definitely didn't want it to happen. Hansen broke up with me and wanted to be okay. I just cried and cried. I wanted to stop it, to fix it. I searched deep inside myself for the right words to say, and out of my mouth popped this. How can you just let me walk away? I'm the only one who really knew you at all. And I meant it. In fact, I go so far as to say that in that moment, no one could have conveyed how I was feeling better than Phil Collins.
And you coming back to me is against all odds. It's the chance I've gotta take.
If I thought I'd been in the Phil Collins phase before, it was nothing compared to what came next. I was no longer listening to his songs for pleasure, but for pain. They were breakup songs, and hearing them was the only thing that made me feel better. And by better, I mean worse. There's something so satisfying about listening to sad songs. They're like how you would actually be spending your day if you were allowed to just break down and sob and grab hold of everyone you met. They make you feel less alone with your crazy thoughts. They don't judge you. In fact, they understand you. A breakup song won't ever suggest you start online dating or that you're better off without him. They tell you that you're worse without him, which is exactly what you want to hear because it's how you feel. I didn't want to be cheered up. I didn't want to bounce back. I didn't want to meet someone new. I wanted to wallow, big time, deeply, and with the least amount of perspective possible. And the only way to do that was by turning off my phone and turning up the sad, sad music. Like this song that I love by the band The Magnetic Fields.
I don't wanna get over you. I guess I could take a sleeping pill. I'm sleeping well. I'll have to go through what I go through. I guess I should take Prozac right and just smile all night at somebody new. Somebody not too bright, but sweet and kind, who would try to get you off my mind. I can leave this agony behind, which is just what I'd do if I wanted to, but I don't want to get over you.
It's great because the lyrics perfectly articulate this feeling you didn't even know you had. Then there's the Bonnie Raitt song, I Can't Make You Love Me.
I close my eyes, then I won't see the love you don't feel when you're holding me.
The song was written by Mike Reed and Alan Shamblin after they read this little article in the newspaper about a guy who'd gotten drunk and shot up his girlfriend's car. At his sentencing, he was asked if he learned any lessons from what he'd done, and he said yes. You can't make a woman love you if she don't.
I can't make you love me if you don't. You can make your heart feel something it won't.
Before the breakup, I had no idea how much breakup music was out there. For example, every song ever written. Or at least...
Anybody wondering, are there any updates?
Once
Are
you're
there any
heartbroken,
updates that
you
you
notice it
haven't
everywhere.
listed and reported?
You find yourself in the
There
supermarket,
are. None are
listening
too
to a song
pressing.
you've
For
heard
instance,
before, but never really heard, thinking to yourself,
the Jersey
"This is
Devil
so true."
huddling and whispering instructions for if her plans go the way that she hopes for today. And I'm just gonna say right now, it's not gonna happen, folks. So I'm not even gonna update it. We'll see how I feel when I get to the point where I gotta send you an invoice for the last 2 live streams of criminally and retaliation off in the last 12 hours. But I'm waiting to see what else I can bill you for. I might file a
Not
new
just you
police
overlook
report
the cheesiness.
today.
You embrace it. You do
I
want to
might
know
wait
what
until
love
you
is.
commit some more
There's
crimes.
nothing restrained or subtle about being
That you've
crushed
been
by the person you
invoiced
care
for.
most about in the world. It's big and
Ergo,
body,
are
and so it
under
only
a
makes sense that
contractual
songs about it
agreement
are
to pay
too.
for. For the fees I assessed to you before your perpetration of said acts.
It was after listening to all these songs for months that I knew what I had to do. I had to write one myself. I needed to take charge of my pain. I needed to take wallowing to the next level. It wasn't enough just to be lying on the floor in my pajamas, listening to these songs at 3 in the afternoon. I wanted to be the songs. I wanted to be the pain. I wanted to be inside the stereo speakers, to be the sound
And those
waves
of you
coming
may
into
be
my own
wondering,
head.
what the fuck
I wanted
plans
to
are
be
you
the
talking
thing,
about aren't going to
creating the
happen
feeling I was
today?
feeling. And I knew just what
I
kind of
have
breakup
already
song I would
reported
write.
their threats for today in multiple filings, including the one from February 4th.
The torch
And
song.
to be clear, the FBI has not said, oh no, nothing's going to
Torch
happen
songs are
today.
about
It's
the most
just, I
pathetic,
personally
desperate,
feel
and
like
lonely
today
parts.
is not the day,
The
fools.
part you'd never admit
Nobody's
you're
going to come and be a piece of shit.
the part
today.
of you that knows without a
You can
shadow
be a
of a
piece of
doubt
shit far
that
away
you
from
would
my
take
front
them back.
door, where it's
Not only
legally
that,
allowed
you wouldn't have
and
to
not
beg or even
a
apologize.
$10 million fee.
Dusty Springfield made a whole career out of these songs. I just can't make it alone. I only want to be with you. All I see is you. Losing
Aside from
you.
the fact that you're all
This
upstairs,
one,
minus
which
the
might be the
people
most
that are
pitiful
most deserving
sentiment
to
ever
go to
uttered out
prison, who
loud.
are where, guys? Are they getting coffee? Are they right outside of the courthouse? Because everyone at the North Everett Precinct. There's so many co-conspirators to choose from. Maybe they're all on a broken bendy bus that has buckets and buckets under the
Just so
bottom
pathetic.
part of it full
And
of
deep
urine.
down, that's how I felt too. And it felt good
That's
to have
one of their
someone to
co-conspirators.
come out and say
He's got that.
there are some words
He's
you
also
can
got a
never
bucket he
speak,
keeps on the
but
bus
somehow
full
you
of
can
urine
sing.
and feces.
So I knew what
Why?
kind of song I was
Nobody
going to write,
knows.
but I had
Nobody
no
knows
idea
when
how to
keeps
go
those
about
big
writing
buckets
it.
full of it.
I needed some advice. And out of thousands of musicians who write about heartbreak, there was only one I cared
Maybe
to talk
they're at the Owens.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi,
They could be there too, having a little powwow.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Bill Collins, of course. What? Is that weird?
But some of the
I got it into my
co-conspirators are
head that it'd be great to
upstairs,
ask
like
Bill Collins how
usual.
to write a breakup song.
And some are
The same
not.
way you might think to
Also,
yourself,
like usual.
I'd really love to talk to Michael Jordan about free
It's
throws.
Monday. It's
I never
8:05
thought it would
a.m.
actually
This is an
happen.
old episode of This
Then,
American Life,
against all odds,
which I'm fine
it turned
with.
out I had a
This is my
friend who
favorite
was on the
radio
road
show
with Bill
ever, and I
Collins
loved
on a
it back
Genesis
when Ira
reunion
Glass
tour
was in
shooting
charge of
footage for the
everything,
DVD extras.
which stopped well
He
over
gave
a
me his
decade ago.
contact info, and I sent him an email. Dear Mr. Collins, I have a rather unusual request. Then I waited, refreshing my inbox every 3 seconds. When his email finally appeared, he was friendly and casual. We set up a time to talk. In my mind, he was already so intimately involved in my breakup that it seemed crazy that he didn't actually know about it. So I told him. Well, I'm gonna tell you the whole story of my breakup and stuff, okay? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's your 45 minutes.
Okay. Well, it also involves you. So I was dating my boyfriend, Anthony, and he kind of broke up with me on New Year's Eve.
Oh, nice.
Whereas before it was Anthony and I talking about Phil. Now it was Phil and I talking about Anthony. Actually pretty tidy when you think about it. And at one point I turned to him and it just flew out of my mouth. I just looked at him and I was like, I can't believe you're just gonna let me
walk away.
Yeah. Before long, Bill Collins and I were commiserating about heartbreak, which he also went through recently.
I mean, I've just been through a marriage breakup, and you talk about New Year's Eve. I mean, my divorce was final on my birthday.
Oh, really?
And I didn't want it at all. So that's something that, you always remember these things, like you'll always remember New Year's Eve, and I'll always remember my birthday.
I know. It makes you want to skip those dates, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That is so lame.
Up
That's
until this
Godzilla for you.
conversation,
I'm going to
I never
have
thought
you
I
the
had much in
divorce you
common
didn't
with
want
Bill
occur on your birthday.
He started playing in Genesis at the age of 19. I didn't. He performed in Live Aid, while I only watched it on TV.
I don't know why, but I feel like Godzilla, our creator, hates everybody's
The talking
birthdays,
to him was
and
easy.
thus
He
makes a
told me
point to
that when
ruin
he was
all
in
of our
Genesis, he
birthdays.
just played drums and sang. He didn't write. Against all odds,
Like
one
if you
of the first
ask
songs he wrote
people
himself
about some of their
when he
worst
worked on his
childhood
first solo
experiences,
album.
there's always at least
That
one
song
story that has to
particularly
do
was
with the
written
birthday.
during my
One time
first
it was my
divorce.
birthday, and
My first wife and the kids had gone, and I was just left there. So it was written totally out of experience, as opposed to this is a what if song. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think you could have written that song if you hadn't gone through, if your wife hadn't left?
so they're talking, and that's Phil Collins, everybody. Never forget Genesis, a band that Phil Collins was the drummer of and Peter Gabriel was the singer to, which was the shit. Then Phil Collins became the lead when Peter Gabriel went solo and started doing Sledgehammer. But this is the best song with Phil Collins singing. There must be some misunderstanding. Genesis. There must be some kind of mistake. This is the best breakup song of all time, everybody, if you didn't know. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. The music video. Piano playing and pickup trucks. Corvettes to my
must be some misunderstanding. Must be some kind of mistake. Waiting in the rain for hours.
Hey, federal felons, you're gonna be late.
Now it's not like me to say the right thing. You could have called to let me know. I checked your number twice, don't understand it. So now I'm home. But I've been waiting for this weekend. I thought that maybe we could see a show. Never dreamed that I was feeling. I've seen you as in leaving. That's why I don't know why you gave a show tonight. There must be some misunderstanding. There must be some kind of mistake. I was waiting in the rain for hours.
I said, federal felons, you're gonna be late.
Since then I've been running around, trying to find you. I went to the places that we always go. I ran your house, got no answer. Jumped in my car, I went round there.
Also, just for a reflection, look how hot the bottom is. He's looking good, dude.
All there must be some misunderstanding. Must be some kind of mistake. Must be some misunderstanding. Must be some kind of mistake.
There must be misunderstanding. There must be misunderstanding. Some people are like, wow, Genesis? All the youngins? That's right, youngins.
Probably not. I mean, frankly, if that personal stuff had not happened to me at that time, I probably would never have made an album. And if I was to have made an album, eventually, it would have been more of a jazz rock thing, because that was what I was actually, that was my output. Apart from Genesis, I was in a band called Brand X. And that's, I was a player. So, no, without that stuff, I wouldn't have felt the things I felt that made me sit at a piano night after night, day after day, writing stuff,
Did it help?
Well, it helped in as much as, it was kind of, well, when she hears this, it's all going to be okay,
Really? Is that what you thought?
I did, yeah. Foolish, huh? I mean, I did.
Did you get over it?
There's various people in your life that you never quite get over. I mean, that's kind of the cliche. And then, sometimes means with me, for example, because of children, you are morally obligated, and you need, because of you want to be with the kids as much as possible, you have to be in touch with this person that's really hurt you. So it's not like, you can just walk away and leave without a trace, because, in this instance, there's a couple of little guys that are looking up to you saying, what am I going to do, Dad?
Okay, there are so many crazy things about this. First of all, even Phil Collins can't help but quote Phil Collins. Second, if it hadn't been for his wife leaving him in
Even Phil Collins can't help but
Collins would
quote
never
Phil
become one.
Collins. Never forget about Peter Gabriel, though, guys. Genesis is a good band, too. They're underrated. Spoiler alert, I am a sledgehammer. Sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel. This music video is underrated too. So existentially, when you watch this music video of the song Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel, the former lead singer of Genesis, which is what caused Phil Collins to become a singer, everybody, he was, like he just said, he was a jazz drummer, and he was pretty good. Anyway, this music video is kind of existential, though, because Peter Gabriel is basically saying that all humans are stupid, fat, oversized turkeys. That's basically the connotation. But he's going to help one. If you watch the music video. If you just hear the song, you don't get that. But from an existential bend, that's what the dancing turkey is in this music video. Unit207, why did you stop it? Or did I push pause? I don't know. Here we go. Here it is. So when watching the music video, just know it was made for an existential purpose.
You could have a speed train if you just lay down your tracks. You could have an airplane flying if you bring your blue sky back. All you do is call me. I'll be anything you need. You could have a big dipper going up and down all around the bends. You could have a bumper car bumping. This amusement never ends. I wanna be the sledgehammer. Why don't you call my name? Oh, let me be a sledgehammer. This will be my testimony. Show me around your fruit cage, 'cause I will be your honeybee. Open up your fruit cage, where the fruit is sweet as can be. I wanna be your sledgehammer. Why you show for me. Show for me. I will show for you. Show for you. Please show for me. Show for me. I will show for you. Yeah, 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 yeah. I will for you. Oh, for you. You can come and do. Don't feel that power. Feel that power. Come on, help me do. Come on, help me do.
Heartbreak turned a jazz rock fusion drummer into an international pop icon. But the other crazy thing was how honest and normal he was about it. Once again, Phil Collins put into words what I was feeling. There's a part of me, and it is not a small part, that wants my ex Anthony to hear the song I write and ask to come back. I told Phil that I'd been trying to write my songs, but they just didn't feel right. They were too wordy or something. But when I tried to consult songs that I loved to see how it was done, even the lyrics to the best songs looked flat on the page. I wanted to know how to transform cliched sentiment into a song that captured the entire range of human emotions. I wanted to know how simple sentences like love hurts, love scars became.
Love hurts, love scars, love wounds, and more.
Most of the time, it's the direct. I mean, if it's a good song, that's what makes it good. It's the fact that it's so many people try to fluff things up and or disguise them or make them a little bit too clever. But sometimes it's the simplest thing that actually reaches people.
It actually looks corny when you look at it on the page.
Well, but then you see that's what becomes important then is the way that it's sung.
Yeah.
Because you get, otherwise you get, and I don't mean any disrespect, but you get into sort of Michael Bolton territory when it and I don't nothing against Michael. I'm just using him as an example. I'm sure people would use me as an example of something that gets overblown and polished,
right,
as opposed to a simple idea simply sung and obviously sounds like it's sung with conviction.
Now I had the advice, I had the pain. It was time to start writing. It was pretty terrifying at first. Every single word I put down seemed wrong, even the ones that seemed like they had to go in, the no-brainers. I'd type the word love, then erase it, and then type it again.
So everybody,
Then,
I think
one
we
day I
can
was waiting
assume
for the
that
train,
Ira
and started
Glass
thinking about
got
how that train
dumped,
reminded me
and
of
that's why
Anthony.
this was this
And then
week's
how our love was sort of like
episode
a
of This
runaway train.
American Life. He did a
That's
replay
good, I thought.
of the
Scribbled the line down the
episode
back of my gas bill.
from many
Suddenly,
years ago.
our break was flowing out of the cracks in the
Titled The
sidewalk.
Breakup.
And it was up to me
You don't
to
know, Ira
transform it
Glass
into
was
song.
married and he got divorced. So I'm going to
Next
guess
problem
here
was,
that
I
Ira
didn't
Glass
thought it was a
got
small
dumped
problem, really.
this last week.
It was my complete
And that's
lack
why
of
this
musical
was
ability.
This American Life.
So I asked a guy named Joe McGinty for some help.
Episode
He's a New
this
York
week
musician who
for
has played with
Ira.
everyone from the Ramones to Ryan Adams to Ronnie Spector. He was in the Psychedelic Furs. He has a million songs. More importantly, for my purposes at least, Joe is a man who understands heartbreak. Here's one of his songs I really like.
This song is 3 weeks old. Guess I should sing it happy birthday. And your image it still holds. A happy accident. I can't seem to shake you from my mind.
Anybody else? I got that.
So I met up with Joe and also Julia Greenberg, a musician and songwriter who plays with Joe a lot. I'd written about a dozen songs, some of them more finished than others. When I printed them out, I had 6 freshly typed pages of lyrics, and then about 15 crazy-looking pages, with a few lines here and there separated by random spaces. I had sent these all off to Joe and Julia before our meeting. Here's Joe reading the one I thought was farthest along.
Okay, imaginary boyfriend. I can't help but think this all could have been prevented if I'd just gone to a small liberal arts school, because then I would have met my imaginary boyfriend at a stand-up comedy open mic. It was love at first eye roll. He said he drew comic books like David on Roseanne.
Wow. I thought I'd been working on a song, but I don't even know how to describe what that was. A creative writing class essay, maybe. It was clear that I'd ignored Phil Collins' advice. Keep it simple, not clever. Joe and Julia agreed.
I think the like David on Roseanne, I can't turn into a song.
Then Julia pulled out her favorite of my songs, from the very bottom of the stack. I'd been so sure it wasn't a contender that I'd almost not included it at all.
You had the lyric, it doesn't do me any good, in fact, it does me bad. Then it kind of seems impossible to me that hasn't been in a pop song before, but like that's a classic kind of pop song, you know. Yeah, that's a classic pop song line.
I have to admit I was skeptical. That lyric was from the crazy pile, just notes for an idea I had for a torch song. I tried to think of the most pathetic scenario I could. What I came up with was this. Anthony goes back to his ex-girlfriend. But rather than letting him go, I agree to be this awkward third wheel, as long as it means still getting to see him occasionally. The lines were literally, I liked you, and you liked her, and I sort of liked her because you liked her. Julia had run with the idea, with one minor change.
You know that you had it all like, and I changed it to love. That was the biggest.
God, that makes, I feel like there's something really deeply, there are like even more issues that I have to work with out with myself that I put like in that love. It didn't even occur to me. Julia had been so sure.
Even more issues that I have to work with
she'd gotten to work
out
for a meeting.
myself that I put like in that love. It didn't even occur.
I sung it to Joe on his answering machine. He played it for me.
Yeah, all right. This is going to be a rough rendering of that. Okay.
I loved you and you loved her, and I sort of loved her 'cause I love everything you love. Then she stops loving you, and glory hallelujah, somehow you start loving me. I don't know why I love you, I just do. I really do. And it doesn't do me any good. In fact, it does me bad. And you're oh so gone, and I'm oh so sad.
So yes, in theory, I knew all this. That music was important. It transforms words, unites the universe together. But I'd never actually seen it happen in front of me.
Come up with some more interesting.
I cannot believe that's the one that you choose. But then when you were singing it, it was like the words were like flying off the page, and there was like pixie dust on them or something. Like a magic spell had actually trapped it with a wand. And it makes total sense now after hearing it that should be the one.
So now the three of us had written a song about the other three of us. Over the next week, we finessed the lyrics, tweaked the melody, and recorded the song. It seemed obvious who should get the first listen. And no, I don't mean Anthony. That'd be crazy. I mean Phil Collins. Can I play my song for you? Is that okay? I don't want to put you on the spot. And
No. I would like to hear it. What you talking about?
Okay, cool. And you just be honest.
Okay.
Okay, here it goes. So I played in the song. I'll skip the part you've already heard and the bridge and jump right to the end.
Now it's just the three of us. The names may have changed, but the sorry facts remain the same. That I love you and she loves you. I'm okay with second best, just love her more and love me less. I don't know why I love you, I just do. I really do. It doesn't do me any good. In fact, it does me bad. 'Cause you're oh so gone, and I'm oh so sad. You're oh so gone, and I'm oh so sad.
Well, there's some great stuff in there. You know, I really like. What's the line again about doing me no good? In fact, it's doing me bad.
It doesn't do me any good. In fact, it does me bad.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Really?
And afterwards, the line that says, "And you're oh so gone." I laughed when I heard that. You're oh so gone, and I'm oh so sad. I mean, it's just really smart.
I can't believe it. And that's so nice of you. I can't. This is like.
It's not being nice. I just like it. I mean, I would easily have said, "Hey, it's not for me," you know. But I heard it, and I thought there's some very. It's very funny. So
Thank you. Well, that's what I mean though about how, like I told you, I was trying to write all these like crazy concepts and conceptual ideas, and then the one that seemed to work was just the one that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll come back?
I hope so, because you obviously do feel a lot for him. So.
Do you think I'll ever stop feeling the way bad like I am now?
Well, but you kind of, you know, you kind of like feeling bad, don't you?
Oh yeah. Well, it's something.
Yeah. You know, so I don't think you really want to get over it. I think you're kind of enjoying it. So that's kind of a dilemma you have to sort out.
I really haven't tagged. It feels like important or big or something. Like it feels like it felt really like I felt so much for him when I was with him, and the only way to still feel like that strongly about something is to not let it go. I would love to be the person who just like he meant nothing to me, but instead I'm the person who's like, okay, I'm gonna write a breakup song and play it over the airwaves, and you know, like it's so I've like lost all my cool.
Well, yeah, I don't see it like that. No,
Really?
I think you're just addressing something you need to address, and this is getting, amongst other things, getting it out of your system. You know, you've had the satisfaction of actually getting something tangible that you can play.
Yeah.
You know, out of this relationship.
That's true. But don't you sometimes wonder, like, is it better to have the song in the end or the relationship?
Oh no, it's probably better to have the relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That you don't have the choice.
Now that the song is done, it's really hard not to wonder if Anthony is going to hear it. I'd like to say I've gone back and forth on whether I even want him to, but the truth is, of course I do. Everyone I talk to, from my best friend all the way to Phil Collins, says he'll listen. And yes, if the roles were reversed and it were me, I definitely would. But I know Anthony. If anyone could resist listening, it would be him. You're just going to have to trust me on this one. Which doesn't mean I think he'll never hear the song. I can see him keeping a copy of it in some box stuffed with mixed tapes and copies of SAT scores so that he can listen to it one day when he's ready. I picture him 40 years from now, an old man living in some house that I'll never see, which breaks my heart. In my head, he doesn't look like a real old man, but like a young one wearing stage makeup. I imagine him sitting down to finally listen, on the CD player that people make fun of him for still having. He loads it in and hits play. He listens to the entire song from start to finish, and when it's over, he plays it again and again, until the tears are running down his face.
Starlee Kine. You can hear more stories from Starlee on her podcast, Mystery Show. Coming up, a big city mayor, an 8-year-old girl, and a dog weigh in with their solutions to getting over your next breakup. That's in a minute from Chicago Public Radio. Whatever continues.
This message comes from NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud ERP, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into one platform. Download the CFO's Guide Worth with
/prevention.
Let me write it at 2 of our. And now, with that thought, let's flip on to the radio time machine.
Reforming welfare this half hour, the Snow Addams.
And I'm Renee Montaigne with All Things Considered.
The welfare reform that they're talking about here is that of President George Herbert Walker Bush. The day that this aired, February 11th, 1987, I was one of the lower level producers at All Things Considered. But that day I got to work on this story about breakups that I still think about. A story about somebody who is wanting to understand a breakup and reaching out to various people out in the world to do that, in a way like Starlee did. So, okay, all you need to know is it's 1987.
No way,
Edward
dude.
Koch is the
I
mayor
feel
of New
so
York City.
stupid if I got to
Noah
talk to Phil
Adams is
Collins,
one
who
of the
I've
hosts of
never
All Things
met
Considered
or
at the time,
spoken to,
and
and
he
then I
does
was like,
things.
let me tell you about my breakup,
Betsy,
man.
tell me your full
That
name,
is not
please.
what I would be trying to
Betsy
talk to Phil
Allison
Collins about.
Walter.
Betsy Allison Walter, and you're 8 years old,
Almost 9.
and you live in Manhattan,
Mm-hmm.
and you're in our studio in New York. I appreciate you taking some time to come in and telling us this story. You wrote a letter to the mayor of New York, Mayor Koch.
Right.
Tell me about that, please.
Well, I wrote to him because my parents are getting divorced and I really don't know who to turn to. And I just told him that my parents are getting divorced and my dad is with somebody else.
Tell me about that.
Well, I wrote to him because my parents are getting divorced and I really don't know who to turn to. And I just told him that my parents are getting divorced and my dad is with somebody else and I was just getting used to something and now this and it's really kind of hard.
I had originally said I wouldn't be changing this live stream until 1, but I've been given instructions to actually change this live stream and start a new one. So it is Monday, February 10th, 2025, 8:36 AM PST, ending this live stream and initiating another in 90 seconds or less.
Times you are experiencing now. It is